Summoner's Rift.
A fine life reaches its
30
conclusion.
seconds until minions spawn.
Bro, you got this. Just take a breather. Alright, I'll talk to you.
Reaches its
30 seconds
Alright,
until
later.
minions
Peace.
spawn.
Bro, you got this. Just take a breather. Alright, I'll talk to you. Alright, later. Peace.
Minions have spawned. Minions have spawned.
How does hunger There's so many ways. Chase to your heart's content.
None can hide.
There's always strength. You shine bright.
No match for us.
You are.
None can hide.
Though many try.
First blood.
Though many try.
First blood.
Wolf chases what does not willingly go.
All who run are mine. Its heart beats fast now.
It knows.
chase it until it's dead. Or worse.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
We are not the dreams. We are the waking. Your next treat, dear wolf. And everywhere lamb went.
Wolf was sure to follow.
Killing spree. Killing spree.
Hurry, lamb. Faster.
Now,
No one knows.
We are not kings. We are the Wakened. Hello?
Bro turned his arm into a cannon thinking he's Samus, started spamming the shit out of Gear 3rd, and then they get in the elevator and he tries to kiss the nigga.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Greetings once again, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all back to the Asylum, our very special place for the cuckoo of cockeyes and the mentally insane. And ladies and gentlemen, today we have a doozy. Today we'll be diving into the mind of a man that has terrorized the entire city, traumatized a 15-year-old little boy, and I'ma just be honest with you, the motherfucker's insufferable. And if you hate this nigga, I don't blame you. Patient 002, Mahito. Now, before we start, I have made a change in the scoring system of the Asylum. Now on the sanity meter, instead of 5 levels, there are now 10. And if they commit one of these certain actions that is listed, the meter will go up to how much the action is worth. And now with that out the way, it is time to commence rehabilitation. Chapter 1, Junpei, the Fool. Poor old little Junpei. A very tragic tale, to be honest. Now, as we can see, this little is getting his ass beat by some bullies. And why they beating his ass, you may ask? Simple. They was trying to impress a bitch.
Really, nigga?
Some mid at that. Look at her strong ass face, nigga. Oh, sharp ass chin, bitch built like the nigga chin. And then look at this sorry ass teacher just watching the student getting his ass beat like, shit, that ain't my problem. It's lunchtime, nigga. So they end up beating his ass, then posting it on Instagram, clowning him, because obviously these dudes is trying to run a train on them tracks. But later on after this, Junpei goes to the movies to skip school. And while he's at the movie, what do you know? The Three Stooges are there yapping their ass off with their goddamn cell phone in the goddamn theater. That fucking bright ass cell phone light, turn that shit the fuck off. And then they hear yapping like, yo man, I think she's gonna let us hit, bruh. But out of nowhere, this dirty ass nigga pops up right behind them and says, oh my gosh, you guys are so rude. Didn't you read the disclaimer? No cellular devices allowed. And this man uses his special, disgusting ass technique, idle transfiguration, or what I like to call it, the cheese touch. And he transforms these niggas into, I don't know. The first dude looked like he got a pair of testicles on his head. The second nigga looking like Roger from American Dad. And the third dude, I don't know, bro just gave him a big ass forehead. But right off the bat, boom, that's a multi-kill. This nigga's a level 2 right out the gate. And you know what? For putting his dirty ass unwashed hands on another man's face? Yeah, that's unhinged behavior at a half. So after Junpei just witnessed a triple homicide, Junpei thought to himself, oh my God, I just witnessed a whole serial killer. But he did kill my bullies, and that was kind of cool. I think I'm gonna go follow him. So this dumb ass nigga decides to follow bro down a dark alley. Like, bro, are you dumb? Nigga just witnessed a triple homicide and said, let me go follow the killer. But no, this is where we start to see how despicable this man Mahito is. So he turns around and says, you can see me, yes. I see you want to learn the dark arts, yes. And obviously, since Junpei is basically having a terrible life right now, he's like, yeah, teach me what you just did, bro. So Mahito takes him back to his evil lair in the sewers, and he just starts teaching him about cursed spirits and cursed energy, and is obviously just manipulating and taking advantage of a kid with a pretty shitty mental state right now. So then later on one day, he ends up hearing something down the tunnel, and while he's looking down at Mahito pops in his face, and he tells him, you hear it, don't you, boy? My experiments, would you care to take a look? So he takes him back here and he shows him this big ass glob and tells him, now you see my young boy, this is Big Bertha. She was a fat bitch I found on the side of the road. So I wondered, could I make her even bigger? But no, it gets worse. Then this nigga says, you see that little turd you're holding in your hand? That was a midget named Eduardo. You know what I mean? He was already a midget, so I wanted to see if I could make him even smaller.
This nigga is trash.
This man is disgusting. He is out here doing human experimentation. And what makes it worse, these people are technically still alive. This is straight unhinged behavior. Like, this nigga is a different type of sick. He is treating humans like Play-Doh. So later on after this, Nanami ends up finding Mahito's hideout and wastes no time. He pulls a machete on this ugly bastard. So he ends up chopping off his hand. But just look at this nasty nigga. Bro's just twirling around his hand like helicopter, helicopter. So then he fixes his hand and pulls out more of his cursed turds and just starts shooting them at him. They got the damn gum fruit. And this next part is just terrible. Look at this. Nanami standing on the thing and the cursed turd starts talking and saying, just reminding us that these people are still alive. They just got turned into Play-Doh. So then Mahito rushes them and hits him with the dose of the cheese touch. And then look at him bag up. This nigga got horse legs. Blood turned into a stallion. More. And he had Nanami on his heels. He was like, hell no. So Mahito ends up hitting him off this ledge and gives us a nice good daily dose of zest. Cause why are his toes out?
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Dog, who animated this scene? This nigga got his stinky ass, nasty ass toes out and everything. Straight diabolical. So Nanami cuts off Bro's foot, tells him, put on some shoes, you dirty ass nigga. And Bro said, I'm making a strategic retreat, my nigga, because you stink. And just drops a bunch of debris on him. And then after the fight, look at this nasty bastard. This nigga turned into a fucking worm. Like, bro, what is that? Nigga built like the Alaskan bullworm. So after the fight with Nanami, tragedy occurs with yours truly behind it. So Junpei and Itadori end up becoming pretty good friends. Shit, Itadori's even at his house sharing a meal with him and his mom. But after Itadori leaves, one of Sukuna's fingers appear at his house in front of his mama. And well, someone behind her was looking real hungry. The next morning, his mama's corpse is discovered, and half of the body is bit off from the waist down. And well, guess who probably set this shit up? Oh, you guessed it. Ta-da! This motherfucker. This man planted one of Sukuna's fingers in his house and got his mama killed. And guess what? It wasn't just Mahito. Geto had some shit to do with this as well. These scheming ass niggas. But no, here's the crazy part. After his mom's death, Mahito starts talking to him and saying, oh man, I'm so sorry about your mom, bro. Obviously somebody set you up with this finger. Do you know anybody that was a jujutsu sorcerer that was probably in your house last night having dinner with you?
Is this nigga serious?
Sick ass nigga, bro. Man is out here trying to set Itadori up, bro. Diabolical ass nigga at a half. So later on after this, Mahito and Geto end up going to Junpei's high school and they end up casting a veil, and Junpei walks in looking like a school you know who and just starts to beat the shit out of one of his bullies because he thinks that he paid Yuji to set him up. Oh man, the way he manipulated this kid is horrible. So for like a good 5 minutes, Itadori and Junpei have a little squabble. So after they're done with their little friendly squabble and Itadori uses talk no jutsu, Mahito comes from the stairs and he's like, hey, how's it going, guys? Are you guys done f***ing around yet? And Bro uses gear third and pins Itadori on the wall. So Junpei's like, oh, what's going on? Mahito, stop this. You're not a bad person.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
So after Junpei finally comes to his senses, Mahito comes behind him and tells him, kids these days, y'all little niggas will believe anything now, won't you? You, my friend, are a fool. It turns this nigga into a fat alligator. What the fuck is that? Nigga turned him into a fusion of Pumbaa, Barney, and a fucking crocodile. And this is just sad, bro. Look at him hanging on for dear life. Itadori, help me. I was a dumbass. And tragically, Junpei dies. This motherfucker is sick, bro. We're not even through chapter 1, and this nigga is already halfway. Oh, this nigga is sick. Bro took advantage of a bullied kid and said, I'ma use you as my little plaything. So after this, bruh, Mahito gets his ass whooped, and very rightfully so. Niggas like, oh my god, is my nose bleeding? And Itadori was whooping his ass. Look at him grab his own noodle arm. Bro said, sit your dumb ass down with that bootleg ass gum fruit, nigga. Shit, even Nanami came in. Bro said, let me get some licks on this dirty ass motherfucker. And I mean, I don't blame him. Look at this diabolical fuck. Bro puked out some turds and said,
Fetch me their soul!
but then look at this glorious scene when they just start jumping the shit out of this nigga. And then just look at him getting hit like, and they just hitting him like, bow, 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 jump that pussy nigga. Bro's getting his ass beat so bad he had to panic. Oh, bro pressed Q and said domain expansion. So he ends up trapping Nanami in here in this musty ass domain expansion. But here comes the MC coming to save the day. And then we know what happened next. Big Dog said, get your dirty ass on my face, nigga. And dropped the damn Patchy the pirate patch face bum. And bro knew he was cooked. So he had to turn into Cell when he was about to blow up the earth and pop like a balloon to make his retreat. Bruh. And then just look at this musted, dusted, dirty son of a bitch just sitting in these damn sewers like, that was fun. Niggas thought that little bum ass boy was gonna join the main cast. Psych. Chapter 2, a bloody Halloween. Now, before we even get to the Halloween night, we have to observe the casualty before that night. And that is none other than Mechamaru. Now, I'm not even gonna hold y'all. The man went out like a G. I mean, he pulled out a whole fucking mech. Dude pulled up in the Ava and booted his dirty ass across the country. And look, he wasn't even done. Mahito came back for some more, just to get hit with the left and sent flying. But sadly for Mechamaru, even though his mecha was cool, he had to get reminded that he was just a side character. So Mahito ends up killing him. And what makes it sad, this man just got his body back from being crippled for his entire life. And he was about to meet his shorty with his actual self and got smoked. So after that first incident, later on that night, we see this dirty bastard again, about to commit his most horrid act of all time. So Itadori ends up finding this lady that looks absolutely traumatized and is in a vegetable state. So we ask her, hey, everything good? No. Monsters. Everybody turned into monsters. Patch face nigga. Then she ends up turning into Megamind and just falls over and dies. And then Itadori ends up realizing, oh God, we're cooked.
5 minutes later.
This is your conductor, Mahito. Now please stand clear as the train arrives for your death. I mean, to take you home, yes, to take you home. Finally, man, let me out of here, bro. Hip hip hooray, we're saved. Come on, man, move. Get me on the train. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to our first level 10. So he releases all of these transfigured humans and chaos just ensues. And this is not just in the train station. Nigga, this is everywhere. The outside is literally just hell on earth. This girl gets thrown into a sign. Water right here just gets ate. And somebody right here getting their ass just tooted. Whoever was the person that got transfigured right here, that brother must have been starving. And there are just bodies everywhere, dude. And who do all these kills belong to? And guess who? Your favorite dirty, musty, patch-faced son of a bitch. Diabolical bastard, I'll tell you that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since Mahito has hit the almighty level 10, any action committed from this point on will now count as bonus stars. The more diabolical shit he does, the more stars he gets. And trust me, he gon' need them, because later on, we end up seeing a crippled Nanami. And this man looks cooked. Literally half his body is burnt off. And so while he's fighting for his life against like a million something transfigured humans, you can tell that he's on his last stand because it's showing shots of him on the beach. So after he's done killing all of them, Mahito appears behind him and tells him, it's you, the one who survived the cheese touch. You know I will never forget the day that you jumped me. And blows this nigga up. Jesus Christ, bro. This sick fuck just blew this this man's a body up right in front of Itadori. So now it's time for the final battle. The traumatized 15-year-old versus the patch-faced bastard. So Itadori goes in for the swing and gets rocked. Man gets sent flying and he's got a fat-ass scar on his head now. And I could tell the figurine companies are going crazy right now. They like, ooh, new character design just dropped. That's a Funko Pop. And look at him coming for the swing. Hey! Man made the cut even deeper. Gotta make sure that new character design sticks. So then this is where Mahito does some more sick shit. So Itadori asks him how you can play with innocent people's lives like this. And he smiles at him and turns his head into Junpei. And look at this trolling. Yeah, you couldn't save your friend, huh? Yeah. Stupid nigga. This is just disgusting, bro. Absolutely unhinged behavior right here. In this whole fight, he was just being diabolical. Bro turned his arm into a cannon thinking he's Samus, started spamming the shit out of Gear 3rd, and then they get in the elevator and he tries to kiss the nigga.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Like, dog, that's harassment. Back the fuck up. But nah, what he does right here is horrible. Itadori ends up finding these two dudes, and they like, hey man, you better get over here. There's monsters everywhere. So Itadori's like, listen guys, you gotta get out of here. And he gets punched in the mouth. Hell no, he was hiding in this man's body. This is disgusting. Oh, and you didn't think it could get worse? He grabs bro right here and makes him a sword. No. No, bro. I do not care what anybody says. This is the worst death of this entire series. I have to know what's going on inside this man's head right now. Like, why did you have to do this? This man must have watched that one isekai reincarnated as a sword and said, let me see if I could do that. And this man still wasn't done killing the innocents. Look at him. Blood said, no, human cob. And bro just gets sent flying. This nigga is sick. It's like at this point, this man's entire arsenal is just using innocent human beings. Look at him, he even made this man's head explode to flashbang, bro. So Mahito's about to kill him, but bro ends up getting blasted from the inside out, because apparently dude had a double the whole time that was fighting Nobara, and she hit that boy with the band hammer. So while he's basically stunned, Itadori pops off on bro. I'm talking like Tekken combo type shit. Like this man literally could not move. Look at him, he even grabbed him and threw him on the wall just to combo him some more. And look at him hit the finisher. KO. So after this man got juggled on the wall and hit with the nastiest combo of the decade, he was like, yeah, no, I cannot go out like this. So this man turned into some Despicable Me minions and decided to make his great escape just to do some more horrendous shit. So he ends up running into his double. And guess who was chasing behind that other double? Oh, hell no! Yeah, so y'all probably know where this is going. Bro rubs his nasty ass hands on Nobara's face and gives her the cheese touch. And you knew it was over for her because they did a whole 20-minute backstory. Like, bro, that's how you know she was cooked. And yeah, man, shit went cloud. Man, I don't even want to talk about this shit no more, bro. This damn shitty fucktard bastard. See, look, now I'm at the point that I'm just saying shit. Like, this man has put Itadori through like years of pain in the amount of 10 minutes. Like, he's literally putting everybody that he knows in a pack. And look at this fuck nigga. Bro hits him with a black flash. Now he's still in his moves. He's just looking at him, beating his ass and telling him, yeah, what the fuck do you think this is, nigga? What? You thought this was gonna be some Team 7 Naruto bullshit? Nah, nigga, this is JJK. No happy endings allowed. And then he just beat this man over and over again. This man Itadori was cooked. But when all hope seemed lost and you in a dark place, there is one person that could save you, and that's your brother. So Big Bro Toto pulled up and said, I'ma need you to back up, little bro. Out here fucking with my brother. So then he told Itadori, get your ass up, little bro. What the fuck the big booty hoes gonna think of your ass if you on your knees, nigga? But then Mahito ends up attacking him, but dog clapped and kicked the shit out of his ass and said, I'ma need you to back up. Me and my brother is trying to have a sentimental moment. So the tall and big booty loving tag team champions was ready to defend their title against Patchy the Bum. And they did not waste no time. They started cooking this nigga. It got to the point where Mahito got desperate and had to do some more hellacious shit. And what do I mean by that? Turning 2 more people into swords. Dog. He did it again. At this point, bro, this man is a walking definition of diabolical. Like, he's just doing shit just because. So they had to get his bum ass up on out of here. Toto had to hit this man with this plus ultra looking ass black flash and send his musty ass flying. You could probably smell his must throughout Shibuya. So Mahito said, "Out of hell with this," and pukes out a shitload of doo-doo turds to send them all the way up to the surface. And then Itadori came in for the fucking pig just to get grabbed and thrown into the crater. And then this nasty ass boy decided to risk it all. So he tries to do a 0.2 second domain expansion and got some hands coming out his mouth and shit with his hot ass breath. And before he activated, he needed permission from Sukuna. He was like, "Hey man, I just want to make sure I'm not touching you, big bro." And gives Toto's hand every single disease that he has. So he had to chop that shit off. He was like, "Nah, nigga, I'm STD free." So then Mahito's gut checks him with a black flash. But Toto ate it with the power of his parasocial relationship with Tanaka-chan. Like, shit, I guess this is an inside look of the mind of a tier 3 Twitch sub. Bro thought to himself, if I beat this nigga ass, she gonna let me hit? Then Itadori tags in and smacks his dirty ass like 30 yards. So now Mahito is on his last legs. So out of pure desperation, this man turned himself into a Frieza looking ass transformation. Bruh said, "Come at me, monkey." And he started eating everything. His body just made out of steel. Luke Cage ass nigga. And he picks him up and slams his ass. And he done beat the hell out of Itadori. Look, his mouth even slid open. So they both go in for a final swing, but Mahito's body ends up fucking up. And it was finally over for this sick fuck. Toto makes Itadori swap places and blasts the bone. And look at this pathetic son of a bitch. Bro tried to puke out some more turds and ended up realizing, "Oh, no, I'm out of ammo." And then Itadori just stands over and tells him,
"You are a worthless, bitch ass nigga. Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant. You serve no purpose in life. You should kill yourself now."
And look at this pathetic ass running away like, and then he runs into Geto, and bro gets hit with the whole ass princess and the frog death.
I just need a little more time. No, please, no. Just a little more time. I promise I'll pay you back. I promise.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this motherfucker will be locked in this bitch for eternity with a whopping level 10 with over 8 stars. This bastard does not need to ever see the light of day ever again. So get comfortable, you dirty, diabolical son of a bitch, because you will spend eternity in the deepest, darkest pits in the asylum. You sick fuck.
They also received help from a Seath the Scaleless, a dragon who betrayed his own kind. Now that the new lords were on top of the food chain, the Age of Ancients was no more and the Age of Fire had begun. This period would last thousands of years until we get to today. Currently, the fire is fading and it needs to be rekindled in order to keep it lit. But doing this is not as simple as it sounds. You may have noticed I forgot to talk about the Pygmy. Well, the Pygmy had a unique soul called the Dark Soul. Using his soul, he created something called humanity. He would then share this humanity with his people. These Dark Soul imbued people became known as humans. The Pygmy is essentially our ancestor. Gwyn feared this power though and created the Dark Sign, which inadvertently caused the undead curse. This isn't explained much in Dark Souls 1, but it is by far the most important plot in the whole series. And while I just wanted to talk about this game for the whole video, this needs to be explained or else the rest of the video going forward will make no sense. The Undead Curse, the Dark Sign, and the fading of the fire are all linked. The Dark Soul gets more powerful the closer the fire is to fading, thus meaning humans should get more powerful over time. But Gwyn screwed humanity twice, by rekindling the flame, thus removing our chance at power, but also by branding humans with the Dark Sign. Think of this as a literal wall of fire that prevents the Dark Soul within men from getting too powerful. The Dark Sign only activates when the flame is fading, because that is when the Dark Soul within men starts to grow stronger. This Dark Sign also prevents humans from dying, but it also causes them to go undead. These fleshy creatures were once undead humans, but they have crossed the barrier of no return. Even though humans are able to revive after death, eventually this will cause them to lose their humanity, lose their minds, and lose their purpose, causing them to go hollow. hollow. These creatures are hollows, beings who don't even remember who they are, where they are, or what they're even doing. Gwyn likes being on top, and he fears the day that he will lose his power, so he'll do anything he can to prevent that from happening. He did this by branding humanity with the dark sign, but by also rekindling the flame, which is known as the first sin. See, the world is like a set of operations. Things are born, but eventually they'll die. But then more things will be born, only to die soon after. That's just the way the world works. But Gwyn broke the laws of the world by rekindling the first flame. It was meant to be extinguished, but due to Gwyn wanting to hold on to what he held dear, he couldn't dare see it go. He sacrificed himself by using himself as kindling for the first flame. Since he had one of the 4 original Lord Souls that came from the first flame, it was deemed sufficient enough to be used as fuel, and thus the Gauge of Fire continued. But as we know, it is fading once more. The undead curse is back, humans are turning hollow, and the world is in chaos. Doesn't this sound like a fantastic story? That's because it is. This intro and even the game display a sense of desperation within our characters. How far are people willing to go to get what they want or keep what they have? And while each of their desires is different, it always comes out the same. Dark Souls 1 is just the start, but the actions of its characters will continue to echo throughout the entire trilogy, and we're just getting started. After the opening cinematic, we get to see the state of the world as it is today, or at least the state of this prison. We're an undead that is sitting in their cell awaiting the end of the world. But one day we're given the key to our cell and are able to leave. This person is Oscar, and he speaks of a prophecy.
There is an old saying in my family, "Thou who art undead art chosen. In thine exodus from the undead asylum, maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know."
This prophecy also happens to be the main objective of the game, but it's only the first part. The rest we'll have to discover later. The intro of Dark Souls 1 sets up a new world by showcasing multiple important events in the world's history, and also gives us enough information to understand the basic premise of the game, while also purposely withholding some of that information to give us a reason to seek out said information. One thing we need to consider though is our character's motivations. Why even bother making the trip to Lordran, the Land of Lords? Well, what else is there to do? It's the end of the world and you were just given the keys to your cell, allowing you to explore the world to your heart's content. Even if you're convinced that life is doomed and the world as we know it will disappear for good, why not make the most out of it? Have some fun, kill some hollows. It's a whole lot better than rotting in a cell. With our objective laid out to us thanks to Oscar, we can now set out to Lordran and ring the bells. Technically the first area you're meant to go is the Undead Burg, but one wrong step and you can make it to New Londo. Out of all the Souls games, Dark Souls 1 will provide the best blind playthrough, as due to its connected world, players will go in different directions, which in turn will create different experiences. New Londo is actually a late game area, since the enemies here are quite strong and the boss at the end of the level is quite tough, but you may stumble upon this area by accident within 5 minutes of arriving. This is due in part to Dark Souls 1's level design, which may have the best level design in the whole franchise. It's been coined as a Metroidvania, a genre that started with the games Metroid and Castlevania. These games have non-linear progression, as many areas can be accessed right away, but others can't, causing the player to go around the map looking for the key, then running back to that same location. Such as this door that leads to Havel, which can only be found in the Darkroot Basin past a boss. The door is found pretty early on in your playthrough, but the key is found much later. Plus, you'll also have to remember where that key goes. You'll be doing lots of running in this game. The highlight of one of my play sessions was going from Blighttown to Andre because I forgot to ascend my weapon before a boss fight, meaning I had to take a 3-minute walk up to him, then a 3-minute walk back down. In future titles, this would be remedied by fast travel, but Dark Souls 1 doesn't have fast travel initially, and even when you do gain the power of fast travel via the Lord Vessel, it's not the typical fast travel we're familiar with, as we're only allowed to travel to specific bonfires. These decisions further immerse the player into the world as it's all one connected level, and since they're all connected, that means you can see certain levels from different places, such as Blighttown, which is visible from Firelink Shrine. So not only was the level design of each area taken into account, but also how the levels connected to one another and how this connection would affect other areas. Regardless of where you end up though, whether that be New Londo or Undead Burg, the very first enemies you'll come to see are these hollow men, like the ones back in the asylum. All the undead we see here are humans who have lost their humanity, causing them to go hollow. And now since we are human, we should go hollow too. However, it's a bit more meta than that. Hollowing is a bit hard to define, as everyone can go hollow for different reasons, but the two main ideas seem to stem from constant death or a loss of purpose. Given that our character is set on ringing the bells, he never goes hollow despite being being undead, as he still has a purpose. Should the player quit and uninstall the game, they would lose their purpose, so permanently quitting the game is sort of like hollowing in a sense. I don't think everything needs to be explained with lore, so this is more than likely just a gameplay mechanic, but that's how I've interpreted hollowing. On our way to the Bells of Awakening, we'll come across various different locations, but sadly there isn't a whole lot of backstory involved in their creation. Locations like Undead Burg are just undead settlements, and the Valley of Drakes is just a valley filled with drakes. The only exceptions, though, are Ash Lake and Blighttown. Blighttown is next to a location called the Depths, and at the end of the Depths is the Gaping Dragon. And while an interesting boss, what's more important is the arena. We can see water coming from the depths and going into the sewer system, which leads to Blighttown. According to various keys in the game, we can piece together that those who previously lived in the Undead Burg but were banished from the settlement were sent to Blighttown as punishment. This is reinforced by the giant door that separates the sewer system from the outside world. But this water from the sewer is poisonous. Well, in Blighttown there's a spell called Poison Mist, and according to its description, it seems that Enki, this egg-bearing individual, may have caused this as he was the creator of the Poison Mist spell. It's not fully confirmed that he did this, but it's clear that Blighttown isn't in the greatest state. And it's due to the circumstances surrounding Blighttown that the townsfolk seem to have built above the water in hopes of getting away from it. This is a common theme in these games of things being built on top of one another, as we see Blighttown above the swamp, the depths above Blighttown, and the Undead Burg above all that. The idea of pushing things down and leaving them to fester is also a common theme within this game, but not everything is in such a sad state. As at the lowest point of Lordran, we see Ash Lake, a seemingly infinite land filled with arc trees that are surrounded by an equally infinite body of water. For the purposes of Ash Lake, this seems to be where the dragons used to live, or at least one part of it, as it's eerily similar to the environment in the intro, which we do know was the land of the everlasting dragons. We can even find one of the few remaining dragons down here in Ash Lake. He's a part of the Dragon Covenant in-game, and from various descriptions, it seems like many people worship the dragons and tried to ascend to their level. It's unclear, though, if that worked. Once the player feels confident in their fighting abilities, they can approach the bosses defending the Bells of Awakening, these being the Bell Gargoyles and Chaos Witch Quelaag. After bringing both bells, we'll see that Sen's Fortress, a place that was originally blocked with a large gate, is now open. But if we travel back to Firelink Shrine, we'll find a primordial serpent named Frampt. He claims to be a close friend of Gwyn's, and also claims to know our fate.
Very well. Then I am pleased to share. Chosen Undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
Just like before, this second part of the prophecy also happens to be our newest objective, but Frampt is quite a complex character. If certain conditions are met within the game, we can also be granted an audience with Koth. He, however, tells us a different story.
Your ancestor claimed the dark soul and waited for fire to subside, and soon the flames did fade, and only dark remained. Thus began the Age of Men, the Age of Dark.
So it wasn't just the fact that the fire was fading that caused Gwyn to rekindle it, the flame actually went out. Furthermore, despite being the same species, both Frampt and Koth have different views on the world. Frampt wants to keep the Age of Fire going, but Koth wants to usher in an Age of Darkness. The question is, who do we trust? Well, that's up to you, as these are the two endings of the game. Extinguish the flame or rekindle it. The choice is yours. What is important to note, though, is their motivations. Why are they doing this? Why are they against each other? Well, we still don't know, and it's been a widely debated topic that hasn't been given a proper answer yet. Regardless, I don't think you should trust any of them. Frampt claims that the undead curse will be cured if we link the flame, but this isn't correct. As we'll see in Dark Souls 2 and 3, the curse is still present. Frampt and Koth are like politicians. They say what needs to be said, but never elaborate. By technicality, the undead curse will be cured when we link the flame. As we know, the dark sign only appears when fire fades. And if it's not fading, then the curse of the dark sign is gone, which means the curse goes with it. But it will eventually come back. Things are meant to run their course, so over time the fire will fade again and the curse will come back, just not in our character's lifetime. Frampt, whether intentional or not, is leading the player to believe that the curse will disappear permanently, when indeed it only just disappears for a few thousand years. But Koth is also lying, as he isn't fully explaining what this Age of Darkness entails, and as we'll see, Koth isn't exactly the nicest person in the Souls universe. I've always seen these two as immortal beings, ones that are ageless, and due to this, when the time comes, they like to move the pieces a bit and see what happens. Koth and Frampt are basically playing a long game of chess, but without the stakes. Regardless of who wins, they both continue to live. One just managed to convince the chosen undead more, so why not cause a bit of chaos? A lie or two here wouldn't hurt anybody, as it's just extra pieces on the board to them. To this day, we still don't know what they really want from us and whether their goals they conveyed to us were actually genuine. My interpretation of these could be wildly incorrect, but that's the beauty of these games. They allow you to shape your own story and create your own adventure, and in my story, I don't trust these two. Regardless of who you believe, the one thing they agree on is that we need the Lord Vessel, thus we need to get to Anor Londo. To get there, we'll need to pass through Sen's Fortress, a place filled with deadly traps and is easily the most infuriating area in the whole game. The fortress is also used as a sort of trial, as this leads us to Anor Londo, but many people have tried and failed to get there. This is of course due to the numerous traps throughout the fortress and the Iron Golem at the top, although he was surprisingly the easiest part of the fortress. Once the Golem is defeated, we are then grabbed by these demons and taken to Anor Londo. It's hard to forget your first time in Anor Londo. Nothing up until this point has been more extravagant and beautiful looking than this place, and that's what makes it so memorable. In a world devoid of beauty and color, there's this incredible place that just exists, but it's on the other side of the wall. But something is off. It feels empty, like we showed up late to a party, and in a more metaphorical and literal sense, we have. This place is gorgeous, but if you'll excuse the pun, it's also quite hollow. Lots of your time in Anor Londo is spent walking, but if you manage to make it past these giants and exploit the AI of these Silver Knights, then you'll make it to the climactic fight of Ornstein and Smough. ONS is undoubtedly my favorite fight in Dark Souls 1. The balance of these two is unmatched, as Ornstein is a quick, nimble fighter that can go halfway across the arena just to hit you, but his damage is nowhere near as staggering as the force that is Smough. Whereas Ornstein instills fear from his speed, Smough's fear comes from his power. Ornstein at the beginning of the fight is more or less a pushover. He does deal decent damage, but it's not enough to warrant a healing item. But no amount of damage resistance, especially this early on, could protect you from Smough's hammer, and one hit from this hammer can make Ornstein seem a lot more threatening. Their power grows from the other's presence, as the more Ornstein chips at your health, the closer you are to being within one-shot range of Smough, and if Smough hits you once, well, there's nothing that can compare to that level of stress. They feed off each other in such a balanced way. In fact, they actually feed on each other, as whoever falls first becomes the power source for the other. Their health also goes back to full, so it's never about dwindling them down over time, it's committing to one and sticking with it. The problem is knowing when to strike and how. Given how well they complement each other, it might seem like there's never an opening, and that's what makes them such a difficult fight. All that's required though from the player is patience. It's arguably one of the best fights in the game, and even the series as a whole, and I can finally see why. While ONS may seem like the climactic finish to the level, hold your load, as behind them is the real climax, the Princess of Sunlight, Guinevere. Feel free to interpret climax however you want. She is the one who gives us the Lord Vessel we need to progress through the game, but as I said earlier, it feels like we arrived late to a party. Well, I wasn't lying. Once the post-nut clarity settles in, if we attack Guinevere, the world of Anor Londo shows its true colors, and reveals that it's just as depressing as everything else in Lordran, and the one responsible for this illusion is Darksong Gwyndolin. Gwyndolin is an interesting case to me, as he was the last-born child of Gwyn, who was a male but was raised as a female. This was due to his strong affinity with moon magic. I'm not sure what the connection is, but maybe it's some sort of cultural thing where the moon is seen as a sort of feminine symbol, which would actually explain a lot regarding a future game and two of its characters. Gwyndolin also created the illusion of Anor Londo to seemingly entice the chosen undead to continue their duty. Remember, Gwyndolin only appears when we kill Guinevere's illusion, meaning that this is actually Gwyndolin speaking to us through his sister. He also shares the same viewpoints as Frampt, which is interesting as he's basically telling us to kill his father and continue the Age of Fire. Gwyndolin seems to want to hold on to the power his family has and keep things running smoothly, which is why he wants the Age of Fire to continue so that his family and their powers can stay. And the reason why he created the illusion of Anor Londo was also to desperately hold on to the past. I guess it runs in the family then. As for how Guinevere fits into this, well, she was Gwyn's second-born child, who, like many other deities, left Anor Londo. She would then meet with a flame god Flann and later become his wife. Besides these two, Gwyn had 2 other children, but we'll have to wait for Dark Souls 3 to discuss more about them. So Anor Londo, the City of Gods, this place that was supposed to be seen as a beacon of hope to all within Lordran, is just an illusion. But Anor Londo isn't the only illusion of Lordran. By making our way to the painting inside the city, upon touching it, we're thrown into the painted world of Ariamis. Ariamis as a concept is fascinating, as it's this world within a world, and these people inside the painting could possibly never know of the world outside of it. From exploring this hidden world, we learn that Ariamis was made for things the gods feared. Ariamis is home to the followers of Velka, and Velka is known as the goddess of sin. Furthermore, this is the only location in the game where you can find the Dark Ember, which according to its item description is used to make occult weaponry, weapons that were favorable amongst those who plan to kill the gods and their kin. Velka was more than likely someone who wanted to hunt the gods but was killed or thrown into the painting. It's clear that this place has a malicious history behind it, but it's not all bad, as the person who watches over Ariamis is crossbreed Priscilla. Priscilla is a half-human, half-dragon crossbreed. Due to this unique birth, she also gains some unique abilities, mainly the ability of Life Hunt, which she uses on her scythe. These powers of hers could threaten the gods' rule, so they also threw her into the painted world. But what's rather interesting is Priscilla herself. She's the only boss in the game that doesn't want to fight us. She even tells us how to leave Ariamis, meaning not only does she have no intent of enacting revenge, but she knows how to leave yet refuses. Priscilla may have felt how these new arrivals feel, but instead of using vengeance, she uses acceptance, and instead welcomes these people into her painted world. It's actually quite wholesome, and is the reason why I couldn't kill her. Every boss in this game is hellbent on killing me, so when I finally discovered one that didn't want to, and in fact helped me, I couldn't refuse. So I left, with the hope that Priscilla would be able to make this place a proper home for her people. This whole area is swarming with hollows and other creatures that want nothing more than to kill us, but they were either tricked into here or thrown in because the gods willed it. And yeah, some of them probably do belong in here, but if Priscilla is set on making this place a home for those who have found themselves here, then who am I to intervene? After acquiring the Lord Vessel, when we meet with Koth or Frampt, they'll tell us that to gain access to Gwyn, we must gather the remaining Lord Souls and use them to satiate the Lord Vessel. These Lord Souls belong to 4 individuals: Seath the Scaleless, the Witch of Izalith, Nito, and the 4 Kings, 3 of whom you will have already recognized. From here, we can tackle the game in any order we want, so let's start with the 4 Kings. The 4 Kings are, well, 4 kings who ruled over New Londo. They were given fragments of Gwyn's soul, which is why we need to kill them. You may recognize their boss location, as this is the same dark abyss that we met Koth in. Well, long ago, the 4 kings were tricked by Koth and were consumed by the abyss. This caused the kings to go mad, and this also caused the citizens to either become these blobs of mass or the Dark Wraith soldiers. This area really utilizes the environment to tell its tale, as this place is overrun by the ghosts of the villagers, and when we actually unlock the door to lower New Londo, we see piles of corpses scattered throughout the land. Koth single-handedly destroyed an entire city simply by tricking its inhabitants and unleashing the abyss upon them. While the mass extinction of a city sounds bad, there is still more destruction to be seen. One thing you may have noticed is a severe lack of human bosses. Quelaag would probably count as the first one you'd meet, although she's sort of half-human, but there's a reason for this, as this has to do with the Witch of Izalith. While Gwyn was frantically running around trying to figure out what to do with the flame, the Witch of Izalith had a plan. She was going to create a new flame that would replace the first flame, but she attempted to create a replica in the presence of the very thing that was created, which brought with it massive consequences. The Witch of Izalith wanted to create a new first flame, but there was already a first flame present in the world. There can't be 2 first flames. Due to this, the flame that she created couldn't be contained for long, causing it to erupt, and this not only consumed her and her children, but also created new life, as it gave birth to demons. The Asylum, Taurus, and Capra Demon, roughly the first 3 bosses in the game, were created from this event. In fact, anything that has the word demon in it is most likely derived from this flame of chaos. But not only was new life created, old life was altered. All of Izalith's family who were caught in the explosion were all transformed into demons themselves. Chaos Witch Quelaag, the Fair Lady, and Ceaseless Discharge are 3 of Izalith's children. Just as Gwyn was desperate to continue the Age of Fire in an attempt to keep what he had, so too did Izalith, but the consequences are a reflection of her actions. In an attempt to give life to something bright and warm, she ended up giving life to something cold and dark. She also wanted to extend the Age of Fire in order to continue her prosperous life with her children, but by doing so, she ended up making their lives a living hell. Not a single person in this family tree is living a robust life anymore. Quelaag and her sister, the Fair Lady, are half demon and are more than likely suffering from their condition, as told to us by the Fair Lady.
Quelaag, what is it? sister.
Ceaseless Discharge was covered in lava source and birth, so his life was a living hell from the start. The Flame of Chaos just made it worse. Ceaseless Discharge, just like Priscilla, doesn't actually want to fight us. It's only until we steal this clothing set that he attacks us. This clothing set rests upon a grave that belonged to his sister Quelana, who he believes died in the explosion, when in fact she was the only one who escaped. Quelana will appear in Blighttown if the player is sufficient enough in Pyromancy. Quelana explains that she was the only one who made it out of the reaches of the Flame of Chaos. In fact, she was actually able to harness the power of the Flame of Chaos and create magic, which we know as Pyromancy. Quelana wants us to fulfill her duty for her, as she does not have the strength to go on. She instructs us that we need to put down her siblings and her mother so that they may rest in peace. This whole family dynamic is horrific, as Ceaseless believes that all his sisters are dead, even though Quelana is alive, and Quelana is only a few meters from her sister, and yet we can't tell her about this. Clearly, this is turning into a very depressing story, but it only gets worse. As we get closer to the final boss of the area, we'll meet with a pyromancer who is assumed to be another daughter of Izalith, although it's unclear why she is so far down in these ruins yet is completely unharmed. It's possible that she, like Quelana, escaped the Flame of Chaos, but this daughter came back to finish off the boss right behind her, or has possibly gone insane and is now defending said boss. And by going down this slide, we will meet this monstrosity who is the Bed of Chaos. This is the Witch of Izalith. One of the foremost powerful people in the world has been demoted to this deformed tree-like creature. There are also these orbs next to her that we need to destroy in order to damage her, and it's assumed by many that these are her other two daughters that were closest to her when the flame erupted. So we have two daughters stuck to their mother, two daughters who were half afflicted by the flame, a son who is arguably the most affected, and two daughters who managed to survive. One who doesn't have the strength to carry on anymore, and another who sits outside her mother's arena. This is by far the most depressing story I've ever had the misfortune of uncovering. The further we push into Lost Izalith, the more of the family we get to meet, allowing us to see the consequences of her actions. We can see the pain that all of them are in, as some of them are just wishing for their siblings back and others just want to stay alive. It's an awful story that all leads to the final fight with Izalith herself, and it is by far the most anticlimactic ending I've ever experienced. It is agreed upon by many that the Bed of Chaos is the worst fight in Dark Souls 1. The boss is insanely difficult, but it's not the difficulty itself that's the issue, it's why the boss is difficult. I would argue that just within the main game, the two hardest bosses are the Four Kings and Ornstein and Smough. ONS are difficult bosses because there's two of them. You have to have both on screen at all times or you'll lose this fight. This is balanced by having Ornstein be fast but not as lethal, and Smough being slow and hard hitting. It's a wonderful dichotomy that makes for a satisfying fight. And the Four Kings is a DPS check, as every 30 to 45 seconds a second king will spawn, and this will keep going until 4 on your screen at once. To succeed, you need to kill the current king before this happens. Both boss fights are hard but have weaknesses you can exploit. The Bed of Chaos has none. To defeat the boss, you need to destroy both orbs on her sides, then go down the middle inside of her so you can find the source of her power. She's actually extremely weak, as both the orbs and her die in one hit. It's getting there that's the issue. Her hand attack is oddly timed, and due to her design, it's unclear where her hitbox ends. After defeating one of the orbs, the floor will start to crumble, so not only do you need to avoid her attacks, but you'll also need to avoid the floor. There's also a strict path you're meant to follow for this fight, which will lead you right next to a broken piece in the flooring, so you'll more than likely get hit and fall in and die. The walk back to this boss is also just as atrocious, as you'll more than likely spend more time walking to the boss than actually fighting her. Thankfully, there is no reset involved in this boss, as every single run you've done is carried over to the next, as it essentially has unlimited checkpoints. It's like From Software knew it was bad, but still kept it in. Even if I actually enjoyed the fight, the payoff narratively isn't worth the time. We ventured further and further into the depths of Lost Izalith, coming across all of her children who were these hideous beasts that did incredible damage, and she's just a puzzle. The Witch of Izalith has one of the best backstories in the game, as the tale of her children is heartbreaking, and being able to see their conditions face to face does take a lot out of you, but it's completely soured by a boss fight that is mechanically and narratively a letdown. Our third Lord Soul belongs to Grave Lord Nito, and he's interesting, to say the least. Nito might have the most detailed boss design, but the most basic story out of all the four lords. If you were to just assume that Nito simply became the Grim Reaper and just administered death, you wouldn't be far off, which is a shame for someone of his importance. Gravelord Nito lives in the Tomb of Giants, which is accessed via the catacombs. Both of these areas share a similar theme of death, as this is where the dead are buried. So we know that he administers death, but what else does he do? Well, not much else. He does have a covenant that you can join, but their goal is just to spread more death across the world. It seems like he doesn't care about what's going on in the world, as the only reason he attacks you is because we're obviously here with malicious intent. Nito doesn't have any lore regarding his life during the Age of Fire, and it's just about him administering death. From this we can infer that Nito either doesn't care about the Age of Fire, or maybe even just wants the Age of Darkness to occur. The only other bit of lore surrounding him is a boss named Pinwheel, who is a necromancer, presumably made up of 3 people, as referenced by the number of masks on the body, who stole an item from him known as the Rite of Kindling. There are quite a few theories regarding Pinwheel, like the fact that Pinwheel was originally a father, but his wife and child died, so he attempted to resurrect them, but it failed, and some have stated further that he's still trying to figure out how to revive them, as we can see skeletons throughout the room, which could be seen as his test subjects. But other than that, we've pretty much discussed all of Nito. There isn't anything else to speak about, which is a real shame. His backstory has a massive amount of potential, but it just felt unfinished. There are no major themes tied to Nito. He just kinda exists. Our final Lord Soul belongs to Seath the Scaleless. Seath, as we remember, allied himself with our 4 lords and attacked the dragons. The reason he did this was because Seath, unlike the other dragons, was not immortal. All the other dragons had impenetrable scales that could not be broken with any type of weapon. Seath was not born with these scales, so in a sense he was not immortal. It was only until Gwyn was given their weakness from Seath, which we know is lightning, that Gwyn was able to pierce the dragon's scales and actually kill them. Seath was envious of his brethren, as they had what he didn't, so as thanks for working with Gwyn, he was named the Duke and given the Duke's archives, as well as some of Gwyn's Lord Soul for power. During the war, Seath found the Primordial Crystal, an item that gave him temporary immortality. But during this time in the Duke's archives, he eventually went mad with his experiments and his research. He is considered the grandfather of sorcery, as well as the creator of these creatures and the Moonlight Butterfly. Our first interaction with Seath is that he ends up killing us and throwing us in a prison cell. We can see that theme of desperation, as Seath is trying everything he can to get what he wants, but in the process it made him mad. He's not as mindful of his actions as he used to be, and is sort of a shadow of his former self. One thing I find interesting in this prison is the abundance of miracle-related items and the clothing that are scattered throughout the prison. It's possible that clerics were deemed suitable subjects for Seath experiments. Maybe this is due to their magical power or because they were so easy to defeat. To kill Seath though, we need to head to the Crystal Caves, which I was originally going to say was probably the worst level in this game due to half the map being invisible, but the walk to the boss is surprisingly straightforward. Venturing off that path though is where the problem lies. To defeat Seath, we need to break his primordial crystal so that we can sever his immortality, giving us a chance to kill him. The story of these lords caused a bit of an imbalance throughout my playthrough. You can go through Lost Izalith and the Demon Ruins, which is filled with rich lore, tons of backstory, and compelling bosses that fit with the lore surrounding the Witch of Izalith, but then you go to the Four Kings and just find out that they were lords of New Londo who got tricked by Koth and consumed by the Abyss. It feels jarring going from one to the other, as one feels thorough while the other feels incomplete, like you missed something or there was more that should have been said. I don't think every boss needs to have a multi-page Wikipedia article in order for it to be considered a good story. I think that the boss's story said what needed to be said in regards to the overarching plot, but I can't lie to you and tell you that I didn't leave these locations wanting more. I wanted to know more about the Four Kings and how they rose to power, and I wanted to know more about Nito and Seath in general, but I never got that. And I guess in a way, this could be viewed as a positive, as I didn't walk out of these places not wanting to learn them at all, but rather wanted to learn more. The game invested me so much into its story thanks to its characters and environmental storytelling that I wanted the game to provide me with more information on it. I wanted to be encapsulated by this story more than I already was. As with many Souls games, not all answers are explicitly told to us, but there was still a lot of burning questions I had that never got mentioned. With the Lord Souls in the vessel, we are now able to fight Gwyn, but we still have one final location we need to visit, which is the Land of Oolacile, accessed via the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, the one and only DLC that Dark Souls 1 would have. We start this DLC by defeating this gold golem that has a woman named Dusk captured inside. Dusk was the princess of a place called Oolacile. According to her, it's a place from an age that existed long ago. Hilariously enough, she doesn't actually say anything after this. You would think that the DLC would sort of spin a story that her home is in danger and we need to save her, but she doesn't actually tell us that. She just sells us sorceries. The DLC doesn't officially start though until we return back to her location with an item called the Broken Pendant, which causes us to get sucked into this portal and taken to Oolacile. As Dusk said, Oolacile is a place from long ago, and while you may be confused on how this fits within the geography of Lordran, this place is a lot closer than you think. In fact, we already ran through it to get to the DLC. The Darkroot Garden is Oolacile. This is evident by the tree enemies who have a similar design to these tree-like enemies, and the same plants that are only found in the Darkroot Garden are also found here as well. Oolacile was a city hundreds of years before the Darkroot Garden came to be, so something happened that made this place turn into the garden that we know of. Well, to understand the story of Oolacile, we need to talk to Elizabeth.
But Princess Dusk is here no longer. snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. And so I must ask, couldst thou once more play the saviour? An abyss was begat of the ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole of Ulasil. Knight Artorius came to stop this, but such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. Indeed, the abyss may be unstoppable, still.
These are the days, these are the days, these are the days of girlhood.
Oh yes, the upside down world of modernity, where men can be women and police can help criminals commit crimes. In Canada, where a car is stolen every 6 seconds, Toronto police have come up with an ingenious new idea to solve the problem. Just give the thieves the key to your car.
Constable Marco Ricciardi had a new message for vehicle owners who keep their fobs in Faraday pouches.
To prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door.
Problem solved. Why didn't anyone think of this before?
Leave your fobs at your front door.
One person who, after having their vehicle broken into 3 times, opted to leave their car unlocked, along with a big handwritten note indicating this so that would-be thieves don't break the window again. But why stop there? Worried about being mugged on the street? Just throw your iPhone and wallet on the ground. Worried about scammers cloning your credit card? Just give them your credit card details and all your passwords. Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh,
residents of the city will see a major change in the way police respond.
Wait, don't tell me. They won't respond, right?
They will no longer respond to calls that aren't considered in-progress emergency.
Right. Meanwhile, also in the US, after Don Lemon got fired by CNN, some thought he'd reinvented himself by signing a new contract with Elon Musk to produce a show on X. And in his first interview for the new gig, Lemon interviewed Elon Musk and proceeded to do precisely what he'd done for years on CNN.
Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats? I don't have to answer these questions.
Within about 5 minutes, Lemon ran back to CNN.
Illuminating in so many ways. All right, I have two things I want to ask you about that, Don.
And then whined about X cancelling his contract, claiming it contradicted Elon's support for free speech.
Not only do I believe in free speech, but apparently free speech absolutism doesn't apply when it comes to questions about him from people like me.
Maybe we're learning that a public square should not be privately owned.
That's funny, Don, because when Twitter, under its old ownership, banned Donald Trump, your stance on free speech was a little bit different.
Senator, nobody asked you to be the editor of the president's Twitter feed, the one he has been permanently barred from, the one he is whining about how they've taken away his freedom of speech. The fact is, these are private companies. They have no obligation to have anyone on their platform. The public square should not be privately owned. These are private companies. They have no obligation to have anyone on their platform. The public square should not be privately owned.
I believe in free speech.
Right, so private companies can do what they want and don't have to respect free speech. But Elon, in his capacity as the owner of a private company, must give you a platform or he's a free speech hypocrite. And you're still posting it all on X anyway.
You can even watch it on X because I'm still going to post it there.
Imagine destroying your career by being a CNN state media propagandist and turn
Yo, what's going on, guys? Bel'Veth is currently a top 5 jungler. Crit items being a bit better from a few patches back has certainly helped her quite a bit. The enemy team is incredibly magic damage heavy, which is going to be great because we're running a 62% win rate build. We're looking for a Kraken Slayer into Stridebreaker into Wit's End.
So, for some reason, we are discovering Draenor mobs all over the new zone, Kazakar. And I know, this might seem like such a minor detail here, just Blizzard being lazy and using placeholders from 10 years ago, but when you actually examine the lore, some details and implications, it is actually crazy. The Magdaron we had seen is actually a new model with 2 eyes, and it's not even a Magdaron. However, the Genesaur, it's called the Verdant Hulk, and apparently recently crashed into Azeroth, as in someone had summoned him. The Genesaur are Draenor demigods of the Evergrowth that once threatened to turn the entire planet into a wild jungle, until the heroic Agramar the Titan came in and created a construct in order to destroy them. Recent Titan lore shows us that the Titans are in fact lying most of the time. All this is happening right next to what appears to be the roots of Eluna here, the very first World Tree of Azeroth, planted by Elune and destroyed by the Titans, much like how the Evergrowth was destroyed by the Titans on Draenor. As we know, Elune is a cosmological being. Could she be behind the Evergrowth from Draenor, and these are her minions attempting to create a new nature hive mind on Azeroth? Or could this Genesaur be summoned by the Botani that escaped to the Barrens back in BFA and did in fact crash this guy in from Draenor? Let's examine all the lore that we have. If you guys want to buy Total War, Elder Scrolls, or any other game, you can get them at great prices with my Gamivo link. You can also get anything Warcraft related, gift cards and software, and all below market prices. Best of all, if you add my code DORON, you can get an even bigger discount, so make sure to check out my link in the description and get some amazing deals with Gamivo. So, I know this might sound like such a minor detail, you know, Doran once again with the crazy theories, making a mountain out of a molehill, but seriously, just hear me out, because when you examine the lore from Draenor, the fact that Agramar was involved, the right hand of Sargeras, the World Tree roots, which are so obvious in Kazakar, could this seriously be the start of some pretty big new lore, some pretty big setup? So here is the actual info right off the bat. We have discovered a Genesaur in the Ringing Deep zone in the new cinematic, as well as a Magdaron in the actual alpha. And I know what you may be thinking, I mean, big deal, this is literally early alpha, might as well just be some random placeholder model. I mean, for example, we had Talanji as a placeholder in the original cinematic for The War Within, and it was a placeholder for this new Dark Race, which got all of us to speculate, why is Talanji in this zone? But there is actually more information on these guys and more recent information. So the Magdaron are not actually Magdaron. They're called Deep Walkers that seem to be native to Azeroth, even though we have never actually seen them in the past. The official description states that this mob is called Orta the Broken Mountain, that is apparently an ancient being, but has been contaminated by the black blood that the Nerubians are wielding. This description would instantly suggest that this is a placeholder for a big elemental being, but it's actually not. It seems to be a repurposed Magdaron model from Warlords of Draenor, as the Magdaron back in the day had 1 eye, and these guys have 2, and they also have this new mask. If it was intended to be used, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't go to the trouble of the modifications to just make a placeholder they would later replace. However, the real mind twister here is the Genesaur. We had seen him in the closed alpha cinematic that Blizzard officially showed us, which once again got us to believe this is just a placeholder, but then this guy was actually discovered in the alpha, and he's called the Verdant Hulk, and apparently he is a recent arrival because he made a giant crater when he landed into the zone. I know what you may be thinking, big deal. Blizzard being lazy and repurposing old models from 10 years ago is not exactly something new, but then when you dig into the lore of Draenor and the recent changes to the lore of Azeroth and the recent hints, the dots just kinda connect themselves. So who are the Genesaur and who are the Magdaron? So, in the ancient past, when Draenor was not visited by the Titans, a giant power had ruled over the planet known as the Evergrowth, and it was so powerful that it endangered to consume the entire planet. Even the native elemental spirits were almost consumed by this incredible power. Then Agramar, the heroic Titan, stepped in to deal with them. The new lore and a little bit of a spoiler from the alpha, but the Titans are 100% the bad guys. It's not really even a speculation anymore. Try to read the old Chronicle lore through this new lens, as even the Draenor lore is completely biased and everything we knew from before might just be a complete lie. So Agramar, in order to apparently save the planet and save their life, didn't want to destroy the Evergrowth himself, as he was too powerful and he could damage the planet, much like how Amantul had damaged Azeroth by personally ripping out Y'Shaarj. So instead, he created a gigantic mountain-sized being called Grom. Then a whole bunch of things happened here, some zone-sized battles of the giants, but eventually these two combatants evolved into various beings. From Grond came the Colossals, from Colossals Magdaron, from these guys the Grond, then the Ogres, and ultimately the Orcs. On the other side, when this collective hive mind called the Evergrowth was destroyed, the Genesaur had sprouted. Keep in mind, the Genesaur are actually more ancient than the Magdaron. They're one step above them, so equal to the Colossals, which you might remember as that giant skeleton from Draenor. Now, the Genesaur, despite us seeing them a few times throughout Worlds of Draenor, are actually incredibly rare beings. So rare that they're in fact considered the demigods of the planet. They're worshipped by lesser beings, more specifically the Botani, that you might know have actually arrived to Azeroth and BFA together with the Magar and had mysteriously escaped into the Barrens with nothing happening ever since. So that now leads us to the World Soul Saga, this Verdant Hulk in the Ringing Deeps. Now, to introduce the Azeroth story side of things, let me really quickly bring you up to speed. A few months ago, I made this theory that Khazakar is actually the World 3 Eluna here, and this now seems to be a very likely. As we had gotten into the alpha, we discovered about 10 more hints. Eluna here was introduced back in 10.2 as we had discovered this new book called The Legend of Eluna here. According to the book, the Titan Eonar and the mysterious life goddess Eluna had united together in order to plant a World 3 upon the most corrupted part of Azeroth after the Black Empire was defeated by the Titans in order to heal the world. Thus, the first ever World 3 that we never knew anything about in the past was created on Azeroth, and it was named in the honor of Elune, so obviously Eluna here. This bit of lore here is incredibly interesting. Why the Titans and Elune collaborated, as previous lore told us that Elune is a cosmological deity as well, because we know other planets worship Elune, and Shadowlands told us she's something akin to like a life Titan, like how we have the Titan Pantheon as the leaders of the Order or the Naru as the leaders of light. Elune is the leader of the life force. Well, according to the book, Amantul, the main Titan guy, hated this idea. He scolded Eonar that this is not order, this is an abomination, so the guy just came in, he ripped out the World 3, leaving only roots, and as you would guess, that would obviously leave a massive hole in the ground as well. Over time, mysterious guardians came in and the roots were apparently recovered to a certain extent. Well, here we kind of discovered the missing dots ourselves. I mean, Khazakar was mentioned to be a fissure that the Titans wanted to fix, and obviously it is such a gigantic hole that it is like 4 zones deep. Now, here is the real mind twister. So there are, as we can obviously see from the War Within Alpha now in detail, gigantic roots all over the lowest most layer, and interesting enough, right around the Nerubian Void Kingdom. As I had previously stated, they planted the World 3 upon old god corruption. Interesting enough, we had just discovered a mysterious dark troll race known as the Haronir that are living right around these roots. They're wearing root-like armors, they seem to be very druidic and connected to like roots of a World 3. It is almost certain that they are these mysterious guardians that were mentioned in the book that were safeguarding the roots. Now, that is from the Azeroth side of things, but how exactly do these Genesaur fit into this entire story? Well, that is of course a really interesting mystery at the moment that the entire community is discussing, but what we had discovered apparently is that this being is called the Verdant Hulk. Verdant, meaning obviously very green grass, and he had apparently arrived with a bank, as in someone can summon him, because the dialogue states that he left a giant crater as he had arrived. Now, imagine this. The Janissar are essentially the Evergrowth that had almost consumed Primordial Draenor. Also, the word consumed is all coming from the very biased Titan perspective. I mean, to them, if a planet is not ordered in their perfect image, it is blasphemy, it is abomination, it needs to be balanced. I mean, who knows what the truth really is and what really happened on Primordial Draenor. Seeing that Elune is the Titan of life, as far as we were told, is it possible that she was behind the Evergrowth on Primordial Draenor and that it was her mission to fully turn Draenor into a jungle? It would definitely fit with the life-nature agenda. I mean, this could be the first time we actually encounter the more fanatical side of the life force, like how we have the normal and the more fanatical side and the crazy light. Is it possible that Agramar had actually ruined Elune's plans with the Evergrowth by bringing his Titan minions into Draenor, much like how Amantul had ruined Elune's plans by ripping out Eluna here? Now, specifically when it comes to this Janissar, I kinda see it in two ways. I mean, Elune planted this tree, the Haronir of the Guardians, and the ones that are kinda pushing her agenda. Could a Janissar be like a regular life being, like how the Titans have their own beings that they use all over different planets, like constructs and such? I mean, the goal of the Evergrowth was to turn everything into wild nature and to consume the planet through nature. Was this guy summoned by Elune's servants to protect the roots and to defend against the Nerubians? The other theory I could see happening is that this might actually be the Evergrowth from Draenor, and that the Botani from Draenor are literally involved in this entire matter. You might remember back in BFA when the Magarch had escaped the light-invaded planet of alternate Draenor that was destroyed by Yrel, a bunch of Botani, together with these guys, had actually escaped and went into the Barrens. Since then, this was one of the biggest plot holes, as you may remember. I mean, these guys are an incredibly invasive species that would definitely make an impact we would see over the years, as remember, there was like a 5-year time skip after the Shadowlands. Could their inherent connection to nature and maybe Elune lead them to discover these roots? And did the Botani actually summon a Janissar that led him to crash into this place? I know this one is definitely a bit more crazy theory. I don't think it is really all that likely, but I do find it incredibly interesting that the Janissar crashed into Azeroth, which implies that he was summoned from somewhere above. Now, as the being itself is not specifically named Janissar, it could be possible that this model might be replaced later on with some type of a Verdant Hulk, but I do feel like we already have this Hulk type nature monsters if they really wanted to add them as a placeholder. Janissar or not there, I do feel like these roots of Luna here in Khazakar will certainly play a role if this really are the roots. And seeing that Elune is a cosmological being that spans multiple planets, I would seriously be surprised that she knew nothing or was not involved with the Evergrowth on Draenor in any way, as that is literally her domain, and by all logic, spreading wild nature and life would really be the ultimate goal of Elune. Thank you for watching. Check out the Light Emperor from the other side of Azeroth by clicking on the screen, and check out my video on the cult of Mithras and the Roman mythology by clicking on the screen as well. See you next time!
With the main threat of the world now revealed, Mass Effect no longer has to tiptoe around it anymore, and can dedicate all its time to fleshing out the Reapers. And while that sounds like a great idea, Mass Effect 2 wouldn't do that. The Reapers are still an integral part of the game, and there are some crucial details about them that we will learn about in this game, but it's no secret that Mass Effect 2 put that on the back burner for the time being. The series is known for its incredible world building, likable characters, and main story, but BioWare this time around really decided to double down on those characters, as not only has our companions doubled, but they were given various quests involving their own backstories. Despite this change, however, I liked it. In fact, to this day, Mass Effect 2 is still my favorite in the series because of its focus on the companions. To explain why I think this, I should probably start talking about the game itself. So without further ado, let's get started. The beginning of the game starts with two characters, Miranda and the Illusive Man. Both of them know of Shepard and agree that having him fight the Geth is not worth his time, since the Reapers are the real threat. It's refreshing to finally hear someone agree with Shepard until we realize that these two belong to Cerberus. We talked about them briefly when discussing Mass Effect 1 as we came across some of their experiments when traveling the galaxy. Afterward, a paragraph of text will tell us that it's been about a month since the ending of Mass Effect 1, and that the official report is that Saren and the Geth raided the Council, not the Reapers. Somehow, the evidence has literally slapped them in the face, and they still continue to deny it. Thankfully, though, we don't have to keep reporting to the Council like in Mass Effect 1. The question now, though, is how do you start the game? By blowing up the Normandy. Shepard and the crew are attacked by some unknown threat and are forced to evacuate. But to make matters worse, Shepard couldn't get an escape pod in time, so while most of the crew managed to make it out alive, Shepard did not, and he dies. That is a pretty intense way to start a game, but Shepard obviously isn't dead or else this story wouldn't exist. But that also raises various questions as to how a human was blown out of a ship and possibly crashed into a planet and managed to live. The answer is space magic and money. Well, that's the short version anyway. Miranda and the Elusive Man managed to find Shepard's body and stitch him back together. But Shepard has now awoken in the middle of a firefight as the station he is on is being attacked, so now just minutes after waking up has to fight to survive again. The story is going pretty fast at this point, so let's dial it back and explain what's going on. One of the first people we'll meet upon waking up is Jacob. He's a soldier for Cerberus and will fill in some of the gaps in our knowledge. 2 years ago, Shepard was attacked by a mysterious ship and killed. Cerberus managed to find his body and created Project Lazarus, where the sole objective was to bring Shepard back to life. The Elusive Man says that he has taken many gambles in his life and knows where to put his money, and after realizing that Shepard was the only person that was able to actually do something about the Reapers, he decided that making sure he's alive was critical to the galaxy's survival. Losing Shepard would be one of the biggest blows to not only humanity but all life in the galaxy. Not just because he's the main character, but it's because of what the Elusive Man said. He was the only one who discovered the Reapers and went against the Council to find out more about them in order to take them down. If someone like that were to die, then the war would be at a massive disadvantage. The fact that Shepard is also a human helps Cerberus as well, considering they are human extremists. Cerberus first started soon after the contact wars between the humans and Turians. A manifesto was written after that war that called for a Cerberus to guard against the invasion. The author of this manifesto fell off the radar along with their work, but it wasn't long before people started using the name to highlight their misdeeds. For example, around the year 2160, terrorists stole some antimatter, and the leader of the group claimed that their sponsor was Cerberus. And for the next decade, Cerberus agents were assassinating politicians, sabotaging starships, and conducting experiments on aliens and humans. Many in the media call them human extremists. They prefer the term human survivalist. But that was quite a long time ago. It seems that the company has recently gone under new management, as Cerberus has now been stockpiling ships, agents, and weapons. But under Council law, Cerberus is still deemed a terrorist threat. The reason they haven't been caught is mostly due to their command structure. The Elusive Man has taken drastic steps to hide his identity and make sure no one can undermine his operations. Despite what many may think, Cerberus is still doing human and alien experiments and even experimenting with Geth and Reaper technology. The reason why most of this is unknown is because each group works in cells. For example, Project Lazarus, also called the Lazarus Cell, is only known to that group. So no one in Cerberus is given information on the other members in Cerberus so as not to corrupt other groups' plans. So Project Lazarus is only known to those within the project, and since Miranda is the leader of this specific cell, she's the only one who can talk to the Elusive Man. Coupled with the fact that Cerberus is filled with private agencies and front companies, it's pretty clear how they managed to not be caught yet. As for how they acquired Shepard's body, well, after dying to the Collectors, a group of beings we'll talk about in a moment, they ended up contacting the Shadow Broker in order to find his body. But Cerberus managed to get to them first thanks to them hiring Liara and a man named Farron. Despite knowing that Cerberus were extremists, Liara worked with them anyway, since they promised that Shepard would be revived if he was given to them. This also brings up a good point. What happened to the crew? According to Jacob, everyone made
Then after this, Sukuna grabs her phone and he started looking at it like, damn, they talking hella shit on my name. The f is this fraud Kuna shit? Get this shit out my face. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Shibuya Trials, round 2. And ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for the trial that many have been waiting for. A trial 1 year in the making, and it starts now. Making his way to the stand right now, Challenger 2. Coming in at around 5'8", weighing about 180 pounds of pure dog. This is the dog! He is one of the most disgusting, vile creatures to ever walk the earth. And his ignorance knows no bounds. Ladies and gentlemen, the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna. So y'all already know we have the evidence on deck. The ranking system is ready to tally, and it is now time for the return of the dog. So without further ado, oh my god, I killed my voice doing that shit. Exhibit A! Ryomen Sukuna, a tyrant in the Jujutsu world dated all the way back to 1,000 years ago. Once a human, turned into the king of curses. He was rumored to have 4 arms and 2 faces, and he was such a dog-ass nigga. They gave him the name Sukuna. But then he was defeated and not to return ever again. Until a 15-year-old boy decided to deep throat one of his fingers and let the dog off of the leash once again. And now we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Exhibit A, the calm before the storm. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we have covered Sukuna in the past. And I said I would finish this off after the Shibuya incident. And now it's finally time. But since we have a new ranking system, we need a refresher to add up all those points. So sit up, get in your gaming position, because we about to speed run this hoe. Itadori is being attacked by a curse, so his only chance of survival was to full-on swallow a nasty-ass, disgusting-ass finger, therefore bringing Sukuna back to the mortal plane and one-shotting a cursed spirit. But later on, Gojo pops up and sadly whoops his ass. He fully embarrasses bro, to be honest. Like, he literally sat on the nigga, and Sukuna takes a L. Next, Sukuna fights a cursed womb and beats the absolute piss out of him as he was stomping on his face, ripping off his arm, then proceeds to use Malevolent Shrine and shish kebabs the nigga. Shortly after that, he decides to play Dance Dance Revolution and beat the shit out of Megumi. A generational ass whooping, if I have to say for myself, as he threw him, then proceeded to juggle his ass throughout the entire city, hitting him with aerial after aerial, then spiking him through a fucking hotel. And finally, violating Yuji in his own body, disrespecting him in his own body, then killing him and taking his body as hostage. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I almost forgot. He made Mahito shit his pants. Bro touched his soul and said, "Don't you ever touch my soul ever again, you dirty ass nigga. Know your place trash." Then damn near killed him and put bro on his knees and made him wallop in excruciating pain. And now we've caught up to the present. And with all the previous actions already added up from stage 1, all I'ma just say is, this man's final ranking is going to be fucking terrifying. We now move on to October 31st, 2018. On the gruesome night of the Shibuya incident, we will now be observing these two dumbass girls finding the unconscious body of Itadori. So these two idiots decide to shove one of Sukuna's fingers down Itadori's throat to try to get him to come out. What the fuck are you dumbass hoes doing? Like, seriously, did you think this plan was not gonna go south? But then Jogo comes sprinting down the hallway like, what the hell is going on here? Wait a damn minute. Hey, how many fingers you feed that nigga? Oh my God, we won't tell you. Yeah, back the fuck up, fuckface. So Jogo decides to just burn them, walk over to Itadori's body, and pulls out 10 fingers, and he says, "The streets say you're the throat goat, little nigga, so go ahead and swallow all these up for me." And I ain't gonna lie, this is about to sound crazy, but Jogo shoves 10 fingers down this nigga's throat. Like, bruh, that shit is just nasty as fuck. And this nigga did it while he was unconscious on some Bill Cosby shit. But nah, somehow these girls survived. So Jogo's about to burn them again, but right before he's about to do it again, he ends up realizing, wait a minute. Where the fuck did my hair go? You have 0.01 seconds to get your dirty ass hands off of me. This man Jogo bags up fast as fuck. And these niggas is shitting themselves. The two idiots over here hyperventilating and shit. Like, oh my God, girl, oh my God. Then Jogo's all ugly ass looking at him like, oh Jesus, I think I'm gonna shit myself. So Sukuna walks over and tells him, "Hosen bastard, on your knees now." And they drop to their knees fast as hell while bro threw an air blade at him. Nigga made him hit the cha-cha slide. Bro said,
"How low can you go? Can you go down low?"
What the fuck? Stop playing.
So then he asked the girls first, "Aight, what the fuck y'all want?" And this little girl is having a panic attack. She crying and shit. She don't know what to say. And Sukuna in the background like, "Come on now, hurry up, ho, time's a wasting." So she ends up asking him to save Geto from a certain person controlling his body, which I'm not going to say because I do not know if the anime has revealed that yet. But you start seeing their backstory, bruh. And y'all know damn well what happens when you start hearing some emotional ass music with a damn backstory playing in the background. So Sukuna says, "Yeah, raise your heads." So they raise their heads. This nigga decapitates this bitch. Oh my God. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, these hoes are stupid as shit. And the other girl screaming like, "Oh my God. Oh my God." And this man Sukuna like, "My God, shut the fuck up." So she tried to hit him with her selfie power. She like, "I'm about to put you on Twitter and cancel your ass." But bro just slices off her frontal lobe and she gets put in a blender. Then after this, Sukuna grabs her phone and he started looking at it like, damn, they talking hella shit on my name. The fuck is this fraud Kuna shit? Get this shit out my face. So then he turns to Jogo and asks, all right, what you want? So Jogo says, well, to be honest, I just want to scrap with you. Huh? Well, you know, niggas been calling you a fraud kuna lately. Okay, where the fuck did this shit come from? Twitter. So Sukuna ends up making a deal with this man. He ends up telling him, if you land one hit on me, I'll work under you and kill everybody in the Shibuya district. So Jogo ends up accepting the fight, but yeah, I don't even know if you could call this a fight. Nigga, this was a generational ass whooping. Bro started beating the shit out of this nigga, chopping up his arms, blocking every punch, cutting off his fingers, then threw him across the city like a rag doll, then hammer fists his head through the fucking ground. They only been fighting for like 20 seconds and bro's already knocked the fuck out. So Jogo goes full on Krakatoa and just starts flooding everything with magma. He's got the whole city looking like Crisis City right now and got Sukuna's ass tiptoeing back, dodging with his hands in his pockets. Then Jogo makes two big ass Susanoo magma hands and slams two skyscrapers into him. But bro busts out of it posing thinking he's Jesus. So Jogo's like, where did he go? And Sukuna comes from the side and pause, bro. Nigga, look at this frame. This is fucking terrifying. Whoever animated this little split second, nigga, you cooked. So bro slams him through the skyscraper and starts bouncing his ass like a basketball. And Jogo's just floating in the air thinking, oh my God, this nigga's not a fraud. Bo just palms his face and just starts slamming him through this damn skyscraper. Dear God, nigga, this shit was just brutal, bro. This man got up and his jaw was just fucked. Teeth missing and everything. This man Sukuna was talking hella shit. He said, wow, when the moonlight's shining on you, it really shows how pussy you are. So then he ends up picking up his body and tells him, nigga, you ain't shit. Now I'm gonna keep on beating you until I'm satisfied. Oh my God, I can't do this shit no more, nigga. So then Sukuna ends up doing some of the most pettiest shit. So this man skating backwards looking like Shadow the Hedgehog while Jogo's chasing him with a meteor. And meanwhile, Kusakabe and Panda are trying to run away from these sorcerers and get out of the blast radius. But while they running, Sukuna comes in and stops them. And he got everybody shook. So he said, all right, everybody, let's play a game. We gonna play the motherfucking Squid Game. Red light, green light, nigga. You do not move until I say green light. Don't move. Green light. Nah, this is just petty. Bro is really out here just playing with his food. So Jogo thinks he hit him. But Sukuna's just literally over in the corner sitting crisscross applesauce. Bro basically said, Jesus, man, how the hell did you miss that? You know, AIM Labs is free, buddy. But tragically, it was over for Jogo. Sukuna was done playing with his food. Bro said, Fuga, and turns into Katniss Everdeen with this damn firebow and started to have a high noon old Western standoff. And what's funny about this, they don't even show the shot. This instantly goes into Jogo's head and he's talking to his dead friends like, guys, I'm sorry. The allegations were false. That nigga's no fraud. So then Sukuna's just looking at him from the back and he tells him, stand proud. You alright, little nigga. He acknowledged me. And then it just cuts to Jogo's burning corpse. I ain't gonna lie, I feel bad for
Target is in the main house. You have execute authority.
Bravo 6. Going dark.
So SEAL Team 6 busts in the house and just shoot to kill. The grandma got unloaded on, Shorty got dropped off, and they just started dumping mags in Hero. Apparently, bro did not escape that 5-star wanted level.
everybody else's religion sounded stupid, you know? Like I live out in Los Angeles, there's a bunch of Scientologists out there. And the first time I heard the story of Scientology, I was like, that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my life. Like, your guy's name is Ron. Ron. And he wasn't alive thousands of years ago, so you can hide a lot of it in the mystery. This guy was alive like 45, 50 years ago. He had a driver's license, social security number. There's like footage of him stubbing his toe. Motherfucker, right? I don't know what happened. He was working at Denny's. He got sick of it. He's like, oh, I'll start a religion. Hey, everybody, there's a spaceship coming back. Everybody's getting sneakers. This is Tom Cruise. We're going to try to make you clear. Right? Now, look, I'm paraphrasing. Everybody else's religion sounded stupid, you know? Like I live out in Los Angeles. There's a bunch of Scientologists out there. And the first time I heard the story of Scientology, I was like, that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my life. Like, your guy's name is Ron.
I don't really care what none of y'all say. If some black dude was coming at me with a whip, I'd be feeling a little racist too. And Miguel was out here talking crazy too, going on about, do you know how many years it took to weave this rope imbued with cursed energy?
We do not care.
And for a guy like me, this right here would have been the first and my last sign to leave the match. But Miguel is built different. And I'm not talking built different good, I'm talking built different as. He sees this and comes up with this whole ChatGPT as description on how Gojo can manipulate space and time. You know, regular anime bullshit. And then proceeds to throw an air conditioner at Gojo. And no, I don't fucking care that this was a distraction. That shit was about as effective as pouring a cup of water into the ocean. It had no effect. Gojo literally turned around a split second after. So they start fighting and we see Miguel out here looking like Trippie Redd in 2023. No hits, no talent, just straight misses. I'd rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 9. Face ass. Out here getting free cardio. So Gojo's like, aight bro. Steps back like he's hardened and then hits him with a 2-piece combo with some fries on the side. And take a look at this coordination. Brother is locked in. And now Miguel is on the run. He tries to distract him twice. Once with this abomination and twice with Gorlock the Destroyer over here. But that shit do not work. Gojo says and he comes from the top and now Miguel is cooked. He realized he ain't built for this. Face ass. Wallahi, unfinished. Face ass. They get to the ground and Miguel is out of there. And look at that form. I know his ass would have put up will numbers in the Underground Railroad. Gojo really hit this man once and made bro tap into his genes. Got this man out here looking like Tarzan. Out here swinging from tree to tree. But his ass is not Harriet Tubman. Gojo spawns in, catches his ass off the backboard and sends his ass right back down. Got this dude bouncing like a basketball. He gets up and wishes that he stayed down. And I don't even blame him. Gojo coming in with that slave catcher ass form. I would have too. But nah, Miguel decides to stand on business. And I mean, yeah, that's good for you and all, but he got his ass whooped for it. Gojo got him looking at us for help too. Like, you on your own, buddy. And this is where we see Gojo start to cook. He comes in with this insane Disney princess figure skater, the cold never bothered me anyway as form, and takes this nigga out the frame. Brody comes back for more, and Gojo hits him with a and with the hatred of a clan member in his eyes, bro comes in to blow out his back. We move on to the next frame, and Miguel is gone. He dead as hearing the trumpets right now. The angel Gabriel talking to him as we speak. That don't matter. Gojo comes in. Hits him with a forehand in the backhand like we playing tennis. Hits him with 2 of these. Comes in with a couple more of these. And then on some strongest battleground shit, he hits him with this insane ass combo. Took him out the frame just to bring him back in. Did all that with a smile on his face too. Just give that man his hood. He's already earned it. And this dude Miguel wasted no time making excuses. I specialize in hit and run. Dog, no. You specialize in getting that ass tapped. If I were him, I would have put that rope to actual use and offed myself after that lackluster performance. But the worst part about this wasn't even a fight. It was a propaganda. Look at this. Capable of holding his own with Satoru Gojo. Huh? In what regard? Dude damn near got the ass beating of a lifetime. They gave that man the MVP award too? Damn. PR team was really going crazy to save his legacy.
The Shibuya arc is finally here. After a month-long break and 4 years of manga readers telling me this is the greatest arc of all time, me and anime-onlys alike can finally experience it. So the episode starts off with Yuji, which is a surprise, because even though he's the main character, I swear, we barely be seeing him. So the gang is just doing normal high school shit, you know, besides killing people. So Yuji's trying to go to the movies, but the movie he puts on is so disturbing. That Nobara's like, nah, and leaves my boy Yuji. Meimei and Todo pull up on Yoshinobu in order to recommend Maki, Panda, Yuji, Megami, and Nobara as first grade sorcerer candidates, and then proceed to play ping pong. I'm not gonna lie, Meimei was looking mad good this episode, but my nigga Todo out here blabbling about how he and Yuji are the greatest duo since Kobe and Shaq. But unfortunately, Meimei shatters his hopes and dreams by saying he can't be assigned with Yuji since he's the one that recommended him. Now we cut back to Nobara sipping on some nice fresh boba, but she's approached by a tall imposter who's searching for Yuji. Now, would you believe me if I told you that this woman used to look like this? Probably not. I've seen tons of glow-ups in my lifetime, whether that be the fat friend who got bullied into losing weight, the ugly girl in school that turned into a fashion model, or even through means of using plastic. But I've never seen a woman go from fat and small to tall with a completely different hairstyle within less than a year. This is Yuko Ozawa. She's here to see Yuji, and yes, it's like that. So Nobara has Megami pull up, because he's Yuji's wingman at this point, and he mentions how Yuji likes tall girls, giving Nobara and Yuko the green light to tell my man's Yuji to pull up. And when he pulls up, even though Yuko has completely changed appearance, he still realizes that it's her. We need more niggas like Yuji in this world. Sticking with a girl for her personality over looks. Bet y'all didn't even notice he's reading his own Shonen Jump magazine here. This sad music and backstory of his middle school days got me feeling down bad for bitches I've never even met before. But yeah, they go hang out, and since Yuji is a shonen MC, he's incapable of noticing when a girl likes him. They say their goodbyes, and knowing this is Jujutsu Kaisen, I wouldn't be surprised if the next time we see her, she gets packed up, since this was way too wholesome. Enough with that though. The trio is back to doing missions, but this time we're pulling up on Mekamaru, because it turns out he'd been ratting, and plot twist, he baited them to the wrong location, and instead he runs into Mahito and Geto, and as part of the deal, Mekamaru gets healed. But it's not that simple, since this is Jujutsu Kaisen, so they get to boxing right after. And shout out to Geto for respecting the one-on-one. Mekamaru just starts sending out these shadow clone mechs, and Mahito just easily bodies them, and Mekamaru escapes. Nah, psych. My boy Mekamaru just needed to change the fit real quick, because he pulls up fitted with the Evangelion inspired mech. Peep the Gojo glaze. Fuck you mean your victory condition is Gojo? We just spent a whole arc glazing this nigga. You've seen all the film you need, plus you got the power of love. If you don't tee up and pack this man up, Mahito really got Hall of Fame Weave Master, because I swear, he's always dodging these blasts. Just look at this guy. He's smiling while fighting. This guy is crazy. Dodging all these big ass blast attacks and then just punches the mech like it's nothing. But put Mekamaru on phase. Did he lock this bullet right on his arm?
What are you waving at? Nigga!
And then hit him with the follow-up.
That's a lot of damage.
Geto's out here glazing. He was not familiar with Mekamaru's game, but the reason Mekamaru is performing so good isn't just because of the power of love. It's because he's using his lifespan and turning it into special grade level cursed energy. Then he just starts spamming blasters at Mahito as if this were DBZ. Got this man running like it's a Sonic level.
So you wanna see some real speed, bitch? I'll show you some real speed. Let's go! Uh-oh!
But unfortunately, Mahito gets in close range, cuts Mekamaru's arm off, but Mekamaru just proceeds to punch him and sends him right back to the forest, pulls out the drill as if he were Simon the motherfucking Digger, and goes in for the kill. But Mahito whips out the domain expansion. I swear, these domains are too broken. It's like Yugi pulling out his trap card. It's a guaranteed victory. And this is it for Mekamaru, except the fact that he studied Toji's technique and hit Mahito with the backstab. backstab using a drill. Y'all starting to see the Gurren Lagann inspiration? He was able to do this since he activated a simple domain, which is basically the counter to domain expansions. Mahito is seemingly dead from this as he disperses and his domain expansion disappears, which results in Mechamaru feeling like he's a god. Hell yeah, I just packed that ugly ass nigga up and I got more supply left than I expected. Gojo who? Nigga, I'm him. Now all that's left to do is to finish off this old racist ass Buddha. I can pull it off. I can finally live again. I can see her. This is it. This is my time. Mahito reverse surprise attack Mechamaru as if he were Time Milf from Gurren Lagann, stabbing Kamina. The Gurren Lagann influences episode is crazy. Got me reminiscing about one of my favorite animes, but Mechamaru isn't gonna die that easily. He's fighting with the power of love, and Mappa went stupid with the animation. They might be overworking their workers to shit, but if it's one thing I can always rely Mappa to not disappoint on, it's gotta be fight choreography.
Fast as fuck, boy. Still fast as fuck, boy.
Never back down, never what? Never back down, never what? Never back down, never what?
But unfortunately for him, unlike Simon, he's not the main character. So when the screen cuts to nothing, instead of instantly showing his victory, it cuts to flashbacks. And just like that, I knew damn well he just got packed up. Main villains and rivals have to be the most unkillable characters, since for the sake of the plot, they can't die or be defeated unless it's by the main character himself or by an even stronger villain. And unfortunately, Mechamaru just had to fight Mahito, resulting in his own demise.
1 week later.
And now that it's finally October 31st, the main event is about to begin. And we get to see all the separate teams. Nobara and Maki on the same team, man. I know they about to go crazy. But Gojo easily had the best entrance. He walked in and the screen cut to its fucking arrival time. And Mans is just plotting like he Batman. But we cut back to Yuji's team. And apparently, Mei Mei has a little brother and they on that Alabama shit. Ain't nobody trying to see that, dog. Fast forward and Yuji encounters Cell's long lost brother, and these niggas instantly square up before they fight. So you know how in Jujutsu Kaisen everybody has like unique abilities? Gojo has Limitless, Yuta has Rika, Megumi has 10 shadows. You'd imagine that since Yuji is the main character, which Sukuna is sealed inside of him, he'd have the most OP ability. But Yuji really got the curse technique left, right, good night. Man's really put Cell from Wish to sleep and then put him in a prayer. But cut back to Gojo and the disaster curses are just waiting for him. Can we just take a moment to acknowledge how nobody in JJK respects the one-on-one? I swear, I can think of countless jumpings that have occurred and we only on the second season. Gojo's at a disadvantage since they're surrounded by civilians, meaning he can't go all out. So Jogo, Hanami, and Shosho just start murking the people for no reason. Shosho really tried to headshot Gojo. You're not that guy, pal. Gojo's not about to take this level of disrespect, so he takes the blindfold off and gets serious. Gojo is so cold, bro. Since there's civilians around, he deactivated his curse technique and just started throwing straight hands. He was looking like Yuji. These hands rated E for everyone. Sent Hanami flying like it's nothing and just yeeted Jogo. Had me thinking this Team Rocket. He blasted off again. This nigga Choso really tried to sneak attack Gojo again. You not that guy, bro. Then Hanami and Jogo proceed to strike back using domain amplification to counter Infinity. But nah, this nigga Gojo goes full on Pharaoh mode and takes the one-on-one with Hanami by just using pure aura. He's really him, bro. Oh my goodness! Man's really Hakkai'd Hanami by amplifying his Infinity. Jogo's shitting bricks now. He's having flashbacks to what Gojo did to him in season 1. So in usual Jogo fashion, he starts running in order to stall. And is this really the third time Shosho? Bro, just give up! But unfortunately, Mahito arrives on the subway, and I haven't seen Gojo this shocked since he last fought Toji. Mahito pulls up and starts striking fear in the people like usual, and even tries to land a hit on Gojo. So with all the innocent people being killed, how exactly does Gojo respond?
Fast as fuck, boy. Still fast as fuck, boy. Come get some. I don't think you have any idea how fast I really am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Are you recording?
barely made it.
This man popped a domain expansion for 0.2 seconds. He killed all of Mahito's curses. I don't give a fuck. Gojo is him. That's why he's the GOAT. Yet they couldn't let my man have his moment of victory, since as soon as he disables his domain, this box appears. But that doesn't really matter since there's still enough time to dodge it. But nah, Geto just spawns in out of nowhere. My glorious king, I honestly swing the other way, since no way this guy is capable of pulling all the biddies in the world. But as soon as he sees Geto's face, he freezes for a second. He even smiled, and that's when I knew it was GG's, since as soon as he let his guard down, he was captured.
12 seconds later.
Hey, what's up? Can a low come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you, man. My kids up in there. I don't want your ass up in my house, nigga.
Oh, nigga, don't hate me because your kids love me more than they love you.
They really didn't have to do my mans like that. And to make it even worse, surprise, this guy isn't Geto. It's some brain thingy. Honestly, I shouldn't be that surprised since they got that big ass mark on their head. Plus, I don't recall them ever saying monkey. And yes, I address this brain thingy as a them. I don't know its pronouns or origin. Plus, it's 2023. Times is tough. I ain't trying to get canceled. The way Gojo discovered this person wasn't Geto is quite tragic though. My eyes is telling me you're Suguru Geto, but my soul is telling me otherwise. And this is how I felt when she left me. Brainy keeping it real though. They had to seal Gojo simply cause he's too strong. And Gojo responds by bringing up the drippiest and cleanest nigga at Jujutsu High, Yuta Okutsu. And fuck you mean don't see much appeal in him. They lucky I'm not in the show, cause I would have swung at this Geto fraud for disrespecting the main character. I mean Yuta like that. Cause Yuji Itadori is somehow still the main character of the series. I mean, as all this shit is going on, this guy just chilling in the subway with the incest siblings. Like, come on bro, I need you at the main scene. You the star player, do something. However, right before Brainiac is about to put the final touches on the seal, Gojo has some last words to say. Damn nigga, did you ever learn how to stop yapping? Come on, get up with your bitch ass up.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Damn, this nigga gas shit. Gojo has enough of Geto fraud yapping, so he just takes it like a man and gets sealed. Hold up, this is Gojo. Y'all thought he was finished? Man's will is so strong that the seal literally plummets to the ground. He literally had the box shedding tears. And just look at how calm and collected he is in the prison realm. But with Gojo being sealed, I guess I can say Yuji is officially the main character again. Guys, the strongest has just been sealed. We are fucked. I repeat, we are fucked. And we'll probably all die. So it turns out the disaster curses can't do anything due to Gojo holding down the fort. And so with Yuji teaming up with Nanami Squad, the Gojo retrieval arc begins. And these niggas ain't playing, as they instantly run up on these guys. My goodness, at the top of the high rise at midnight, they damn near did a GTA heist. The reason they hitting this lick right now is to destroy the 3 veils covering Shibuya. One to block out Gojo, one for Jujutsu sorcerers, and one for the innocent citizens. But in order to succeed, they need to destroy these screws. So Yuji and Megami team up on Gramps while Ino takes on the 2v1 with Granny and her grandson, and he was putting in the work. But you might be wondering, who are these 3 randos? Well, once upon a time, these 3 randos used to run these streets, but it all changed when Satoru Gojo was born. Apparently, Gojo was so strong as a little kid that he forced these guys into retirement. Now, me personally, being put into retirement by an elementary schooler is insane, and I would never let that slide. And now that Gojo has been sealed, they've returned to a life of crime. You know how it goes though. Jujutsu Kaisen fight and another jumping.
Oh my god, he on X.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Yuji and Megami were putting on a master class, but sadly for Ino, Granny had some knockoff reanimation jutsu and brought back Toji, and then Ino just got eviscerated. But this is Toji. He ain't listening to nobody. So Granny, you can impact too. He's 6 feet, still a deadbeat father, and has once defeated Gojo. He's that nigga Toji. Now let me introduce you to this little fucker right here. The Blonde Menace. This is Haruta, and he's casually been murking Jujutsu sorcerers one by one just for the fun of it, and he eventually bumps into Nobara. And you know Nobara is everyone's favorite slay queen, so she wants all the smoke. But this guy's agile as fuck, and it's weaving every swing. This is not a good look, gang. And you let him hit the dipskis on you? Hey, kick the fuck out your girl. You got bro thinking he's the honored one. I promise you, he's not like that. Man's punched Nobara so hard that it replayed 3 different times and paralyzed her. And then Haruta starts violating Nita, but Nobara gets up and tries doing some damage, but she can't hit her shots. But hey, Alexa, play Daddy's Home by Usher since Nanami has arrived.
Okay.
Daddy's home.
A few moments later.
You forgot something, you little shit. Who the fuck is this guy? How could you forget the rule? Hey, yo, mom. Holy shit, I'm about to die.
Help me!
A man never hits a woman, but they're all for the streets. Yeah. Ain't no respect once here, bitch. Man, fuck you, bitch. I hope you understand that all women are queens in your next life. Hey, yo, what you mean by that? Fake Ghetto, Clone Ghetto, Brainiac, I'ma just call him Pseudo Ghetto for now, encounters the incest siblings, and initially Mei considers him a fake, but then bro just spawns in a special grade curse, and the curse activates domain expansion off rip and puts Mei in a coffin, but she easily breaks out, and little bro is glazing like usual. She goes for another attack, gets trapped again, but this time she figures out how the domain functions. Step 1, put her in a coffin. Step 2, use the boulder to put her underground. Step 3, as soon as she's underground, a 3-second countdown begins, and if she can't escape before it's over, she dies. Mei can only take 2 more hits unless she'll get extremely nerfed. So what a better way to put the odds in your favor than by using your little brother that's in love with you as living bait. No, seriously, Mei asks Ui if he's willing to die for her, and he's like, yes, anything for you, Nei-sama. And this dynamic is so weird, bro. Like, lock him up, please. Obviously, Uyu becomes bait for his sister, which allows her to land a critical hit on the special grade since she's using her brother as her personal simple domain. And the curse try to get its lick back, but Mei's crow uses Brave Bird and just one-shots it. This is Mei's special move, Kamikaze Bird Strike, and apparently no human can stop it. But we all know that's cap, and so the incest twins exit the domain and challenge Pseudo Ghetto.
さあみんな本丸だよ
Cut back to Yuji and Megami breaking the seal after beating the brakes out of Gramps, and Yuji decides to split with Megami so he can go rescue Gojo. And Ino, he ain't looking too good. As Yuji approaches the station, Shibuya is in crisis, but have no fear since Unumaki is here. As he lets Yuji know he'll protect the people, Yuji goes straight to the station. Man's moving like he's Spider-Man, and he's out here hopping the subway. That's a federal crime. I don't see no Metro card. As our glorious king Yuji Itadori descends from the sky, he locks eye contact with Choso. Now, why is Choso ready to box off Rip? Well, it's due to Yuji and Nobara killing his brothers at the end of season 1, and he gotta get his lick back, so it's on site. Choso uses his blood technique to send a blast faster than the speed of sound at Yuji, but Yuji just eats it, then blitzes towards Choso in order to close the gap. Lands a hit, but it wasn't very effective. And that hand of his, it ain't looking too good. Answer this question properly and I might let you live. What type of woman is your type? I like my women Asian and melanated. What about white women? They're mid. What did you say? Choso gets tight at Yuji and starts charging his move, but see, Yuji is smart, so he closes in before Choso can get the move off, taking inspiration from Eren Yeager. But Choso can also box. He hit Yuji with the 1-2 Heshi, goodbye, and furthers the gap between them. But now Yuji's in a predicament. He doesn't know what direction Choso is shooting his attack from, so he jumps in the air and leaves it up to pure reaction. However, as he's about to close the gap, Choso hits Yuji with a sneak attack and stabs both his feet. But Yuji breaks out using pure force. And after seeing this face, Yuji does what any sane man would do: take cover.
Liam, you getting cooked right now?
Nah, I'm getting cooked.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Go in the bathroom and break everything. That way you can activate your domain expansion.
But I don't have a domain expansion.
Yeah, I know, but we don't improvise. Just let me cook, bro.
I'm gonna let you cook.
Bye, have a great time.
Why does this kid keep running?
Hey, yo, Choso, fuck your brothers, fuck your mom, and if you got a girl, she a bitch too. Pull up, or you sorry.
Hey, me personally? And just like that, Mekamaru had successfully lured Choso into Yuji's domain expansion, the boxing ring. But seriously, now that there's water, Choso can't use his technique as freely and is forced into coagulating himself in blood, which poses the risk of him having spontaneous thrombosis. And just like that, my friends, I introduce you to Yuji versus Choso. No chit chat, minimal dialogue, just straight boxing in a bathroom.
Get ready!
I'm coming for your booty, kid.
Nani?
You wanna see some real speed?
Oh my god. Oh my god, he on X-Games mode.
Never back down, never what? So never back down, never what?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Finish it.
Just as Choso is about to land the finishing touches, he sees the pain and agony that Yuji is in, which makes him recall to a very traumatic life experience.
It's finally time to winch at my sword, sword my diamond.
Turns out it was all a dream, and this results in Choso letting Yuji see another day. Ghetto's daughters feed Yuji one of Sukuna's fingers. My mans did not consent to this. And then out of nowhere, Yogo pulls up, blicks away Mimiko and Naniko, then proceeds to just casually pull out 10 of Sukuna's fingers and force feeds Yuji. My mans did not consent to any of this. I can't help but feel bad. Turns out Ghetto's daughters aren't dead, and Yogo tries to attack them once more, and then notices his arm is missing. And wallahi, Sukuna is back, and he wants all the smoke. Just him dusting his clothes off and walking alone got everyone in the vicinity trembling in fear. Man tells everyone to bow and then throws a slash. He literally cut off Jogo's head top. Look at his face. He's in disbelief. Dear Sukuna-sama, please take out that ghetto fraud, and in return, I'll give you more fingers. Boring. What you gonna do? Cry? You're canceled, bitch! Man, does he really think I care about some weak ass Twitter cancellation? What's your goofy ass want? I gonna hold you. I'm just trying to box. That's the shit I'm trying to hear. Let's fucking box. Before we can get to the fight, you might be wondering, how the fuck did Jogo get here in the first place? Well, not too long ago, Nanami, Maki, and Naburo encountered Dagon, another member of the Disaster Curses. These niggas get to jumping since it's Jujutsu Kaisen, but it wasn't very effective, since Dagon puts them in a domain expansion. But have no fear, since Megami is here. And you know how you can't go anywhere without seeing a nah, I'd win meme? Nah, when faced with danger, we run. Choji quite literally just entered the lobby and proceeds to take Maki's nunchucks. Unki's in disbelief on this display of thuggery he is witnessing. Sadly, Choji isn't really here right now. His body's just mindlessly fighting the person that seems strongest in the vicinity, as he kinda killed the person who was in control of the technique. But that ain't stopped the fact that he took on one of the Disaster Curses by himself in their own domain.
Here we go! I'm about to end this man's whole career.
You're over! I don't know, you better stop now!
Like, he really just beat him to a pulp. No curse energy needed. Takes the one with Megami, and then Jogo comes out of hiding. Yeah, he really was hiding behind that wall. He did not want any smoke with Toji. Jogo flawlessly gets a nice little 3-piece, sends Sukuna, and now we're here. If Jogo lands just one hit on Sukuna, he'll join Team Pseudo Ghetto. And how did that go exactly?
A few moments later.
Off the rip, Sukuna is applying pressure and has Jogo on defense. Jogo tries to hit him with a solar flare, and Sukuna chops his arms off. They're out here just soaring at high speed at night in Shibuya. Got me feeling like it's Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure. Out of nowhere, it turns into a COD match. Jogo starts spam firing, so Sukuna takes cover in a building for a quick sec, then charges at Jogo. I mean, just look at this. He caught the punch. Jogo is quite literally fuming right now. He's getting bitched. Sukuna uses some quick maneuvers, chops off Jogo's limbs for like the 3rd time. Then Jogo counters by firing a red Kamehameha blast. Sukuna casually dodges it, and WWE throws him to Narnia. Speed blitzes back to him and sends him straight to the underground to go see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Hit Jogo so hard that he's recalling talking to Pseudo Ghetto about the power gap between him and Sukuna. Blood was not built for this, but since he's Jogo, he gets back up, and now Shibuya is starting to look like Crisis City. Sukuna is still not even remotely phased as he continues to effortlessly dodge everything Jogo sends at him. Jogo literally grabs 2 buildings and slams them onto Sukuna, but Sukuna splashes the buildings, and what happens to Jogo next? I couldn't help but feel bad for him.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Sukuna beat up Jogo so bad, his jaw was literally dangling. He even picks him up and tells him to try harder. This is next level disrespect. And while all this was going on, Panda and Kusakabe had gotten in some conflict with Ghetto's goons. I don't remember their names, but the pink-haired girl is low-key bad. Jogo literally creates a flaming meteor and is ready to throw that shit like a fastball.
Panda! Naran. これより四方一丁の人間全員俺がよしというまで動くのを禁ずる金を破ればもちろん殺す
Hey, go!
Sukuna is built different, since even though he was the last to dodge, he still comes out unscathed, and he critiques Jogo for not going all out, and basically calls him a pussy for having PTSD over getting bitched by Gojo. Jogo really only has 2 major fights in the series, and they're against the Messi and Ronaldo of the verse. That's tough, but what's also tough is how Sukuna opens his flame ability and tells Jogo to his face he's gonna beat him at his own game. Fire versus fire, and the screen is cut to white. Stand proud. You are strong. Man, what the fuck is this? Wait, Jogo, stop, bro, stop! Is what should have happened, but as everyone knows by now, Sukuna praises Jogo, and that's it for his character, as his body burns to death after being victim to the Sukuna humiliation ritual.
Meanwhile,
wow, what a better way to bond with your son than trying to kill him. Can't help but feel bad for Megami. He is completely outclassed. Mans can't even track Toji's speed, and he even tried to box him one-on-one and lost to 1 arm. Hold up, why does Bunny low-key got moves? Stand proud, Toji, you're strong.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
So Megami sends more bunnies at Toji, and Toji effortlessly deals with them using only 1 finger. Got his ass a whole multi-kill. Toji punches Megami out the building and is on straight offense. All he got is murder on his mind. Megami running for his life like it's a damn near Minecraft manhunt. Grabs onto his bird and hold up, let him cook. Megami knows water conducts electricity, so he sends his bird directly at Toji, then baits him into the alleyway and lures Toji into close range so he can land a fatal blow. But Toji steps back before Megami can land the hit, and he begins to remember his convo with Naobito about selling Megami to the Zenin clan, and most importantly,
めぐみをお願いね
What's your type of woman? I like them Asian. So you're not a milkman, eh? I'm glad.
Is this nigga serious?
Haruta's bum ass gotta ruin everything, man. Cut back to Sukuna after taking out Jogo, and he's so happy to see Urame. He might be Sukuna's #1 glazer though. Calling him Sama off rip is crazy. Sukuna notices something is off though, so he tells Urame to make the preparations and I'll see him next time. Turns out Megumi was able to create a gap between him and Haruta. He has one last trick up his sleeve, and yes, we've seen him do this hand gesture many times before. This is the hand gesture Megumi does in order to summon his strongest Shikigami, Maharaga, and according to Gojo, no one has ever tamed him. So yes, Megumi is basically throwing his life away to kill this bum ass nigga Haruta. And every other time he did this pose, he was willing to kill himself. He almost killed himself against Toto, bro. So he summons Maharaga, and that's the end of Megumi's story. But luckily, Sukuna is gay for him, so he uses RCT on Megumi so he can live on, and says fine, I'll do it myself, and challenges Maharaga to a fight.
Round 1. Fight!
Maharaga takes the first move, but Sukuna dodges and uses Dismantle. Maharaga quickly recovers and they parry, and Sukuna casually walks out with soda and popcorn. Blood is not impressed. Maharaga ain't about to take this level of disrespect, so he slams him through the building like how Broly did Goku. And just like that, Sukuna is excited.
Fucking shot, you done them off.
Maharaga somehow reattaches his head, which piques Sukuna's interest. Round 2 starts off with Sukuna and Maharaga crashing through buildings with no care for their surroundings. People literally die in the back from the impact of their attacks. Sukuna does a direct dismantle at Maharaga's core. He noticed something's off, and Maharaga gets back up instantly and tries to slash Sukuna's head off. But Sukuna just spawns a mouth on his neck. My man's is one freaky ass frog. Maharaga's reel spins again, and now shit gets serious. Sukuna is applying pressure on offense. Maharaga is on the defensive. Sukuna grabs onto the crane and swings into Maharaga and kicks it down. While this is happening, there's so much chaos going on that the amount of innocent people dying continues to rise. But these guys could care less. Sukuna jumps into the air, dismantles a train. Maharaga proceeds to grab their own train, and Sukuna is shook. I've never seen him with a facial expression like this before. He gets sent flying into a building, and Sukuna is ecstatic because Maharaga can see his technique, and he ups the output of his cleave to cut off Maharaga's arm. But Maharaga comes out unscathed, and it just becomes a battle of who can cause the most destruction. Maharaga's out here picking up buildings and doing the Jago spins. Sukuna is firing cleaves at buildings and bowing at all the destruction. That's why he's the MVP of this arc, by the way. And there's a burning plane just falling from the sky that explodes, and Maharaga just happens to be in it. Gets sent flying into a pool from the recoil of the explosion, but easily bounces back. And Vincent Chansard went crazy with this cut of Sukuna spamming dismantle here. My goodness, the whole city is in shambles, and Sukuna finally sees Maharaga's wheel turn and recognizes its ability, the ability to adapt to anything. He even calls back to Megumi almost summoning Maharaga in season 1 and states that he would have lost if Megumi summoned it back then. And to finally end this godlike battle, Sukuna brings out his trump card.
On October 31st in Shibuya, at approximately 11 p.m., Sukuna unleashed his domain expansion. It was a horrible yet beautiful sight. As he continued to rain a barrage of cleaves and dismantles, thousands of people were caught in the crossfire and ceased to exist. Except Megumi Fushiguro, Sukuna's beloved. The only true way to defeat Maharaga is to bury it with the first use of an attack before it can adapt. So as Maharaga was close to finishing its regeneration, Sukuna unleashed his flame arrow, and it was an absolute catastrophe.
Perfect KO.
He drops off his beloved Megumi with Principal Yagi and Shoko, and his time is up just like that. This transition of Sukuna's smile to Yuji's sad expression is damn near perfect. All of Yuji's memories come back at once as he takes in the damage Sukuna has caused. He can't do anything but just break down. What a beautiful scene. Surely Mappa doesn't ruin it. But even though he views himself as a murderer, he must keep pushing forward. Just like his sensei Nanami, Hyogo really did him dirty and burnt half his body off. He's so burnt out, he starts calling back to what he'd want to do in retirement: visit Malaysia. At the same time, he has to keep fighting in order to make sure his students are safe. So we get a beautiful illusion of Nanami fighting, and each action reflecting his mind at a state of peace, while Yuji is on his way to the station. But when he arrives, he's greeted to a terrifying sight. Turns out Mahito sent the transfigured humans towards Nanami and was watching the whole time. Yuji can't believe what he's seeing. As Nanami reflects about his life as a whole, he thinks about Haibara, the man who's the reason Nanami cares so much about his student's safety. Haibara points towards Yuji, and Nanami realizes he can die happily, as he says, history had just repeated itself. Yuji failed to save another person, and worst of all, it was to the same guy. And as he shouts in anger, Mahito just mocks him. Yuji's mental state is slowly beginning to crumble yet again. Yuji's determined to get his get back, so he charges instantly towards Mahito, yet hesitates for a second when he hears the transfigured human speak. Then Mahito uses soul multiplicity and sends an earthworm at Yuji, spawns in its mouth, and sends Yuji flying. But it's all good, because he got a scar now. The fight comes to a halt for a bit as Yuji asks Mahito why he continues to mock people, and Mahito's response is to replicate himself, killing Junpei and telling Yuji, "You are me," and Yuji can't beat him until he accepts that. Yuji is tired of Mahito's yapping as they prepare to throw hands again.
Round one, fight!
After that exchange, they both walk out and look at Yuji's face. The only thing on his mind right now is killing Mahito. Round 2 starts off with Mahito just spraying explosive bullets, and one of them happens to hit the elevator button. Then he starts using Gear 3 and tries to stomp out Yuji like he a Goomba. The elevator door opens. Yuji yeets this machine at Mahito as a distraction and hits the dipskis in the elevator. But Mahito ain't gonna let him get away that easily. He sends a gigantic fist towards Yuji, but Yuji counters by using Diversion Fist. The impact is so strong that the elevator rope snapped and the elevator starts falling down at full speed. Mahito then proceeds to just drop down and tries to kiss Yuji, but Yuji don't swing that way. He swings back at Mahito and hits him with the 1-2 hezi and jumps before Mahito can attack back. Mahito uses his earthworm again as his own elevator, sends an attack towards Yuji, which he dodges, followed by a big ass hand. Yuji breaks through it and Mahito does what he does best, run away. Oh wow, just two innocent humans chilling in Shibuya Station when a war is going on. What can possibly go wrong?
Hey bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
Flashback.
Earlier, Mahito and Jogo set a challenge for who could find Yuji first, and along the way, they encountered some humans that Mahito added to his arsenal. He then proceeds to do a shadow clone jutsu so he can find Yuji faster.
End of flashback.
While all this is going on, my glorious Slay Queen Nobara embarks towards Shibuya Station and encounters Mahito's clone on her way there, calls Mahito a pussy, and claims he will win. Guys, I don't feel so good about this. Nobara aims her nails at the billboard, they fall, and Nobara applies another set of nails while kicking the board and lands a headshot on Mahito. It's not very effective though, and Mahito hits her with the Baka, but Nobara got an ace up her sleeve. She starts charging in and uses spikes by throwing pins on the ground and activates them, catching Mahito completely off guard, and uses Resonance, a move that has the power to damage souls. That's why she's the fucking GOAT. This move ends up affecting the real Mahito, which leaves him paralyzed for a bit, and Yuji takes full advantage of this opportunity. Nobara really gave Yuji the greatest lob of all time. Mahito starts running from Nobara because he's a biatch and splits off before Yuji can land another hit. Yuji chases after Mahito and notices the shadow clone. He assumes they're gonna merge back together, but little does he know, Mahito is going for the kill. Yuji kills Mahito's shadow clone, but it's already too late. We get a close-up of Nobara, and it cuts to 2009. Flashbacks in anime equals death. Nobara's flashback shows us her childhood. She's always been an adventurous woman trapped in a closed environment with no mother or father figure. She relied on building a sisterly bond with Fumi and Sayori, and as she thinks back about her life and the people she had connections with, practically all the chairs are empty except for the people she was covering with her left hand. Yuji, Megumi, Gojo, and the other Jujutsu sorcerers she met along the way. But most importantly, Fumi, her childhood friend she failed to keep her promise with. As the screen cuts back to Nobara, she tells Yuji life wasn't so bad. And that's the end of Nobara. Gege, when I find you, bro, can't keep getting away with this shit, bro. Mahito had succeeded in breaking Yuji's resolve, as he doesn't even give Yuji time to take this in and hits a black flash and continuously pummels Yuji, clowning him for his childish resolve, thinking this was just some fantasy game. But this is war. Right before Mahito can kill Yuji, Aoi, the Chad autist Todo, saves Yuji and tries to encourage him to get up. But Yuji can't bring himself to keep going forward anymore, as he's completely lost his conviction and views himself as some useless murderer. Mahito is filled with pleasure hearing Yuji suffer, but Todo gives a speech about Jujutsu sorcerers and how they lose the privilege of living a normal life as soon as they become one. Todo, Nanami, Nobara, and Yuji all are Jujutsu sorcerers, and as long as they live, their dead comrades have not truly been defeated, as they all put their faith onto the next sorcerer to finish the job they started. And that's what keeps Jujutsu sorcerers going. This gives Yuji the motivation to keep fighting. He temporarily gets healed by Blondie, and Todo takes on Mahito by himself.
Fight.
What are you aiming at? I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Mahito slowly adapts to Todo and forces him to dodge a vital surprise attack, but Todo swaps with Yuji. He thinks about Nanami and claims he won't let his death be in vain, as he'll take on his share of suffering, and hits Mahito with the cleanest black flash. Bro went plus ultra, and just like that, Yuji continues to keep moving forward and teams up with Todo to take on Mahito for the last time. Yuji and Todo looking like prime Shaq and Kobe with the two-man game, as Todo catapults Yuji towards Mahito, sending them underground. Yuji tries to apply more pressure, but Mahito creates space and creates a shadow clone. How can he get jumped when there's two of him? Mahito thinking smarter, not harder. He knowing Mahito's shadow clone gets destroyed, so he uses body repel to send them even deeper underground and tries to isolate Yuji and Todo by sending a transfigured train towards them. He succeeds in taking the one with Todo, but Todo's bag runs deep. Peep game right here. Dodge rolls the first slash, parkour jumps above Mahito to hit him with a sidekick, recovers and charges back towards Mahito, catches both his blades and uses the clapping of Mahito's hand on his stomach to swap out with Mahito's left blade and kick him in the elevator.
A few moments later.
Hey yo, these niggas beating my ass right now. Brother, I'm high shit right now. Let me cook. I bet. Kobe! Oh, I feel one for all pulsing through my veins right now. Oh my, Doku, I don't give a fuck. I'm Todo Aoi, and this is the story of how I became the world's #1 hero. I'm coming for your ass, Shigaraki. The fuck this bad nigga just call me? What kind of woman is your type? I like tall women with flat asses. Mahito takes no damage like always, but that's okay since now everyone's power is at 120%. He uses an omnidirectional body repel that makes switching useless, which sends him back over ground and tells Yuji this is the last time they'll curse each other out. Todo feels disrespected. There's no way Mahito forgot about him, so he swaps him with Yuji. Yuji goes for the decapitation kick, but Mahito decapitates himself in order to create a lifeless body clone, regenerates his main body, and then creates an attack-based transfigured human. So Todo swaps the body double with the main Mahito and takes the one with the transfigured human, but it punches him and sends him flying. Todo is that guy though, so he eats a hanger like a boomerang behind the transfigured human, swaps with it, and one-shots it. Meanwhile, Yuji is out here fighting for his life. Mahito is sending straight earthworms, and one of them ends up breaking the Shibuya sign, but Yuji picks it up and throws it straight at the worm, and then grinds down like he shadowed the hedgehog, locks eye contact with Mahito, and goes for the high jump kick, but Mahito tosses him to the deserted Shibuya area, Sukuna cause. But luckily, Todo is there, so in order to split them up, Mahito activates his domain expansion, but last time he used it, Sukuna fucked him up, so he thinks back to seeing Gojo activating his 0.2 second domain, and says fine, I'll do it myself. Confronts Sukuna thinking he's him, but Sukuna doesn't even say a word. Mahito transfigures Todo's arm, blitzes towards him, and uses a black flash. Todo was able to survive the hit since he imbued all his curse energy to his core area, and Mahito starts charging towards Todo, but little does he know, Todo has the power of autism on his side. But now it's Yuji's turn, as Todo is out of commission, but Mahito has finally found the true essence of his soul and transforms into his true form. Yuji is shook. He goes for the punch, but it does no damage. And now Mahito's body is even tougher than Choso's was, and uses a part of his body to slash Yuji. Thankfully, just his arm was hit. They get to boxing, and Mahito is simply just outclassing him. He scrapes the skin of Yuji's mouth off and face palms him so hard, it creates a huge crater in the ground. Yuji's body is reaching its limit, but so is Mahito's, and Yuji hits his leg back into place, and decides the only way to defeat Mahito is by unleashing a black flash. They both square up and the final clash begins. Yuji goes for the punch, but Mahito feels the presence of a black flash and dodges it by springing around like he Bellamy. He charges back in and they exchange blows, but Yuji catches Mahito lacking with his divergent fist, and Mahito prepares to counter. Yo, boom! It is I, Todo, the autist, not this sped boy. I alone am the honored one, and thou clap, thou cleanse, thou soul. I guess this truly was our Jujutsu Kaisen. Did he just hit me with a hezi? Never underestimate the power. Of left, right, good night, you bum ass. It's always Gojo the main character, Yuta Solo's LMC, and then you have the audacity to say, I'm you. But look at you, swagless and begging for forgiveness. I might be you in the way I mindlessly save my people and you kill, but what separates us at the end of the day is that I'm the main character and you're just a side villain whose sole purpose is to develop my character.
How about I take my motherfucking goddamn covenant, chase you down in the middle of the motherfucking snow? You're running. You see a bunch of us in black cloaks running towards you. You see me in a gold cloak. Big, tall, muscular, evil-ass motherfucker running at you.
For the first time in his life, Mahito had felt uneasy. He had never experienced this feeling before. But little did he know, this was fear.
Meanwhile, y'all are trash. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Y'all are trash. Like, y'all are so trash. I want you to know that I'm talking to you, so I'm going to say your name, then I'm going to call you trash. Kawhi Leonard, you trash. Patrick Beverly, you trash. Oh, Rue Will, you're trash. I know you thought I forgot about you, but I did not. Paul George, you are trash. Huh?
But right before Yuji could land the blow, a familiar face had appeared. Oh my god, it's... Ah, look at you, swagless as ever.
Meanwhile...
Oh, look at how cute you are. Oh my god, Nisama, we can't do that. How about we have some fun tonight? Hey, bitch, are you trying to out-groom me? Bitch, please. We can go groom for groom right now. That's my little brother. This shit, incest and underage. I got the 2-for-1 special. Sorry guys. I've been doing this shit since the 90s. I'm the trendsetter. None of y'all could ever beat me. Man, I know this cougar not talking. That's ironic for you. You're ancient ass pushing 100 years old. Nah, we can settle this right now. Fuck is you talking about? Fuck up, bitch. Y'all broke asses not touching me. Let's go.
And just like that, they had all brought out 120% of their groomer potential.
Pseudo Geto has entered the battle, but Yuji not letting him escape without getting Gojo back. So he goes for the punch, but Geto Fraud uses Earthquake, which is super effective, but Yuji is still determined to get Gojo back. Mahito goes for the third party, but he's just a side villain that already served his purpose. So he gets absorbed by Pseudo Geto, and he eats it while smiling. The real Geto could never, but damn, that Mahito pack going crazy. If I was Yuji, I'd be mad as hell. All that work just for my kill to be stolen in the end. But have no fear, since the Kyoto School students are here, surely they'll put up a worthy performance after ignoring Mekamaru's dying request. Asian Hawkeye shoots his arrows at a guy standing still and misses everything. Mai shoots a surprise shot and it does nothing, but Miwa hits Fraud Geto with the Toji special. But there's one big difference. This guy is smiling. Gojo was shitting bricks. These two are not the same. I'm putting my all into this sack, even if it means I'll never be able to swing a sword again. Just like Gon did. Take this, you Geto Fraud. Did he just stop my theme song? That was the default music, you useless blue-haired bitch. But I'm a strong, independent woman though. You fool. Gege doesn't respect women. Oh yeah, I forgot. Don't ask how Kusakabe was able to neutralize a move that Classroom Utah's This Is Pure Love attack. Even Yuji is shook by this feat. Luckily, Choso arrives at the battlefield in the nick of time. And as he calls back his memories, we find out he has the ability to sense when his siblings are about to die. And the reason he started tweaking when he was about to kill Yuji is because he felt this connection. And we find out Choso has three parents. His mom, the cursed spirit that piped his mom, and the man who mixes blood into the affair, Kamo Noritoshi. And if Choso is related to Yuji, that can only mean one thing. Kamo Noritoshi, you are the father! So close to the truth, but so far. Kamo Noritoshi is only one of the many names they've had, and their real name is Kenjaku. They've been body hopping for who knows how long, and Geto just happened to be their latest victim. Choso is furious, so he throws a piercing blood towards Urame and follows up with another attack that sends Kenjaku in the air so he can isolate the one. But Kenjaku just uses fly to create space and sends a twomp towards him, which Choso splits in half and follows up with raining blood. Kenjaku dashes straight towards him and hits him with the Toji special and sends him off the platform, but he recovers like this is Smash Bros and uses piercing blood, but Kenjaku hits him with the full counter. He instantly goes for the punch but gets absolutely bitched by Kenjaku, and his last attempt is to just throw blows with Kenjaku, but that failed miserably. Defeat. As they both fall back to the ground, Yuji, Panda, and Narutoshi realize this is the perfect opportunity to jump this nigga. But as they're about to perform the jumping of the century, Urame spawns in and uses freeze on everyone and reveals that they can use RCT as they fix their hand and tries to kill Choso, but Yuji comes in for the clutch. Sports Girl even uses one of her more powerful moves and it does no damage. She really thinks she a part of the team. Urame ain't taking this level of disrespect and goes for the finishing blow. Oh my god, it's a gift from the heavens. A tall woman with a fat ass. Long time no see, Geto. Would you mind answering my question now? What kind of woman is your type? Yuki pulls up just in the nick of time to save Yuji. Her and Kenjaku begin to talk about their ideals and what their idea of an ideal society is. Kenjaku wants to optimize cursed energy compared to Yuki, who wants to free society from cursed energy, which leaves Yuji and Yuki confused. But there's a huge issue in this plan, since extremely few sorcerers and cursed spirits emerge in other countries compared to Japan. In order to optimize Japan, they'd have to use Tengen, and that would give Japan a monopoly, as every human living in Japan would become a sorcerer, which would lead to extreme conflict with other nations, and that's not the world Yuki wants to create. But Kenjaku doesn't give a fuck and says, nah, I'ma do my own thing. He's already tried to give mankind a chance many times before, but failed since he was limited to the bounds of his own potential. So he decided that chaos he can't control is the solution to his own problems, as he uses Mahito's idol transfiguration remotely on people who had absorbed cursed objects like Yuji and people who have cursed techniques but brains were structured as non-sorcerers like Junpei, and tweak their brains so they can have the sorcerer mentality, and one of them just happened to be Megami's sister. Lastly, he releases the seal on those cursed objects, and starting now, he'll begin his own purge, where these newly created sorcerers try and kill each other to deepen their understanding of cursed energy. So Yuki gets pissed and wants to fight Kenjaku with Yuji, and luckily Urame's body collapses from the poison Choso had put in his body earlier as his ice disappears. But right before Yuki could do anything, Kenjaku declares this is the world of the future and begins his retreat.
Give me him back! Give him back! Give him back! Give him back! He's mine!
And that concludes the Shibuya incident of October 31st, 2018. Now, the world is in shambles, the economy is crashing, new sorcerers are running rampant, along with cursed spirits interfering with everyday life, and the government is struggling to keep the truth of cursed spirits a secret. We cut to this innocent girl isolated at a local gas station, no parents in sight. This ominous figure attempts to reel her in and succeeds, but turns out it's a cursed spirit.
びっくりした。
The GOAT Utah saves this innocent girl. Just look at that smile as Rika comes in for a swoop in the back. He even covers her eyes from the cursed spirit. What a gentleman.
The next day.
Yuta pulls up to the higher ups after finding out Inumaki's arms were cut off in Shibuya by Sukuna in the sides that he will kill Yuji himself. We see a close-up of Yuki as she asks, "What will you do to Yuji?" And the screen cuts to black. We find out that Geto's death sentence had been reinstated, Gojo had been expelled from Jujutsu Society, and anyone that attempts to free him will be deemed a criminal. Principal Yaga is sentenced to death for teaching Gojo and Geto, and Yuji's death sentence suspension has been revoked, and Utah will be the one to kill him. We cut to seeing a man walking on a bridge with a flashlight. He puts it away as the sun rises, and it's revealed to be Yuji. He takes a deep breath and claps.
俺の魂がそれを否定してんだよ。お前は誰だ。俺とお前最後の呪い。お前はなんだぜ。
And that is the end of my Shibuya arc recap. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell since only 1% of y'all are. I'm trying to go crazy for 2024, and besides that, I'ma catch y'all.
This video is a complete chronological timeline of Half-Life and Portal. How these games interact with each other, and with it will contain spoilers for every game in the series, as of 2022. On a faraway world, the species now known as the Nilanth lived in peace. Not a lot is known about how their world functioned or how they worked as a society, but as with everything in this timeline, chaos was soon to come. Out there in space, a multi-dimensional alien empire traveled from universe to universe, invading every sentient species they came across. After a successful invasion, they then got to work, where they took the natural resources of these planets. But the worst part of this was what they did to the species that inhabited them. Over their time, they learned how to analyze and adapt the biological structures of the species they encountered in an effort to grow their army, where they became a combination of countless, indoctrinated, mutated species under the leadership of one, which is why humanity would later refer to them by the name the Combine, a dark force that spread fear across space. On one of their jumps to explore another universe, the Combine discovered the world of the Nilanth, and just like they had done countless times before, they prepared for invasion. As the Combine overwhelmed the population of this world, the Nilanth attempted to fight back but were unsuccessful, where the Combine began their twisted experimentation to see how this species could be adapted to enhance their army. Just like every other population under Combine rule, the Nilanth attempted to find a way to take down the Combine or escape them completely. And for one of this species, it discovered a gateway from their world to somewhere new. And after passing through, this Nilanth found itself on the border world of Zen. This was a place between dimensions, home to various flora and fauna to the worlds it had previously connected to over time. And here, the Nilanth found sanctuary from the Combine, and eventually became the last of its species to survive the Combine invasion. Although the Nilanth was safe for now, the Combine still continued their exploration across universes and dimensions. So, the Nilanth explored Zen to see if it could find a way to defend itself, just in case the Combine discovered Zen. Moving forward an unknown amount of time to 1943 on planet Earth, a young man, Cave Johnson, formed a new company called Aperture Fixtures. Here, he used his father's theories of farming, although his father had never farmed a day in his life, to create the backbone of Aperture. These theories were to do everything from scratch, spend no expense, and to never cut corners, and using these, Aperture Fixtures thrived. Aperture Fixtures mostly developed and manufactured shower curtains. Although the functionality of these high-tech shower curtains is unknown, they sold extremely well and were very well received by the general public and Cave's peers, where he was given the Shower Curtain Salesman Award in his first year of business. From here, success only followed him. Following this, Cave managed to acquire contracts with many branches of the United States military for his innovative shower curtains, where he quickly became a billionaire. In 1944, just 1 year after starting his company, Cave decided to expand, and with great vision and wealth, he purchased a salt mine deep underground in Upper Michigan, with a plan for this place to be the new home of Aperture Fixtures. Over the following years, the company thrived, and with a large team under him at this point, Cave opted to make a change to the company, where it went into a more scientific direction. By 1947, Cave renamed his company to Aperture Science, where he still used his father's theories in an unorthodox approach to build it up. Here, he spared no expense and sought out the best and brightest minds money could buy. Once again, this worked, and Aperture Science received an award for the best new science company in the same year. Over the next few years, Aperture Science grew, and the old salt mine tunnels were used to construct additional regions to work in and test scientific products. And by 1949, Aperture was rated number 2 in the top 100 applied science companies by the Mechanical Engineering World Journal. As Cave's employees grew to know him, they learned just how quirky his character was. One specific example noted was when he listed the 3 pillars of Aperture Science. The first, that science without results is just witchcraft. The second, get results or get fired. And the third, if an employee suspected a co-worker of being a witch, then they should report them immediately, as witchcraft would not be tolerated. As the years went on, the personnel of Aperture did not know if Cave was joking or if he truly believed this. Regardless, Cave had created a company from nothing, and it only continued to grow. Moving into the 1950s, Aperture's success continued, while over in the New Mexico desert, the government-funded Black Mesa Corporation purchased some land. Here, they believed that this location would give them the privacy to work on top-secret experiments without interruption, and over the years, they built a complex on this land, hired staff, and got to work in the new Black Mesa Research Facility. Back in Upper Michigan, Aperture was booming. Aside from becoming the runner-up for the US Department of Defense's Contract of the Year award, which came with its own monetary gain, Aperture's products continued to sell well to the public and the government. Their products were innovative and came at an extremely high standard thanks to the vigorous testing procedures in place. Due to their reputation, Aperture were able to bring in astronauts, Olympians, and war heroes as test subjects. Products such as the repulsion gel, sentry turret, and even the development of a quantum tunneling device pushed Aperture to keep breaking scientific boundaries, and with ample test subjects, many products in the testing phase, and an influx of revenue coming into Aperture, Cave continued to expand deeper into the salt mines for more room for his scientists to make his ideas a reality. As the company grew, Cave came to the realization that he could not oversee or participate in every aspect of Aperture due to how big this company had become. And so, he made two big adjustments to the way he ran his company. The first, he hired an assistant, Carolyn, and the second, he pre-recorded voice announcements which were played across the facility to welcome his test subjects and motivate his employees so that his presence would still be felt. By 1956, Aperture signed another contract with the US government, once again boosting the company's revenue and reputation. Aperture sold their sentry turrets to the public and explored potato science. But Cave heard word of another rising science facility, Black Mesa, who appeared to have similar work and ideas to him. But with his success, Black Mesa was of no worry. Moving into the 1960s, the boom period that Aperture had experienced began to die down. This in part was due to other companies performing extremely well, where the market became more saturated, but the major issue was how Aperture operated internally. Although the way Cave had built up Aperture had led to its initial success, these methods gave the company issues in the long run. Aperture Science developed and worked with advanced technology. This brought in revenue for the company, but it also came with its own dangers. The many products that Aperture sent out into the world were pulled from shelves for violating health and safety regulations, which impacted the revenue the company received. Alongside this, the products currently in development became stuck in the testing phase to make sure that they reached a level of standard that would allow them to pass these regulations, which resulted in very few products actually being sent out into the world. As a result of Aperture's new reputation of carelessness and a failure to comply with health and safety concerns, Cave decided to prepare Aperture in the event that his company and the complex were examined by an external party. So, in 1961, he sealed off Test Shaft 09 and the other areas that the scientists had conducted highly unethical experiments. Just a few of these experiments consisted of attempting to turn blood into pure gasoline, injecting praying mantis DNA into the test subjects to turn them into mantis men, and having his test subjects fight off an army of mantis men when the previous experiment was a success. Cave stated that he had simply wanted to do science, and he had achieved his goal with the brightest minds he could find. But this had come at the mutilation and, in some cases, death of his test subjects. Although Aperture had sped ahead of the competition as a privately owned company with these secret experiments, other science facilities such as Black Mesa were government funded and were limited in their capabilities. Regardless, with these regions of Aperture sealed off, the scientists worked on experiments on the safer side, which frustrated Cave as he believed he was limited in what he could explore. Over in the New Mexico desert, Black Mesa had begun to shape into one of the leading scientific forces in the world. Their top secret, groundbreaking technology funded by the government then allowed them to explore scientific branches that Aperture had not. By 1968, Aperture's situation had declined even further. Their products struggled to sell, and their reputation was not what it once was. Cave had grown increasingly more frustrated over this time, as he believed that Black Mesa had stolen his ideas. On top of his pressure and stress, the US Senate called upon Aperture after several astronauts had disappeared during testing. With this hearing, failure to sell products, and contracts with the US government pulled, Aperture was forced to declare bankruptcy. This had huge ramifications for Aperture and the way it functioned. Of course, Cave hoped that they would bounce back, and he pushed his scientists to keep working. But he struggled during this time, and his assistant, Carolyn, stood by him, helped him as much as she could and became his closest confidant, where a strong relationship formed between them. Without the ability to hire renowned test subjects to test his products, Cave was enraged that he had to instead hire homeless people, who he offered $60 for their services, and an additional $60 if they allowed Aperture to disassemble and then reassemble them for science. This obviously came with a risk, but it was this very risk that had allowed Aperture to boom just a decade before. Although the issues Aperture faced were down to Cave's decisions and lack of care for those who had entered his facility, he instead blamed Black Mesa for all the issues he faced. But in his rants, he could not provide any proof that they had actually stolen anything from him. Moving into the 1970s, Aperture declined even further, but Cave was determined to push boundaries with new technology in development. Here, he reopened Test Shaft 09 and started work on dangerous experiments once again. And later in 1971, a dry dock was built where a team began work on the Borealis. Although this experiment was top secret, what is known is that it involved a research vessel, specifically a Healy-class icebreaker ship, and highly experimental teleportation technology. Although this experiment was top secret, the scientists at Black Mesa somehow heard word of this, which quite possibly confirmed that Cave had been correct about his theories, and there was a spy in their midst. By 1976, Aperture's decline forced Cave to widen his search parameters once again for additional test subjects, where this time he brought in child orphans, psychiatric patients, and the elderly. Although these new subjects essentially allowed Aperture to function just as well as before, Cave hated that he had to lower his standards. With his ego bruised, Cave's once positive and energetic pre-recorded voice announcements declined into aggressive, frustrated rants where he ridiculed the new test subjects in his facility. In an attempt to reclaim the reputation and prestige that Aperture Science had once had, he announced a 3-tier plan for the future of his company. The Heimlich Counter Maneuver, the Take-A-Wish Foundation, and most notably, the Portal Project. While the first two of this plan appear to phase out over time, the Portal Project stayed with Aperture and ultimately would make a huge impact on their future. This project essentially focused on the formation of portals with a handheld device, which Aperture named the Aperture Science Handheld Portal Device, ASHPD for short. And to develop and test this, they constructed the Enrichment Center, which consisted of laboratories, test chambers, and offices. Although Cave believed Aperture's situation could not get any worse, by 1981, it had. Having fallen even further into financial turmoil, Cave grew desperate for a profitable product for the company. So, in an effort to push the development of Aperture's mobility gels, he purchased $70 million worth of moon rocks to push this project, even though he was told by his financial advisors that he could only afford $7 worth, which he ignored. Upon the conversion of these moon rocks into a gel, Cave and his scientists discovered that the moon dust worked perfectly as a portal conductor. With a belief that the Portal Project could quite possibly be the venture that could save Aperture, Cave took a hands-on approach in the development of moon rocks into conversion gel. But over time, his exposure to the moon rocks slowly damaged his kidneys and lungs, where they began to fail. As Cave's health declined, he relied even more on Carolyn to help him with his medication and the running of Aperture. Over in the New Mexico desert, the top-secret Black Mesa research facility had built up a groundbreaking complex with many sectors that were divided into multiple areas of research. The most impressive was in Sector F, the Lambda Complex. Here, a team of scientists had built up a teleporter and discovered a world far away from Earth, the border world of Zen. With this discovery, Black Mesa set up survey teams and sent them through to explore and collect samples to study this place. Within, this team discovered many different species. After research and study of the flora and fauna here, the team determined that nothing was actually native to the border world. Everything had come from their own world and stayed. They also found out the hard way that this place was not safe by any means, and they had to be cautious to avoid the dangerous alien life forms and plant life. Moving into 1982, Cave's health had deteriorated immensely, where he accepted the fact that he was likely going to die. This led to mood swings where he on one occasion broadcast a rant about lemons to the entire facility. That if life gave you lemons, demand to see life's manager and then burn down life's house with combustible lemons. On top of this, Aperture could no longer afford to hire test subjects, so he made testing mandatory for all employees. This dramatically raised the quality of test subjects, but it also dramatically reduced employee retention, so involuntary human testing was phased out. As Cave reflected on his mortality, he lingered on the idea of the compact disc, and he thought, if humanity had discovered a way to store music on a compact disc, then why could they not also store a man's intelligence and personality too? If he could somehow get his scientists to achieve this, then he could cheat death and run Aperture as a machine. So, he ordered his brightest scientists to research artificial intelligence, something he himself believed he should have looked into 30 years before. And as a smart man, he knew there was a chance his illness would take him before the project was complete. Here, he left 2 instructions for Aperture upon his death. The first, that his ever-loyal assistant Carolyn was to be named as his successor and become CEO of Aperture Science. And secondly, that when the AI system was finally complete, that Carolyn was to be uploaded to the system regardless of any protests that she had. Shortly after, Cave succumbed to his illness and passed away, where Carolyn became CEO of Aperture Science. Jumping ahead to 1986, Aperture heard word that Black Mesa were working on their own portal technology, and with the competition strong, Carolyn pushed for the development of a disk operating system based on the genetic lifeform artificial intelligence research that had begun back in 1982. If this project were to be completed, it would allow Aperture to accelerate their portal project and hopefully beat Black Mesa in this race. As the Black Mesa survey team explored more of these floating islands in a void of space, they managed to bring back specimens of the flora and fauna they came across. Although dozens of this survey team fell victim to the dangers of Zen, this research was invaluable and increased their understanding of not only Zen, but also gave them a greater insight into how the universe functioned. On one of their expeditions, the survey team took note of crystals scattered across Zen's landscape, and after they brought some of these crystals back to Black Mesa, they discovered that these crystals had interesting properties. So, Black Mesa formed the Anomalous Materials team to analyze them in the Sector C test labs. But to do this, they needed a machine that was capable of the level of analysis they needed. As one of the scientists that had originally worked in Sector F, Dr. Rosenberg took it upon himself to design this device. And here, he came up with the anti-mass spectrometer, where it was constructed in Test Lab C-33A in Sector C. This machine scanned a chosen crystal sample with oscillating electromagnetic fields and beams of high-energy plasma, where it agitated the exotic matter in the crystals to form displacement fields, which were then analyzed with advanced sensors. The scientists theorized that if they were able to harness the negative mass or exotic energy in these crystals, then they could essentially create wormholes to discover new universes and dimensions for exploration. This was the portal technology Aperture had heard rumors about, but it was a completely different method of forming a portal, as Aperture's method relied on the ability to harness the power of a black hole inside of a handheld device to form theirs. While this was one of the main focuses of these Xenian crystals, Black Mesa also had other ideas for technology they could develop with them. Over the next few years, one of Aperture's most ambitious projects, the Borealis, and its crew of scientists disappeared without a trace, and a part of the dry dock with it. With this experiment held in high secrecy, it was never reported what had actually happened to the research vessel. Many believed that this project was in some way linked to teleportation technology, so they speculated that something had gone wrong and it had teleported out of the facility. As Black Mesa and Aperture Science competed against each other out there in the world, a new generation of scientists worked hard to gain an education and join this race for scientific advancement. One of these was Gordon Freeman. With a thirst to explore and understand theoretical physics, Gordon managed to get into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and over his years there, he made a strong impression on his peers and professors. One of his professors was Dr. Isaac Kleiner. This man was a well-known name in the scientific community due to his research and documentation on teleportation, something Gordon was also highly interested in, where he wrote his thesis on the topic. Eventually, Gordon graduated and moved to Innsbruck, Austria, where he joined the team at the Institute for Experimental Physics. During his time there, Gordon was able to gain a better insight into teleportation and even managed to observe a series of teleportation experiments. Over in Black Mesa, Gordon's old mentor, Dr. Kleiner, was offered a position with the Anomalous Materials team, where he could put his knowledge on teleportation to use. Here, Isaac worked with the other great minds on this team, most notably Dr. Eli Vance, Dr. Richard Keller, and Dr. Arne Magnusson. Moving into 1996, Aperture's work on the genetic lifeform and disk operating system neared completion, and aware that when activated for the first time, there was a chance that its sentience would come with a godlike complex. With this risk, the technicians on this project put in place a safeguard, the Red Phone Plan. This plan was fairly simple. It required an Aperture employee to sit next to a red phone placed in GLaDOS's AI chamber, and if she appeared to be hostile upon activation, then the employee was to use it where GLaDOS would quickly be shut down. GLaDOS essentially was rooted into the whole facility and had full control of it, so it was important that the technicians made sure she had the right intentions. After many years of hard work and research on the GLaDOS project, it was almost complete. The technicians just needed to do one thing: upload Carolyn's consciousness. So they followed Cave Johnson's final order and uploaded her. It is unknown if she went willingly or put up a fight, but after this, any record of Carolyn is gone. Therefore, it is believed that her physical form passed away as her mind was uploaded. The ultimate aim for this project had been to see if Aperture could upload a human mind to a system that, when active, would control every aspect of the facility, help it run efficiently, and, most importantly, accelerate projects in progress. Although Carolyn had been uploaded to GLaDOS, something appeared to have gone wrong during this process, where Carolyn's personality was hidden away in the system and suppressed. Shortly after, GLaDOS was activated for the first time. Here, she instantly attempted to lock down the facility within 1/16th of a picosecond, with the intention to murder all personnel. To Aperture's luck, their preparation with the red foam plan allowed them to shut her down before she could do any damage. Initially, this appeared to be a total failure, but the fact that a human consciousness had been uploaded to a machine and it interacted with the facility was an accomplishment on its own. So, the Aperture technicians persevered over time, where they activated GLaDOS from time to time in an attempt to discover ways to adapt her personality. With a whole team dedicated to the GLaDOS project, the scientists developed personality cores that they believed, when attached to GLaDOS, would positively adjust her personality and curb her murderous tendencies. As a technician worked on one of these cores, Henry, he explained to his friend, Doug, just how useful these cores were. The core Henry was working on was called the Morality Core, which he and the other technicians believed would stop GLaDOS's attempts to murder the facility, where it would push her to actually think about her actions and essentially act as a sort of conscience. This sounded like a great idea in theory, but as the more pessimistic of the two, Doug replied with, "You can always ignore your conscience." As the development of these personality cores were completed, they were attached to see what kind of difference they made, and GLaDOS went through various cores. One of note would later become known as Wheatley. Wheatley was designed to form a constant stream of stupid thoughts, where the technicians hoped would limit GLaDOS's ability to think about her need to murder the personnel. Eventually, the technicians settled on the perfect combination of cores: the Curiosity Core, the Knowledge Core, and the Emotion Core, which seemed to only display anger. With these connected, Aperture planned to show GLaDOS off as a scheduled event on the company's annual Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. But in Aperture fashion, this day ended with an unspecified disaster. With GLaDOS's track record, it was likely due to another attempt to murder the facility. Following this, the technicians attached the core that Henry had worked on, the Morality Core. Over in Austria, Gordon grew disappointed with the slow pace and poor funding of academic research, and decided to look for somewhere new that he could work and increase his understanding of theoretical physics, where he discovered a job opening at the Black Mesa Research Facility. Upon his application, he discovered that Dr. Kleiner was actually the lead of the project he had applied for, the Anomalous Materials team. With Isaac's great relationship with Gordon, MIT education, and time at the Institute for Experimental Physics, Gordon was offered the position. There was another candidate Black Mesa were close to hiring, Dr. Judith Mossman, but she just missed out to Gordon. With this offer, Gordon accepted and moved to the Black Mesa complex in the New Mexico desert. Entering the 2000s, Aperture still worked hard to get their promising projects up and running. The main one was the Aperture Science handheld portal device, where they once again used test subjects to solve the test chambers with the device. At one point during this period of time, a young woman called Chell attempted to apply to be a test subject, but Aperture had seemingly become stricter in the characteristics and traits that they looked for in test subjects and rejected her. There are also rumors that Chell was the daughter of an employee of Aperture, but due to the events to come, this cannot be confirmed. With the facility bustling, GLaDOS was activated once again, but this time, it appeared the Morality Core had in fact adjusted her murderous traits, where she spoke to the scientists and helped them in their advancements of projects. Although Carolyn still was nowhere to be seen in the personality of GLaDOS, the technicians were just happy to have her cooperate. But from a distance, Doug Ratman was still skeptical of GLaDOS and this instant fix that had been given to her. On May 3rd of an unspecified year in the early 2000s, way out in the Santiago military base, a young 22-year-old Marine, Corporal Adrian Shepard, waited to be assigned a mission. As he wandered the base, his unit spoke of a weird, government-looking man that had visited. Some speculated that he was from the government and looking to recruit, while others claimed he was with a secret research group. Regardless, Adrian wanted a spot in whatever this man offered. So, he continued to train and was then mysteriously bumped up the advanced training list. It appeared someone had a plan for him. Over in Upper Michigan, Aperture prepared for their annual Bring Your Cat to Work Day, and over the past few weeks, GLaDOS had remained active and cooperative with the scientists. She had stated that she had lost all interest in killing and only craved science, where, over this time, trust was built between the technicians and the machine. For Bring Your Cat to Work Day, GLaDOS asked if she could perform an experiment as a planned activity. This experiment involved cats and boxes, and she even had most of the necessary materials for it. She just needed one more, a little neurotoxin. To this, the scientists agreed reluctantly, as it was for science, and GLaDOS had shown great improvement since the attachment of her morality core. As the day progressed, the scheduled activities took place, and then it was GLaDOS's turn to begin her experiment. With full control of the facility, the trust of the Aperture personnel and neurotoxin, GLaDOS locked down the facility within 2 picoseconds and deployed the neurotoxin she had been given. She technically had not lied about craving science or her desire to perform this experiment. It just so happened that Aperture was the box and the personnel were her cats. A homage to Schrodinger's cat, where, from the outside world, the personnel within were both alive and dead, as there was no way to know for sure without going inside, which was impossible as GLaDOS had locked down the Aperture Science Facility. As the facility fell into chaos, the neurotoxin took out the personnel one by one, but a group of scientists managed to avoid this and traveled to a secret vault full of human test subjects deep in the Aperture complex. Here, they locked themselves inside with a system that only something capable of performing human gestures could unlock. GLaDOS was unaware of this region of Aperture, but if she was somehow able to learn of its existence, the human gesture system would keep her out. Inside, these survivors simply waited to be rescued. With full control of Aperture, GLaDOS began her new testing initiative and a permanent testing cycle began. Firstly, with the surviving employees as her test subjects, but one man managed to escape this disaster. Doug Ratman. He had already been cautious about GLaDOS's motives, and upon discovering the body of his friend, Henry, he went into hiding in the regions of Aperture that did not have cameras. Of course, GLaDOS knew he had escaped, and a game of cat and mouse began. Although GLaDOS had killed most of the Aperture employees with neurotoxin, and more died during testing, she still had a purpose. She wanted to beat Black Mesa in the race for portal technology. On the outside world, the people were unaware that Aperture had completely locked down, sealed from within, and life continued to go on. On May 7th, at the Santiago military base, Corporal Adrian Shepard actually saw the government man that his peers had mentioned, and strangely enough, he noticed this man watching him from afar on multiple occasions throughout the day, and as the days went on, he and his unit were told that they had been selected for a mission. This mission would require them to become experts in indoor strategic combat. On May 11th, a research associate at Black Mesa, Colette Green, was sent a memo which informed her that a new sample had been brought back for analysis, GG-3883, and after her own analysis of this sample, she determined that this was the largest and purest sample Black Mesa had received so far. So, this sample was set to replace another sample that the Anomalous Materials team was scheduled to analyze in the following days. As the Marines at Santiago continued to train, they heard rumors that they were preparing for a mission at the Black Mesa Research Facility. But as this facility was government owned and worked with top secret projects, those on the outside were unaware of what actually happened there. Now weeks after GLaDOS' takeover of the facility, Doug continued to hide from the murderous robot as he watched his co-workers die during testing. Even if the scientists followed her orders and successfully made it through the testing track, it always ended the same way. They were tricked into entering an incinerator with the promise of cake. The cake had actually been used previously to incentivize Aperture test subjects before this event, but now the cake had a darker meaning. Doug was naturally paranoid as a result of a condition he had, schizophrenia, and without access to top-ups for his medication over this period, GLaDOS attempted to lure him out of the maintenance areas by playing on this. She created traps and then attempted to convince him that this whole situation was in his head. What were the chances that a murderous robot had taken over his place of work and murdered his co-workers? Regardless, Doug ignored her, and as he fell deeper into his schizophrenia, he came across a companion cube and projected a personality onto it, where it became his companion and guided him on the safest routes as he traversed Aperture. He did have 2 remaining pills to take, but he decided that he would only take them when he needed to. As a member of staff in the facility, Doug thought about the best way to take GLaDOS down and escape. Then, he had a hunch. GLaDOS had many test subjects in stasis, just waiting to be used to test the portal device. Although GLaDOS had murdered the majority of the facility, she still wanted to test. So, Doug navigated his way to the file room with the help of his companion cube, which helped him ignore GLaDOS' manipulation and turrets. Upon arrival in the file room, Doug adjusted the testing order of the subjects after finding a test subject that had been rejected from testing for being abnormally stubborn and never gave up, ever. He believed that Chell would be the perfect test subject for GLaDOS to use, as she would not accept defeat at the hands of GLaDOS. So, Doug moved Chell from number 1498 to number 1 in the test subject list. With his plan in place, Doug went back into hiding and waited for GLaDOS to begin testing the test subjects, where she would wake up his savior. Over in the Black Mesa Research Facility, on May 15th, a security guard and friend of Gordon Freeman, Barney Calhoun, was given his assignment for the next day, when he was scheduled to be working on Blue Shift. While over in the Santiago military base, Corporal Adrian Shepard and his squad were finally given concrete information on the mission they had been preparing for. They were told that the mission was going to take place at the Black Mesa Research Facility, but they were not informed what had happened there. Then, they were told that they were just waiting for it to happen, but no one knew what it was. On May 16th in the Black Mesa Research Facility, the Anomalous Materials team prepared for another experiment with the anti-mass spectrometer, but this was not a normal experiment. The crystal sample that Colette Green had analyzed, GG-3883, was the purest sample she had ever seen, and with the belief that this sample could be the one to push their teleportation project, the administrator of Black Mesa, Dr. Wallace Breen, put immense pressure on his scientists to produce conclusive results, even if they had to deviate from standard analysis procedure. The anti-mass spectrometer ran normally at 90%. This level allowed a safety buffer for the machine and personnel, but Dr. Breen was insistent that they did whatever they could to work with this new sample. Within the Anomalous Materials team, Dr. Isaac Kleiner heard that Dr. Breen had gone to great lengths to acquire the sample. With this pressure, the team planned to run the anti-mass spectrometer at 105% against the protest of Dr. Eli Vance and Dr. Rosenberg. In the early hours of this morning, the team in Sector C prepared for this experiment, but with the additional power required for the anti-mass spectrometer, other areas of Black Mesa suffered system crashes and even complete blackouts. On this stressful morning, the team noticed a strange man wandering the halls, watching the surrounding chaos, the same man that Adrian had noticed watching him. With all of this additional work and preparation, the Anomalous Materials team ran behind their scheduled slot to perform the experiment, and the person responsible for pushing the crystal into the machine, Dr. Freeman, was also running late. This gave the team more time to prepare and theorize what could actually go wrong in this experiment, where some whispered of the possibility of a resonance cascade, a rip in space and time. As Barney Calhoun began his shift as a security guard, he was sent to fix an elevator. Around this time, Gordon finally arrived at the Sector C test labs and put on his hazardous environment suit. On his way to the test chamber, Gordon stopped in the kitchen and, for some reason, turned on the microwave, which destroyed a casserole that did not belong to him. This moment began a grudge that would last for decades. Upon Gordon's eventual arrival in the observation bay of the anti-mass spectrometer, he was updated by Dr. Kleiner on the situation, the changes in protocol, and that Dr. Breen needed the results of this crystal sample to be conclusive. From here, Gordon entered the test chamber and followed the instructions of his team above. In the observation bay, Eli Vance was approached by the government man that had wandered the halls of the facility, and he said something strange. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. This was such a strong statement considering Eli had been against the adjustment of the testing parameters, but the team were under immense pressure, and so he ignored the warning and kept it to himself, where the scientists boosted the anti-mass spectrometer to 105%, ready for Gordon to proceed. As they made this change, they did also notice a discrepancy in the readings, but as it quickly reverted back to acceptable bounds, they ignored it. In the maintenance areas of the anti-mass spectrometer, Dr. Gina Cross placed the crystal sample in a lift for it to be delivered up to Gordon, where, upon its arrival, he pushed this crystal sample into the beam of the anti-mass spectrometer, and then everything changed. As the crystal hit the beam, it shattered and the exotic energy inside of the crystal flooded the room. This in turn triggered a resonance cascade powered by the crystal. This cascade ripped a hole in space, where a bridge was formed between Black Mesa and the border world of Zen. As beams of energy surged around the chamber, equipment across the whole facility malfunctioned. As a result of this, the elevator Barney stood in collapsed as the hostile flora and fauna of Zen teleported into the facility. To Gordon's luck, he avoided injury during this incident, and he was even teleported briefly to Zen, and then pulled back to Earth to see the chaos this event had caused. The Black Mesa research facility had been invaded by Zenian creatures, and there was a force behind this, the last Nylanth. After this creature had just escaped with its life, it explored Zen and discovered that it was stronger than most of the species on this border world. In a move of self-preservation, the Nilanth enslaved these creatures and formed its own army, just in case the Combine discovered its new home. When humanity discovered Zen, the Nilanth watched from afar, and when the Resna's Cascade occurred, the creature saw an opportunity to escape to Earth, where it believed it would be safe from the hands of the Combine. All it had to do was take out the population of Earth first, so it sent every enslaved creature it had to achieve this. As Gordon Freeman left the ruined test chamber and wandered the halls, he discovered the bodies of the people he had worked with. Moving upstairs, he came across Eli and Isaac, who had attempted to call for help, but the incident had knocked out the communication system. With a suit to protect him from the dangers of Black Mesa, Eli asked Gordon to reach the surface and bring back help, where he left to do so. And with help on the way, Eli went to go and find his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, Eli's wife, Azian, had already died, but his daughter did survive, just in a strange way. The G-Man had somehow discovered where Alex Vance was and plucked her out of Black Mesa against the wishes of his employers using unexplained abilities. It appeared that the G-Man and his employers had some sort of agenda, and this man was not what he appeared to be. As Gordon went on, he was attacked by head crabs. These small creatures attempted to latch onto a host's head, break into its skull, and control it as a sort of puppet. So, Gordon picked up the first weapon he saw to defend himself, a crowbar, and he continued on to find help. Around this time, Dr. Gina Cross and Dr. Colette Green followed the instructions of their boss, Dr. Rosenberg, and after also fighting through Zenian creatures, they managed to send off a distress call for military support. Over in the Santiago military base, Adrian and his squad were told that it was time to leave. Under the banner of the Hazardous Environment Combat Unit, the Marines were deployed for their mission they had trained for over the past few weeks and made their way to Black Mesa. The interesting part about this was that the person who had contracted Santiago to prepare the HECU would have somehow been aware that the Resonance Cascade was going to happen, which suggested that this was either a planned event or the forces behind this could manipulate time. On their way in, the HECU were kept in the dark on what their mission was. They were told that they would get their mission brief upon arrival, so Corporal Adrian Shepard and the other units in his Osprey speculated what their mission was. As the HECU arrived in the New Mexico desert, the Osprey holding Adrian and his squad was attacked by a flying Zenian creature, where it crashed into the ground below. Although Adrian's Osprey had fallen down, other Ospreys managed to reach the landing zone safely, and the Marines inside were briefed on what their mission was. They were told that Black Mesa had conducted a top-secret experiment that had brought aliens into the facility, and their mission was to take over the Black Mesa announcement system, eliminate the hostile aliens, and any witnesses to this catastrophe. This included the personnel of Black Mesa. Essentially, this was a cover-up operation. Scattered across the entire facility, the HECU initially took out the scientists easily, as from the scientists' perspective, this military force had been sent in to rescue them. Following the fall of the elevator he had worked on, Barney finally woke up to see for himself the chaos in Black Mesa. As he navigated the corridors filled with bodies, Barney fought off the Zenian creatures and the HECU he encountered. and eventually discovered Dr. Rosenberg, who had locked himself away after the HECU attempted to capture and interrogate him. As Rosenberg had been a part of the team that had discovered Zen using teleportation technology, he believed they could use an old prototype of the Lambda Complex teleporter to escape Black Mesa. So, Rosenberg and Barney made their way to the older parts of Black Mesa to use it. On Gordon's journey, he helped the scientists he came across on the way and noticed that one breed of the aliens, the Vortigaunt, had shackles around their necks and arms, which indicated that these were just foot soldiers fighting against their will for an unknown force. Moving on, Gordon was told by a scientist that there was a military presence in Black Mesa that had come to rescue them. But shortly after, he discovered the true nature of this military operation, where he took it upon himself to take out not only the aliens, but also the HECU. Under Dr. Keller's instructions, Colette and Gina reactivated the dampening locks of the anti-mass spectrometer, with the theory that this would seal the bridge between Earth and Zen and stop these alien creatures from flooding into the facility. But this did nothing to solve their problem, where Dr. Keller speculated that something on the other side, in Zen, must have been holding this connection open. In Sector F, the Lambda Complex, the held-up scientists there contacted Dr. Keller, and together, they theorized that they could use a prototype displacement beacon to create a resonance reversal and seal the rift. But to do this, they needed a satellite in orbit. With Black Mesa under military lockdown, Gina and Colette had to overrule this, which they managed to. The issue was that the HECU discovered what they were up to and took over the control room, which they planned to use to launch a rocket with the satellite. Having fought well through the facility with every weapon he came across, Gordon took out both Alien and HECU, and here, the Lambda team believed that Gordon could help them with their problem. So, they managed to contact him and asked for his help, to which he accepted. On his way to the rocket control room, Gordon fought with many of Zen's dangerous creatures, and he even survived the underground rail, which consisted of many of the HECU. Eventually, he arrived at the launch site, took out the Marines who guarded it, and launched the rocket. The HECU did their best to complete their mission, but grew increasingly frustrated with the deaths of their Marines at the hands of Gordon Freeman, where they even called him out by name over the intercoms and sought him out to kill him. So, Gordon had to be more careful as he travelled towards Sector F, where he and the scientists could come up with a new plan. As a result of this colossal failure to contain this problem, the United States government decided to send in another unit, the Black Ops, to take out the HECU, the Black Mesa personnel, the Zenian lifeforms, and the entire structure with a thermonuclear device. With their satellite in space and ready to do their part, Gina, Colette, and Dr. Keller arrived at Black Mesa's Gamma Labs, the home of the prototype displacement beacon. After they fought off a wave of Zenian creatures, they successfully activated the beacon and initiated the resonance reversal. They had done everything they could to reverse this disaster, but the Nilanth kept this rift open between Earth and Zen from its side, and their efforts had been in vain. So Gina, Colette, and Dr. Keller attempted to leave the facility. Over in Sector A, Barney and Dr. Rosenberg had discovered the old lab with the prototype teleporter, and after a visit to Zen to activate a triangulation device to allow this old, rebuilt teleporter to work, Barney came back and helped the scientists recharge and complete the teleporter. As Gordon neared the Lambda complex, he was ambushed and knocked unconscious by members of the HECU. Here, they had to decide what they wanted to do with him. Their orders were to bring him to the surface and interrogate him, but the people he had killed were their friends. In Sector A, Barney activated the teleporter and watched as the scientists jumped through to freedom as he defended them against incoming forces that had discovered this lab, and using his security guard training, he fought them off for long enough to jump into the teleporter himself. As he entered, Barney bounced through different locations. In one of these, he landed in an underground room and watched as his friend Gordon was carried by 2 military units down a corridor. But before he could do anything to help, he was teleported outside with the scientists he had helped. Unable to help his friend, Barney left Black Mesa in an SUV. As Gordon woke up, he found himself in a trash compactor. It appeared that the 2 units that had ambushed him were fine with going against a direct order and killing him. Regardless, Gordon managed to escape this and continued on his journey to the Lambda complex. Over the hours since the Resonance Cascade had occurred, more and more aliens had teleported through the rift, where the HECU struggled to fight back against them and Gordon's killing spree, so they prepared to pull out. After the crash of his Osprey, Corporal Adrian Shepard finally woke up and found himself in one of Black Mesa's medical labs. He had been saved by a scientist. As a result of this crash, Adrian had not received any orders from a commanding officer and was still in the dark on why he had been sent here, so he navigated the halls of Black Mesa, unaware of what had happened here. On his path, Adrian discovered a radio and was informed that the HECU were pulling out, and he needed to make his way towards the extraction point, which he did. On his way to the extraction point, Adrian fought past Zen's forces and finally arrived. Here, he heard other members of the HECU mention Gordon Freeman, the man with a crowbar that had taken out many of their own. As Adrian attempted to board the Osprey to leave Black Mesa, the hangar door closed where he was locked inside. Here, Adrian saw who had locked the door: the G-Man, the man that had seemingly followed him since his days of training at Santiago. Having missed the last Osprey out of Black Mesa, Adrian had to find another exit from this place, where he came across other abandoned members of his unit. Together, they looked for an escape. As the HECU departed, they launched an airstrike on Black Mesa. Underground, Gordon avoided this and continued on his way to the Lambda complex. After he eventually arrived, he discovered many of Black Mesa's surviving scientists hidden within. He was told that they believed a force on the other side was keeping the rift open between Earth and Zen, and having survived against the odds, they believed Gordon would be the perfect person to travel to Zen to stop this invasion. So, they prepared to use the teleporter that the survey team had once used to acquire samples. As the teleporter loaded up, Zenian creatures flooded through into the chamber where they attacked Gordon and the scientist operating the machine. Alongside this, Adrian had also lost the HECU unit he was traveling with, and as he ventured through the vents of Black Mesa, he opened a door just in time to watch Gordon jump into a portal to Zen. Adrian knew Gordon's name at this point, and with Gordon gone, Adrian entered a different portal. This one took him to Zen, and after taking in this foreign world, he found a way back to Black Mesa. In a completely different part of Zen that Adrian had visited, Gordon traveled the floating islands, where he searched for the leader of the Vortigaunt and various other species that had flooded the Black Mesa facility. In Black Mesa, Adrian continued to search for an escape from this nightmare and discovered the Biodome complex, where the Black Mesa scientists have brought through these alien flora and fauna for study. Alongside this, he also discovered floating orbs, all traveling in the same direction. Unknown to the occupants of Black Mesa and Zen, another species known only as Race X had also taken the Resonance Cascade as an opportunity to conquer and take over Earth. But these creatures were planning on a different route. Deep in an abandoned part of Black Mesa, Race X had begun the formation of a portal, protected by their foot soldiers. All they needed was for this portal to grow big enough for the Gene Worm to come through, a giant creature that had the ability to terraform the environment around it into a hospitable environment for Race X. As Adrian continued across the facility, he discovered the bodies of the soldiers he had trained with, and even encountered the dangerous Race X creatures that had killed them. The most vicious by far was the Pitworm, in which he subsequently avenged the deaths of his fellow Marines. Having discovered the Displacer Cannon at this point, Adrian accidentally teleported himself to Zen, and, unknown to him, he discovered the body of Gina Cross. It is unknown how she died or got here, but Adrian did manage to teleport himself back to Black Mesa. The Pitworm was not the only challenging foe he encountered, as he often came across the Black Ops, who had been sent in to kill everyone. He also had the unique ability to survive in these impossible situations, where he took out everything that came for him. On his way through Sector E, Adrian discovered an underground garage that the Black Ops had taken over. Here, he discovered what their endgame was for Black Mesa, a thermonuclear device stored in the Ordnance Storage Facility. Once again, Adrian took out the Black Ops and deactivated the device. Here, he was told by a security guard that the only way out of Black Mesa was through a warehouse deeper in the facility. As he walked to the elevator, Adrian spotted the G-Man once again. This time, he was reactivating the device Adrian had just deactivated. Unable to get back into the parking garage, Adrian instead continued on his path to escape Black Mesa, where he hoped he would make it out before the thermonuclear device was set off. Over in Zen, Gordon discovered the habitat of the Vortigaunt and how they were treated as slaves by a higher force to run a biological factory to create more foot soldiers for whoever their leader was. So he continued on using every weapon he encountered. Now deep underground, Adrian was informed by another Black Mesa security guard that there was something attempting to come through a portal in an abandoned part of the facility, and many had died attempting to stop it. So Adrian entered an elevator and went down to face the beast. As he wandered the halls, Adrian followed the floating orbs he had seen all over the facility, heading towards a room at the back. Here, he discovered a giant portal. This gateway was connected to the home of Race X. It is unknown if this was just an extended part of Zen, or a completely new dimension or world entirely. But this was a threat that needed to be stopped. With the portal almost fully charged from floating orbs, the Gene Worm started to come through. Instantly, Adrian fought it off with Black Mesa lasers to blind it, and then fired at it with everything he had in his arsenal. That was until it retreated back into the portal. It is unknown if the creature died or just returned to its homeworld, but this stopped the invasion of Race X, and upon Adrian's victory, a portal storm erupted from the portal and took Adrian somewhere new. Adrian Shepard found himself in an Osprey flying through the New Mexico desert, but this was no normal Osprey. It appeared to teleport through dimensions, and in front of him, Adrian once again was face to face with the G-Man. He was told that he had adapted and survived against the odds, qualities that the G-Man had seen in himself. and so he had persuaded his employers to allow Adrian safe exit from the facility. Having seen great potential in Adrian, but with no clear use for him yet, the G-Man decided to store him just in case he was needed in the future. As the G-Man spoke, the thermonuclear device exploded and took out the entirety of the Black Mesa facility. Any remaining Black Ops, HECU, Zenian Creature, Race X, and Black Mesa personnel were taken out with it. As for Dr. Colette Green and Dr. Keller, it is unknown if they made it out in time. In this Osprey, flying in space, the G-Man believed that Adrian could still cause some harm in some capacity for his and his employers' plans in the future. So, the G-Man decided to place him in a void, stuck in stasis for the foreseeable future, where Adrian could do no harm, and in return, no harm could come to him. In Zen, Gordon had no idea that he had nowhere to return to upon completing his mission, and eventually, he came upon a large portal. As he entered, he came face to face with the giant creature that had triggered this entire invasion. Of course, humanity had had a hand in it too, but the Nilanth had held open the rift and sent through everything it had to take over Earth. As they fought, the Nilanth attacked Gordon with teleportation orbs and dangerous balls of energy. But Gordon had man-made weaponry. As he pulled out his weapon, Gordon continuously fired at the creature's head as he evaded its attacks, where the scientist managed to fire into an open crevice in the Nilanth's head. Upon impact, the creature spun around and levitated as energy surged from it, and upon its death, Gordon was teleported. Gordon had successfully defeated the Nilanth and released its hold on Earth. And as he recovered from this sudden teleportation, he realized that he was still in Zen and the G-Man stood opposite him. The man that he had also spotted watching him from afar. The man explained to Gordon that he and his employers were impressed with his limitless potential. He had survived against the odds in an impossible situation, and they wanted him to work for them. Due to the secretive nature of the G-Man and his employers, Gordon still had no idea what he was being recruited for, or what he would have to do. During this conversation, the G-Man teleported Gordon across various regions of Zen, just to demonstrate how powerful he was. But still, the G-Man gave him a choice: join them, or be placed in a fight he had no chance of winning. In this moment, Gordon accepted the G-Man's offer and entered a green portal into nothingness. With Gordon in his capture, the G-Man returned to his employers with the news that they had taken Zen as their own, but it is unknown why the G-Man and his employers wanted this border world. This also confirmed that this whole event had been orchestrated. Following the end of the Resonance Cascade, it appeared that the G-Man had multiple goals for this catastrophe: to acquire Zen, save a young Alex Vance, hire Gordon and Adrian, and some believe he even hired Colette Green. And to finish it off, he had made sure that the Black Mesa facility and everything inside was destroyed after the event. But this one disaster would come at a huge cost for the rest of humanity. Although the Black Mesa incident ended with the death of the Nilanth, the few survivors discovered that this was only the beginning of something greater. As a side effect of the Resonance Cascade, portal storms ravaged the planet, where it brought Zenian wildlife with it. Their leader had died, but the creatures stayed. This was their home now, and they attacked anything they encountered. To combat this, Earth's militaries came together to fight off this infestation to protect the population, while underground in Upper Michigan, GLaDOS continued her testing on the trapped Aperture employees as they continued to die, one by one. Here, Doug Ratman, now having fallen completely into his schizophrenia, still waited for Chell to wake up. With time to waste, he used the maintenance areas of Aperture to access test chambers and drew hints, tips and tricks on the walls to warn Chell of the dire situation of Aperture when she eventually woke. Above ground, the militaries of the planet fought until they grew weak. Then, something new came. Out in the vast universe, the Universal Union, known as the Combine to others, continued to search the universe with the plan to conquer every sentient species they encountered. And as a result of the resonance cascade, they discovered Earth. Following their exhaustion from fighting off the Xenian creatures that have flooded the planet, humanity once again had to fight as the Combine took advantage of the portal storms and humanity's weakened state. Death filled the streets as this Universal Union took down each nation over the subsequent hours. It appeared that humanity was going to be just another species that had failed to defend themselves. But then, Dr. Wallace Breen, the ex-administrator of Black Mesa, somehow discovered a way to communicate with the Ultimate Force. With permission from the Allied nations, on the 7th hour, Wallace offered the submission of humanity in return for their lives, in which the Combine accepted. This agreement relied on all of humanity's submission, but there was still some who wanted to fight. As the man that had made this deal, the Combine anointed him as Earth's administrator, the person with direct contact to the Combine to deploy their orders to the population of Earth. With this agreement, the Combine began their work to fortify their holding of planet Earth. Over a very short period of time, they examined the human biological structure to see how they could strengthen their armies in any way, and saw how they could control this species. Here, they created a suppression field that stopped any human from conceiving a child, where the remaining children on Earth would be the last. With the Xenian creatures still being hostile to anyone they came across, the Combine developed settlements, labeled cities, to safely hold and monitor the population of humanity and Vortigaunt. With their conquered species safe, the Combine got to work and adjusted man-made structures into Combine strongholds. Over the wasteland, they developed the prison, Nova Prospect, into a place to hold those resistant to the Combine's occupation of the planet. Here, they tortured, questioned, experimented with, and adapted the humans into shadows of what they had once been. Within the City 17 settlement, the Combine adapted a large building into the home of the Overwatch. The Overwatch was an AI that gave out orders to the human arm of the Combine Empire. This human arm consisted of volunteers that had been lured in by the promise of additional rations and better living conditions. There were also some who actually believed in the Combine's cause and willingly joined. The Combine ruled mostly on fear, but there was also another way to make humanity more submissive. This population relied on water to survive, and with this knowledge, the Combine began to add a solution to the water that made the humans who drank it forgetful. Here, they began to forget why they hated the Combine and became more compliant. Outside of these settlements, the region became known as the Wasteland, dangerous areas infested by Xenian wildlife, and as the Combine took Earth's natural resources, one of which was water, the oceans dropped and left dangerous sandy regions, which became home to the Xenian antlion species. The Combine and Wallace Breen attempted to control the entire human and Vortigaunt population, but they could not control everyone. The survivors of Black Mesa had been through enough, and they would not bow down to the Combine, where Dr. Eli Vance, Dr. Isaac Kleiner, Barney Calhoun, and Dr. Arnie Magnuson came together to form a resistance. In Upper Michigan, the Combine discovered the Aperture facility and attempted to enter, but as GLaDOS had full control, she was able to keep them out. Inside, underground, Doug was completely unaware of what had happened to his planet, and he still sought escape. Then, Chell was selected as the next test subject. A new testing cycle was about to begin. As Chell woke up, she looked around and found herself in a relaxation vault. It made sense as she had volunteered for this position. After a portal opened and allowed her access to the first test chamber, Chell listened to what she thought was an automated voice announcement with instructions, when in reality, this was GLaDOS who pretended not to be sentient and watched her new test subject through security cameras. Under the robot's instructions, Chell was guided to the portal device. It appeared that GLaDOS still wanted to beat Black Mesa in the race for portal technology, but due to the fall of Black Mesa and humanity, this race was over. Chell easily completed the test chambers as she learned more about how they functioned, as Doug and his companion cube watched her from the offices and maintenance areas. Then she reached test chamber 16. Before she could enter this chamber, GLaDOS informed her that the test chamber had been replaced by a live firing course due to scheduled maintenance. This appeared to be GLaDOS' first attempt to murder Chell. Undeterred and only able to move forward into the chamber, Chell avoided the sentry turrets that filled this space, and then she noticed something odd. A wall of the chamber had been pushed out. Upon further investigation, Chell discovered a maintenance area that Doug had lived in, and the messages he had left for her. Help drawn on the floor and warnings that the cake was a lie. Still under the impression that the robot voice she listened to was pre-recorded, Chell continued on, watched from a distance by Doug, as he believed the end to his torment would soon come with Chell as she ventured closer to the end of the testing track. Doug took his last 2 antipsychotic pills in preparation for the aftermath, where he argued that he needed a clear head for what was to come, against the wishes of his companion cube, which acted as his source of reasoning. During Chell's time in test chamber 17, she relied on her own companion cube to solve the puzzle, and although Chell could not have completed the chamber without the cube, GLaDOS asked her to drop it into an incinerator to proceed. Hesitantly, she did. Upon arrival in test chamber 19, the final test chamber on this track, Chell activated an unstationary scaffold and stepped onto it. With the promise of cake, Chell stayed on the scaffold as it moved closer towards a picture of a cake, but then Chell discovered what was about to happen as the unstationary scaffold turned a corner and revealed the incinerator. As the scaffold slowly moved towards the fire, GLaDOS informed Chell that any Aperture product could survive up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin and thanked her for her service. Even here, she still pretended to be an automated voice. However, Chell was extremely stubborn and never gave up, the qualities Doug had been impressed with. So, when she discovered what Aperture had in plan for her, she quickly portaled herself onto a ledge. This act of defiance forced GLaDOS to break the illusion, and she revealed that she was actually sentient. Here, she attempted to convince Chell that this had also been a part of the test. All Chell had to do now was wait for a party escort bot to retrieve her, and she would be rewarded with cake. Chell instead ignored the instructions of GLaDOS and entered the maintenance areas, just like Doug had when the facility was originally wiped out. While working through these areas, Chell discovered just how empty this place was. From what she could tell, no one had actually watched her from the windows. It appeared only the robot had. Something awful had happened here, but from the drawings and dens she had discovered over her journey, she knew that at least one person was looking out for her. On his traversal and preparation for Chell to awaken, Doug had drawn arrows in these maintenance areas to guide Chell towards GLaDOS' central AI chamber, which Chell followed. Aware that this test subject could injure her, GLaDOS attempted to lure her out and place sentry turrets in regions that she thought Chell would go through. But this test subject was tenacious and defiant, where she easily ignored GLaDOS's manipulative tactics and traps on her way to the AI chamber. With her portal gun in hand, Chell entered GLaDOS's chamber and they met, face to robot face. Here, GLaDOS dropped her morality core onto the ground and attempted to convince Chell to destroy it, which she did. The destruction of GLaDOS's morality core once again gave her access to her neurotoxin, which she deployed. In a race against time, Chell used GLaDOS's rocket turret against her to break off other personality cores from her frame, and for each one that fell off, Chell dropped it into the incinerator. Each core destroyed left GLaDOS even angrier than before. Although the cores had limited her to a degree, they also served an additional function, to stabilize a reactor above GLaDOS, and due to the destruction of the cores, the reactor exploded and summoned a portal on the ceiling, where it pulled through both Chell and GLaDOS into the car park of Aperture. This explosion shook Aperture and echoed across its halls. As this wave knocked down Doug and his companion cube, they believed that this could only mean one thing: Chell had succeeded. With excitement, Doug ran across the facility to see Chell's handiwork and discovered the central AI chamber in ruins. But he was surprised to find that Chell was not there. So he made his way to the exit with the belief that she had gone outside to soak in the sun. On his way, Doug and his cube made sure to avoid the remaining sentry turrets in Aperture. GLaDOS had fallen, but her turrets had not. As he reached the exit, Doug pushed open the doors and discovered freedom. As he took this in, he heard something, and with his natural instinct to hide at this point, he jumped behind the carcass of GLaDOS, and he watched as an unconscious Chell was dragged back into Aperture by a party escort bot. Doug had been given his freedom by this girl, and in this moment, he had two choices: leave Chell to her fate and leave this place for good, or travel back into Aperture and rescue her. Over his whole time in Aperture, his companion cube had acted as his logic and reasoning, and although he wanted to go inside, his cube told him to leave her. He had been running since GLaDOS had taken over the facility, and he finally wanted to stop. But his cube told him that he should not try to be the hero, as heroes die. To the disappointment of his sole companion, Doug re-entered the Aperture Science facility and ventured towards the extended relaxation vault, where he knew this bot would take her. On his way, his companion cube went quieter over time, until it stopped speaking completely and his mind became clear. His antipsychotic pills had finally taken full effect, and now all of his thoughts were now in his own head. As Doug reached the extended relaxation vault, he discovered that Chell had already been placed in long-term relaxation, but there was still hope to get her from here. He just needed to get up to the cryo control to help her. The issue was that GLaDOS's turrets still blocked the way. As Doug checked a control panel, he noticed that something was also wrong with the extended relaxation vaults. GLaDOS's explosion had blown the main power grid, and as a result, all of the cryo chambers and their life support had been knocked offline. In a race against time and desperate to save everybody in extended relaxation, Doug realized that the only way to save them was to pass through the room filled with sentry turrets to use the vault controls. He had relied on his companion cube throughout most of his imprisonment to guide him and help him survive, so he asked his cube if it would be best to jump left or right to avoid the bullets of the turrets, but the cube did not respond. As he felt he was running out of time, Doug just ran for it and hoped for the best. The issue was that Aperture had designed one of the best sentry turrets on the planet, and he was unable to outrun them, where he was shot in his right leg. As the blood poured out of him, he felt weaker and weaker until he fell unconscious. Shortly after, Doug woke up and was greeted by his companion cube. His medication had worn off. At least now, he had a companion again that could help him with what to do next. And in this state, Doug could no longer rescue Chell. The companion cube suggested that although he could not reach her, he could still save her life by patching her cryo unit into the reserve power grid. In doing so, she would live but remain in extended relaxation without a wake-up date. Here, he had to decide whether she had the long sleep or the long sleep, death or stasis. Doug eventually decided to reactivate her life support, and he hoped that maybe she would be discovered sometime in the future. With Chell safe and on life support, Doug felt incredibly tired as a result of his injuries, and so he crawled into another cryo unit and went to sleep with his faithful companion cube at his side. Doug had sacrificed himself for Chell in the hopes she would wake one day, and as of now, it is ultimately unknown what happened to Doug Ratman after this point. With GLaDOS gone and every human either unconscious or dead, the personality cores stored in Aperture woke up and got to work to keep their facility functioning. Outside of Aperture, the Combine continued with their adaptation of the planet with new strongholds and settlements. Within City 17, they decided that this would be the perfect place to construct their main headquarters on Earth, where the construction of the Citadel began. As the Citadel grew over time, humanity adjusted to this new way of life under the constant control and surveillance of the Combine Empire. Here, more of the human population joined the Civil Protection in an attempt to get a more comfortable life, but there were still others that had not accepted this new regime. In the shadows, the resistance grew under the leadership of Eli Vance. Since his escape of Black Mesa and the subsequent 7-hour war, Eli had lost his lower leg and replaced it with a prosthetic one. Although he never stated how this happened, there were rumors that he had been attacked by a bull squid as he helped Isaac Kleiner climb over a barricade into City 17, which had resulted in the loss of his leg. Within City 17, the Resistance formed a strong framework to recruit, grow, and help those in need. Shortly after, Eli moved out into the canals of the city with his young daughter, Alex, and set up Black Mesa East, a resistance base. This was the perfect location as he was just close enough to visit the city, but also just far enough away to evade Combine detection. Here, Black Mesa East focused on technology and the development of new weapons and equipment. This was aided by resistance raids of Combine locations, where Eli and another member, Russell, broke into these locations and stole Combine technology and designs. Within City 17, Isaac Kleiner set up his own base in an abandoned warehouse, where he attempted to focus on surveillance and infiltration of the Combine ranks. This is where Barney Calhoun came in useful, where he joined the Civil Protection as a spy and fed the Resistance information, such as upcoming Combine raids and captured Resistance members, just to name a few. As Eli, Isaac, and Barney settled into their bases, Arnie Magnuson made his way to the region now known as the Outlands, to an abandoned old Cold War base that the Black Mesa Corporation had purchased many years before, White Forest. Here, Arnie and his team began work on a rocket with a displacement beacon in it, which they planned to use when an eventual uprising began and the Combine sent for reinforcements. With the survivors of Black Mesa all working together, their resistance grew. It strengthened even more when Eli reached out and showed kindness to the Vortigaunt species, who had been stranded on Earth after the Black Mesa incident. Through communication, Eli learned that they had only acted under the orders of the Nylanth, and after its death at the hands of Gordon, they too only wanted freedom. They knew that they had originally been freed by Gordon Freeman, but the Combine had taken it away from them. So, across the wasteland, in Resistance bases, the Vortigaunt joined humanity and used their connection to the Vortessence to aid them. Over the years, the Resistance continued to grow with brighter minds, new bases across the wasteland, and they even adopted the sign of the Lambda, the symbol that Gordon Freeman had worn as he closed the rift between Earth and Xen and stopped the Resonance Cascade. The Resistance was strong, and to help the people of City-17 escape the control of the Combine, Isaac and Eli set up an underground railroad that consisted of bases between Kleiner's lab and Black Mesa East so that they could safely make their way out of the city. With each passing year, Alex grew up and formed a strong relationship with her father. Having mostly grown up in a Resistance base with advanced technology, she quickly learned to understand how technology worked. This was only amplified when Eli built her a robot, Dog, to protect her from the dangers of the wasteland, and she adapted and built upon him, where they grew up together. As more learned about the Resistance, these refugees traveled the Underground Railroad and arrived in Black Mesa East. But it got to the point where this base struggled to house each incoming member. So, Eli decided to expand their hold of the region into the local, abandoned mining town of Ravenholm. Within the citadel of City-17, Wallace Breen noticed the increase in Resistance activity, and as he was tasked with keeping humanity in line, he addressed the population through Breencasts, but humanity only saw him as the man that had sold out his own species, a sentiment that Eli also held. He was the man that had pushed for the experiment that had caused the Resonance Cascade in the first place, and if they had only ignored their administrator, then they would still be working at Black Mesa, unaware of the Combine's existence. The Underground Railroad was a great way to relocate the refugees, but it did have its flaws. It was still open to Combine interference. Eli and Isaac believed that there must be a better way to transport these people between bases. So, as scientists that had worked with teleportation technology, they began to build a teleporter in each of their respective bases, based on Black Mesa technology, where they planned to use a relay device on Xen to act as a slingshot between Dr. Kleiner's lab and Black Mesa East. The problem was actually getting the teleporters to work correctly. In Black Mesa East, Dr. Judith Mossman joined Eli's science team and added her expertise to help in the development of the teleporters. As Alex got older, she helped too and also traveled into City-17 to Dr. Kleiner's lab to check in on him and Barney. At one point, Judith and Wallace Breen made contact, where she became a spy for the Combine. Wallace discovered that although the Combine could jump from universe to universe, they had not yet discovered the technology that allowed them to jump from one point to another in a single universe. And this was the technology Black Mesa had looked into, and the technology that Isaac and Eli were working on right now. So, as a spy for the Combine, Judith took what she could from the Resistance's work on the teleporters and used it to help the Combine build their own in Nova Prospekt. As a result of continued Resistance activity, the Combine discovered the Resistance town of Ravenholm. Having experimented on headcrabs as biological weapons, they launched headcrab shells into the old mining town, where an infestation began. The attack on Ravenholm meant that Black Mesa East had to make a difficult decision: enter the town and take out the headcrabs to save their own, or seal the tunnels to keep a still secret Black Mesa East hidden from the Combine so that they could continue their fight, where Eli decided to seal the tunnel which left the resistance of Ravenholm on their own. Over time, Eli and Isaac continued their teleportation experiments, where at one point they attempted to teleport a cat from Kleiner's lab to Black Mesa East, but this experiment did not go as expected. As a result, Barney would have nightmares about what happened to the cat for years. The resistance had come so far since the 7-Hour War, and it only continued to grow. An uprising was coming. All they needed was a spark. Approximately 20 years after the Combine invasion, Gordon awoke in a void, where the G-Man spoke to him. It appeared that the job he had been hired for was about to start. He was told to rise and shine from his rest, and that his hour had come. Then, the G-Man disappeared and Gordon found himself somehow on a train, entering a city. Confused, he left the train and saw the director of Black Mesa on a large television screen, welcoming the occupants of this train to City 17. To Gordon, the moments between entering the green portal after his battle with the Nylanth and his arrival on this train had felt like seconds, when in reality, it had been 2 decades. The G-Man had simply kept him in stasis and frozen his conscious thought. As he explored this train station, Gordon attempted to enter a gate to Nova Prospekt, but the gate closed and stopped his entry. To his luck, Barney Calhoun happened to be working civil protection that day and recognized his old friend, where he took him to his office. A lot had changed in 20 years, and with Gordon still very confused, Barney began a video call with Dr. Kleiner, where they arranged to get Gordon to his lab. But when the civil protection officers became suspicious with what was taking so long in Barney's office, Gordon had to escape through a window, where he began his journey there alone, on foot. On his way there, Gordon did not speak to anyone in an attempt not to draw attention to himself, and headed through an apartment complex. Here, he saw just how terrified humanity were of the Combine and the civil protection. Unfortunately, Gordon did bring attention to himself, where the civil protection chased him through the apartment complex. To his luck, the civilians here guided him to the rooftop out of their reach, where he traversed the rooftops and avoided the bullets of the civil protection who fired from below. To escape the civil protection, Gordon entered an open window, but was ambushed by more of them, who beat him with their stun sticks. Unknown to them, Alex Vance had traveled from Dr. Kleiner's lab with the plan to retrieve Gordon, and she could fight, where she took out the civil protection unit with ease. After she introduced herself, Alex brought Gordon to Kleiner's lab, where these 2 old friends reacquainted. Gordon had last seen this man when he had been asked to reach the surface to get help. During this reunion, Barney joined them as Isaac gave Gordon an upgraded version of his HEV suit, and here they thought about what would be best to do going forward. Gordon had arrived on a very important day. This was the day that Dr. Kleiner had finished the teleporter, and he believed it would work this time. So, after a conversation, Isaac called Eli in his lab, and together, they decided it would be best if Gordon was teleported to Black Mesa East, where he could put on his lab coat and work alongside them. Gordon wore the sign of the Resistance on his chest once more, and as a man that had survived against the odds, his return meant a lot to the Resistance and their cause, which pushed them much closer to an uprising. As Isaac prepared the teleporter, Alex was asked to go first, and after Gordon flipped the switch, she successfully teleported through to her father's lab. Next, it was Gordon's turn, but on his go, Dr. Kleiner's de-beaked head crab, Lamar, jumped into the teleporter as it charged up, where it malfunctioned. Over the next minute, the teleporter flung Gordon across the wasteland, and he saw just what the Combine had done to his planet. At one point, Gordon briefly found himself in the office of Wallace Breen at the top of the Citadel, who recognized him instantly. Breen was somewhat aware of the G-Man and his mysterious motives, and so, when Gordon disappeared, he contacted the Combine to let them know that something was off, to which the Citadel was set to high alert and many units were sent out to track down and capture Gordon Freeman. Eventually, the teleportation sequence stabilized and Gordon found himself just outside of Dr. Kleiner's lab. Here, he once again had to begin a journey alone on foot, this time to Black Mesa East. And just before he embarked, Barney brought him a weapon he knew would come in handy on his journey, a crowbar. On his journey, Gordon took out many civil protection units as he ventured the Underground Railroad and the canals of City 17. Gordon left devastation in his wake as the Combine were never too far behind him, where they discovered each resistance base on this network, which led to the collapse of the Underground Railroad. Eventually, Gordon arrived at Black Mesa East and met Judith Mossman for the first time. She knew of Gordon and that he had taken her spot in Black Mesa, and here they descended to Eli's lab. As Gordon and Eli reunited, Judith left to go into a back room and she alerted Wallace Breen that Gordon had arrived. Judith cared for Eli and the work they did together on teleportation, and as a result of these feelings, she asked Wallace not to attack until she gave the signal so that she could protect Eli. But Wallace's relationship with the Combine had strained due to Gordon's wake of destruction since his arrival. He needed some sort of action to let the Combine know that he was on top of this situation. So, against the wishes of Judith, he ordered a strike on Black Mesa East. After a heated discussion between Alex and Judith, Eli suggested that Alex take Gordon into the scrapyard full of technology that the Resistance had sourced from their raids of the Wasteland and Combine facilities. And here, Alex showed Gordon the gravity gun, a powerful piece of technology designed by Eli, which also held similarities to a project Aperture had developed decades before. Following this, Alex introduced Gordon to Dog, who, at this point, was much larger than she was. This had been the most peaceful moment since Gordon had arrived on the train to City 17, but it did not last for long. As Breen's forces arrived at Black Mesa East, Gordon, Alex and Dog re-entered the base to help Eli, but after a ceiling collapse separated Gordon and Alex, she asked Dog to take Gordon to the old Ravenholm tunnel where he could escape the raid, as she went on to attempt to help her dad. With trust in Alex, Gordon followed Dog and entered the eerie tunnel to Ravenholm as Dog dropped the barricade and returned to help Alex. Gordon was alone again. As he followed the tunnel and entered this nightmare town, Gordon discovered just why Alex appeared to be afraid of this place. Ravenholm was filled with zombies and headcrabs. These people had once fought for the Resistance and in return had been left to die. On his way through this awful town, Gordon met Father Grigori, who, as a man of faith, guided Gordon past the dangers of Ravenholm to an exit. Although Grigori had the option to leave with Gordon through the mines below the graveyard, he decided to stay. He believed his mission was to take out as many of these tortured souls as he could, so that they could finally rest in peace. After leaving the mines, Gordon continued on foot and arrived at Shorepoint Base, one of the many Resistance bases across the wasteland. Here, he
You had your first jet rides this weekend.
That shit was dope. I was telling all my homeboys, like, nigga, we should buy one of these and do legal things with it. Cause there's no TSA there.
That's right.
Yeah, 100% legal things.
No one's checking for anything.
Nothing at all.
At all.
At all. You walk straight through there with 12 pounds, whatever you want. You know?
That's right. So I know because I carried Heath in my.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get this straight. So your plan is to get so successful that you can buy a private jet and then start selling drugs.
I was just saying, I didn't say that at all. That wasn't said at all.
You've made it already, dude. You're so good at this.
Look at me. I didn't say that at all. You don't know what those pounds are filled with, sir. I could like candy a lot.
You had your first jet rides this weekend.
That shit was dope. I was telling all my homeboys, like, nigga, we should buy one of these and do legal things with it. Cause there's no TSA there.
That's right.
Yeah, 100% legal things.
No one's checking for anything.
Nothing at all.
At all.
At all. You walk straight through there with 12 pounds, whatever you want. You know?
That's right. So I know because I carried Heath in my.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get this straight. So your plan is to get so successful that you can buy a private jet and then start selling drugs.
I was just
Everyone has been talking about Anduin's trauma and him losing his faith in the light, which caused a massive transformation we had all seen, but by all the evidence we had just gotten from the alpha, it seems like he is the one that abandoned the light and not the other way around. First of all, we had Anduin actually hiding from Terrellian. If he was really having trouble in his faith, wouldn't he consult with him first? Now, in the War Within Alpha, not only have we datamined his sword without the light, just like it was in the artwork, but we got a whole conversation of Anduin talking about how there are things we don't know about Azeroth and the cosmological forces and how his relationship with the light is different. So what does Anduin know that we don't? As with learning about what the light crystal really is and the light undead, it really seems like things are changing rapidly. Actually playing WoW on your phone is possible with Awesome, this video sponsor. You can not only check in on your characters, but you can do things like pet battles and even fully play the game. Awesome allows you to control a computer through your phone completely free, available for Windows, iOS, and Android. It's super easy to use. Check out my link in the description, download the PC and the phone app, and just simply connect it. The free version is great and you can control a desktop, transfer files and such, but the real deal is the game version with custom keyboards for various games other than just WoW, and you can enjoy AFK gaming at any time, anywhere with sound. Make sure to use my code ORON to get 7 days completely free only for the first 200 people. They also got a smart lock to turn off your PC at any time, as well as hot sales with up to 40% off on Pro and Game versions. Check out Awesome. So, ever since the War Within cinematic, everyone was talking about how Anduin has changed, how he has been dealing with PTSD, trauma, and that forced this sudden change in appearance and the mental breakdown and all the bad things he did with the Jailer and the Shadowlands. While there's definitely some truth to this, with the recent alpha information, it really seems like there is so much more behind this, and it is a lot more complex than just Jailer bad. He didn't lose the light because he no longer trusts in himself and is traumatized, but there seems to be some something much more sinister going on behind the scenes. For some reason, Anduin got this reputation of being a crybaby, despite technically being one of the toughest characters in the game. I mean, keep in mind, trauma is not something new to Anduin. That is essentially his life in short. Like in summary, he lost his mother when he was a kid, his father was kidnapped when he was really young, and he was put on the throne at like age of 5. He was missing in Pandaria, got nearly killed by Garrosh. He lost his father in a giant demonic invasion of the entire planet. Then while he was still being a teenager, he had to become a king and rule a giant faction, and almost immediately his hand was forced to now lead the biggest faction war ever, where he had to do quite a few terrible things. Then as that calmed down, he was abducted by the goofball jailer, who was then breaking his mind with all his force and turned him into a new version of Arthas. So when you really think about it, he has really been through a lot, and why would this jailer thing get him to lose the light and just completely break his character? Well, that is because he hasn't lost the light, but he is the one that actually ditched it. With all the recent light lore, I mean, the notion we had in the past that the light is this inner strength where you just gotta believe really hard and then it saves the world is such an outdated concept, and frankly really beyond naive when you really examine all the hints that we had gotten. Anduin has had a gift for the light since a really young age. He has actually managed to resurrect people on multiple occasions, and while I know this happens every 5 seconds essentially in the game, keep in mind, in the lore, this is a really rare occurrence. He was then tutored by Wellen, one of the most ancient characters we have in the game and an actual expert on the light. So while Anduin has gone through a lot of trauma, the light was always there for him, and when he lost this faith, this inner peace, this belief, that is what ultimately broke him, and that is how we got the broken Anduin in the War Within cinematic. And all of this is actually getting half confirmed with the alpha hints we had gotten. It's not just random speculation. I know no one really takes the jailer and the entire storyline seriously, but his role was actually crucial in this. Now, not to discount Arthas' Death Knight mind control thing and the fact that he had to attack the random Kyrians, but what this transformation actually put him to, how it opened his eyes and allowed him to see the universe for what it really is. The jailer is technically on the same cosmological level, at least knowledge-wise, as the Titans or Sargeras or the Naru or the Void Lords, and he has a really rare and unique perspective on what is really going on behind the scenes. He knows everything about the first ones, what is really going on, how predatory the 6 cosmological forces are, the ancient wars. On the other hand, we, the life beings, are essentially akin to ants when it comes to knowing how the universe really works. I mean, just look at how hilarious the human Church of Light actually is. It's like literally not connected in any way to the Army of the Light or the Naru ships or the Naru or the way that Draenei see the light, and it's such a tiny little view that is almost downright delusional. We occasionally get glimpses of what the light is doing and what it is capable of. We hear about Uriel taking over Alternate Draenor with the Light Army and enslaving the people. We see the invasion in Revendreth in Shadowlands with our own eyes. We see Zera trying to force convert Illidan. So you can imagine when Anduin was used as an agent of Zowal, he got the front row seat to the ride that is called the cosmological truth. The light was holding his mind from being broken in the Shadowlands, and the jailer understood that in order to break his mind, he would have to first show him what the light truly is, and that is what ultimately got him to falter. I mean, think about it. When Anduin was freed, he didn't go and chill out or go to therapy or whatnot. He decided to abandon his kingdom. He decided to travel the cosmos and the planes, and he decided to go to the Maw to talk with none other than Sylvanas. He didn't talk with his personal 25k years of knowledge Velen or Terrelian that is now leading the Alliance in his stead. No, he decided to talk with Sylvanas, the only other known character in the universe that saw the exact same thing with her own eyes as he has seen, and he knows everyone else would think he was just crazy if he really told them everything. So that now brings us to the War Within, and how previously this was a theory, I mean a pretty legit theory, but of course a speculation, but now we're getting quite a bit of evidence from the game itself. Anduin has been missing for years, and in 10.2.5 we got the first ever actual sighting from Gan Greymane, and he decided to hide this fact from Terrelian. I mean, just examine this. Terrelian is like the light incarnate. I mean, he's literally the leader of the Light Army, the most militant side of the light, and he's
Teemo, the top laner's worst enemy, blinding you, spreading mushrooms, and laughing madly. But I have found a player who has taken this terror of a champion into bot lane to give them a taste of the poison. This is Manko, a challenger Teemo, who's now playing AD carry with over 70% win rate, with a new AD build to make Teemo into a full DPS carry marksman, as well as having the option to go AP and quickly outscale enemies. Teemo AD carry is here, and surprisingly he's very easy. Manko says this role is actually the most relaxing and simple he's ever played. Zero macro is required to play AD carry Teemo, simply just vibing, placing shrooms and getting LP. This pick is shockingly hard to punish in lane, so he gets a free laning phase every time, even with some 2v2 kills. Then at level 6 with some special new bot lane shroom placements, he finds surprising kills every game on unsuspecting AD carries. Then by mid game, Teemo's everywhere, controlling fights and providing the DPS his team needs to win them. But one OP thing that even our challenger player Manko recommends is our sponsor, Porofessor. Porofessor is an overlay app for League that gives you so much information without even having to tab out the game. During Champ Select, Porofessor automatically finds you the best runes, and you can even import pro players' runes straight to your client. Once the game starts, you get a ton of stats about your opponents, as well as a live stat tracker to compare your stats to other players in your rank to find you areas to improve, as well as my favourite, the Summoner Spell Tracker. It's so useful to be able to get an enemy's flash, click the overlay, and get an automatic timer that even includes cooldown reduction from runes and items. With the best builds imported right into your shop, never worry about building wrong again, and even off-meta builds from our videos are imported as well, so you can play Teemo AD carry without even knowing the items. It's great. And they even added live spectating for high elo, so you can once again watch the best players in solo queue. It really has it all. Download Porofessor from the link in the description, completely free, support the channel and help yourself. Back to Manko, a player you may recognise. A few years ago he hit Challenger with Teemo Jungle and we made a video together about it. Manko is a true dedicated Teemo fan, having played him since Season 3 after losing horribly to a Teemo mid lane. Ever since that day he was converted. After a period of toxicity and real life problems, by Season 9 he had a new positive mindset and healthier habits, using Teemo Jungle to hit Challenger for the first time. But the real reason he's playing Teemo AD carry is actually born out of spite. He was sick of seeing his bot lanes go 0-10 every game, and even flame each other for it while he was stuck in top or jungle. The bot laners were meant to be working together, and yet they were so angry with each other. So he figured, how bad could it possibly be if he went to play AD carry instead? His mental had always been good. Manko is known as a positive player, so as long as he didn't flame his support, surely his team would have a huge advantage. Teemo is labelled a marksman in game after all, and it turns out that for once an AD carry player was right. He locked it in, played 120 games, keeping bot lane completely stable, never inting, and started to climb very easily. Because of Manko's consistency, his supports never minded what he was playing, and he's always had a good experience with them. But the best part about Teemo AD carry is that he doesn't have to take big risks to win games. He outscales all AD carries by mid game, and still scales very well into late game as a champion. On top of that, he hard counters things like Draven and Vayne, which many marksmen struggle with, and every other matchup he's happy with thanks to his blind. His early game is a neutral brick wall of a bot laner, and then at level 6 his shrooms come out to ruin AD carry's days. It's one of the most chill strategies for climbing, and it all starts at level 1 with this bush. At level 1, Teemo AD carry never wants to leash. He wants to fight for wave control to get level 2 first, so he gets to lane first, taking his E, and then starts auto-attacking minions to apply the poison damage, trying to push faster. At level 2 he's stronger than most AD carries, and he has a blind, so their strength doesn't really matter. Going for an auto-attack Q trade, or an auto-Q auto to proc press the attack, he deals damage and the enemy does nothing. This pick is special because it really takes advantage of how difficult it is to start good fights in bot lane. Teemo can farm and scale faster than the enemy AD carry, giving him an advantage. But Teemo can also fight and use his blind to win it, again giving him an advantage. So unless he makes a huge mistake and gets hooked or mispositions horribly, then there's no way for him to get behind. That's why this pick works so well. But remember, he's not opting into any big risks either. He knows how bad AD carries can be after a few deaths, so he doesn't need to risk taking part in these bad fights. Level 3 he takes his W and can now follow up on any support engage. He's happy to start fighting right away, just using his Q and auto attacks. It's very simple, ideally saving his Q for the end of the combo, as it has higher range than auto attacks and will still follow the enemy even if they flash. This is where his runes become vital. In good matchups he can play with aggressive runes like Press the Attack or Airy, happy to look for these fights and go for kills. But some bot lane matchups are just terrible regardless of what champion you're playing, so in these he can take fleet footwork, getting free sustain by kiting in and out constantly to charge the rune up. In bad matchups he can also do this trick when pushed in. Waiting for minions to arrive, he stealths under tower. This gives him 60% bonus attack speed for a full 5 seconds, making CSing so much easier, and Manko barely misses any. He he keeps fighting at level 4 and 5, and as he's gone up in ranks, the supports will also pick better fights, so it's actually just gotten easier and easier as he climbs. If he does have a scaling support like a Senna or an Enchanter, then they're free to not fight and scale up as well with very little risk. But here is where his summoners come in. This pick is super flexible, able to even take Flash Ignite on AD carry. This is because as a Teemo expert, he's the one who knows his damage the best, so he'll be the most reliable one to set up these kills and use the Ignite at the right time. His support doesn't have to know how to play with Teemo AD carry, so it's a great way of fitting an off-meta pick into a team. In the super hard matchups like against Season 14 champions, he takes Teleport to nullify their advantage, even able to pair this with Doran's Shield first item to make Teemo even harder to punish. Anytime he's poked out, he can base and teleport back to catch the full wave and get some free time alone to farm. He doesn't hard push here as Teemo doesn't have the wave clear yet, so he slow pushes to make sure it doesn't end up in a terrible position. And thanks to this safe play, the Season 14 champion pushes in and gives Teemo a chance to get a 2v2 kill. It's always satisfying to see Smolder die whatever the circumstances, but it shows that even an old champion like Teemo can handle them by making these smart adaptations. He can also take Exhaust if his support has Ignite, great against engaged champions, even Ghost Flash if he wants more mobility. But level 6 is where Teemo AD carry becomes better than a normal AD carry. This is all because of how this player uses mushrooms. It is as simple as putting one mushroom in a bush and baiting enemies to fight around it. If the mushroom hits, that's one kill, if not two. That's all he has to do. If he wants to play aggressive, he can push the wave, put the shrooms in bushes further up in the lane, and then get ready for a big trade or all in when enemies walk over them. If he's playing passive, like he's losing lane or a support is roaming, he can put a mushroom down by the wall, go in stealth, and when enemies walk up for the wave, they're never going to expect getting slowed, and being 1v1'd by the Teemo, ideally stacking a second shroom to extend the slow. This works in top lane even against challenger players, so AD carries will never expect it due to lack of experience. He can even do this right next to the enemy tower. It's a very versatile play that works anywhere, since the main benefit is giving Teemo the 60% extra attack speed. This increases his damage by so much. Any fight he takes is like having 5 extra daggers in his inventory. That's 1,500 gold worth of extra stats, so you can see why this play is so strong. Mid-game starts a bit later for Teemo compared to lots of AD carries. He spends a lot of extra time in bot lane going for 2v2 fights before the turret dies, as Teemo doesn't snowball quite as fast as lots of champions do. All he's getting is a ton of extra damage. When bot lane tower does die, AD carries should pretty much always go mid lane, so Teemo does the same, farming as much as possible, ready for any team fight. Manko thinks AD carry is by far the easiest role for macro decisions, because you should always be allowed to just farm mid, sitting scaling for as long as you want. He can join any fight he wants from here, but it doesn't mean that he does. Some fights are still bad fights, and as he's an AD carry, he may notice a fight is bad and focus on farming instead, as if he joined it would only put his team further behind. At this point, suddenly AP Teemo is very strong, buying Nashers, making his auto attacks deal enough damage to be a quite good DPS champion in these early fights, avoiding the early game damage problem that most AD carries do have. But when he gets to 2 items, that's when he's super powerful, able to take any fight he wants, buying Malignance on AP, and Kraken Slayer into Terminus on AD. Terminus is really nice for Teemo. Manko loves it as it gives him not only great damage, but the resistances to turn him from a squishy AD carry into a real champion that can get hit and still survive. But on top of that, it has Armor Pen and Magic Pen, so all of his hybrid damage gets buffed. Getting these 2 items is his only goal, and funnily, at this point, even if his team is behind, Manko doesn't care. He's only thinking about this goal, nothing else matters to him. There are games where his team is thousands of gold behind, but Manko keeps CSing and reaches this point, finding a kill, and suddenly the enemy team are just spamming surrender votes. People just cannot handle losing to an AD carry Teemo, especially when he isn't even doing anything that impressive. He's just doing his job and never tilting. Meanwhile, enemies have to outplay him, clear mushrooms, and dive him every fight, to even have a chance of winning. It's such a contrast from his stream where he's smiling and chilling every game, to the enemy AD carry who must be wanting to uninstall. To be clear, being behind is never a good thing in League, but when a Teemo AD carry is behind, it's not even that bad. This is because he can place mushrooms all over his team's jungle, so when enemies make the correct decision and try to push their lead, they have to do it absolutely flawlessly, as if they miss even one mushroom, that can lead to a collapse, a bad team fight, and suddenly Teemo just aced your whole team. There's no time in solo queue to communicate this is a bad fight, so Teemo takes advantage of this by tricking enemies into helping each other, thinking it's winnable since they're ahead, and especially if they're already tilted, this works wonders. Manko's next goal is 3 items, CSing as much as possible. His biggest tip for this stage of the game is just to put a mushroom down somewhere and go stealth. Again, this is so simple, but it's one of the easiest ways to get a pick and turn that pick into an objective and winning the game. He doesn't have that much else to do, his only job is to keep mid prio, and join every team fight. Just like all AD carries, this is probably the hardest point of the game, where true true skill shines through, but luckily Teemo isn't quite as bad. Sure, he's still hard, he has no dashes and not the longest range. That is, except for his mushrooms. Manko's able to control fights with these regardless of where he's standing at the time. One well-placed mushroom can be the difference between a won and lost fight. Even the slow alone can set up multiple kills, or guarantee an objective is killed before the enemies can get there, so he saves 2 mushrooms for every team fight, as there's a high chance they're going to be really impactful. Using these as well as good, safe positioning, he stays back, spreading mushrooms as a protective barrier. Playing team fights front to back, he shreds the enemy frontline while avoiding the enemy's burst damage, just like any AD carry. To rate this pick, Manko has given us a matchup tier list. Teemo hard counters Vayne, Draven, Kog'Maw, and any other auto attacker. He's great against scaling AD carries, as he can outpace them, and also great against tank engage supports, especially things like Leona and Alistar, since he can blind their point and click stuns. Manko's value to the team is really not just Teemo, but his mindset when he's playing it. If you play Teemo AD carry like an aggressive Samira who goes in, dies a lot, and flames others, then Teemo AD carry is going to be awful. But if you're like Manko and realize that AD carry is a vital role in the team, which requires a stable head, then Teemo allows him to hold the lane as well as, if not better than
Old League of Legends had plenty of overpowered things. And it also had some very underpowered things. This champion was actually both of those, and was the most broken champion design in League of Legends history. Riot felt that her design was not fixable, and they nerfed her into an unplayable state. According to Riot, it was the biggest nerf they had ever released. She ended up so weak that it was possible to get banned just for picking her. This is the same champion whose ultimate would reset whenever any enemy champion died anywhere on the map. The champion who had a reputation for melting you alive and you couldn't even see her. This video is going to cover the complete history of League of Legends' invisible microwave herself, Evelynn the Widowmaker. Before jumping into it, let me introduce you to this video's sponsor, Professor. Professor is a popular companion. Evelynn's W was absurd, and it really is the reason why she became such a menace. After a small delay, she would go into stealth, being completely invisible until she attacked, or was revealed by a vision ward or Oracle's elixir. It lasted for 20 seconds at rank 1, scaling up to 60 seconds. That's not all though. Her first attack or ability out of stealth would stun the target for 1 second, scaling up to 2 seconds. This ability would really be the cause of everything overpowered and underpowered about Evelynn. At one point, it even stunned towers. Stealth at the time did not work like it does currently, with a range where you can see stealth champions. Instead, stealth worked just as invisibility does. This meant that from level 1, you were always at risk of getting stunned by Evelynn at any time. We'll be talking a lot more about her stun soon. Her E was very simple. It dealt AP damage at melee range and reduced their resistances for 5 seconds. Weirdly enough, originally the resistance reducing effect would only occur if she hit the enemy from behind. It was eventually changed to have no specific positioning requirement. There's not too much to say about her E, but it did have a 100% AP ratio, so it could be a strong nuke if building full AP. Her R was pretty bizarre, and they tried a lot of different things with it. When activated, it gave her a large amount of attack speed and movement speed. This had a 20-second duration, and was slowly brought down to 10 seconds over time. The amount of attack speed might surprise you. It scaled up to 100% originally. For reference, Master Yi's ultimate currently gives 45% at max rank. In alpha, when she killed a champion, she would heal for 50% of their maximum health. When the game was released, this was changed to 25%. Another weird part of the alpha version is that the ability would automatically activate when she got a kill. This was later changed to give her a charge of the ultimate that she could use at any time until she died. Again, shortly after release, they would make another change to this, making the health a base amount instead of a percentage. Most importantly though, a new very strong effect was added. Her ultimate would be reset whenever an enemy champion died, and that is literally how it worked. Whenever an enemy died anywhere on the map, whether Evelynn was involved or not, her ultimate would reset. It was very similar to a Master Yi ult, except it reset whenever anyone died, and she could also use it without breaking stealth. After looking at her kit, especially the stealth duration, the stun, and the ult, it is very obvious why she caused so many problems back in the day. I also really have to mention, her old lore was hilarious. It basically said nothing. She was a mystery. No one knew anything about her. Maybe she was cursed, maybe she was a vampire. That was pretty much it. The next thing that has to be discussed is the counterplay that existed to Evelynn at the time, and the Vision meta as it existed early in League's history. Vision wards were still in the game, and they would reveal stealth, similar to the control wards we have now. What a lot of people don't remember about Vision wards is that until November of 2013, they were invisible, and you could carry up to 5 of them at once. Plus, you could have as many wards on the map as you wanted. Fun fact, early on in League's history, you could use wards to stop some enemy spells. If Rammus was powerballing toward you, you could interrupt him just by dropping a ward on him. The Vision and warding meta in early League was very different. It was basically expected that the support would spend almost all of their gold on wards and Oracle's Elixir. Oracle's Elixir was in the game from release until November of 2013 when Riot made huge changes to their design philosophy around warding. It was a consumable item that cost 400 gold on release. This item gave you vision of invisible units around you and wards until death. This item was absolutely meta-defining for a very long time. Essentially, whichever team had a lead would get Oracle's Elixir and completely dominate the map. This made it really hard to play from behind, because if you put out wards, they would simply be removed. If you tried to get back map control while losing, you were risking a lot of gold. It was entirely possible that you'd invest gold into buying Oracle's Elixir and then die before being able to clear out any wards, losing 400 gold and then giving even more gold to the enemy on top of that. It often made the most sense to put oracles on the tankiest person, usually not the support. But in solo queue, most players didn't want to spend their gold on an item that didn't give them more damage. So in
Ahri is the most overpowered mid laner at the moment, but no one in low elo knows what makes her so OP. The mid lane meta is to win by roaming. However, players aren't abusing Ahri's absurd map mobility because everyone is running the wrong rune page, when they should be running this. Here's why. Roaming is all about wave clear, and Ahri has literally some of the best wave clear in the game with this rune page. At level 3 with 2 points in Q, Ahri can cast it twice to two-shot the casters in the wave. Every other mage needs level 5 for this wave clear spike, but Ahri gets it at level 3, which is the perfect timing because this lets her shove and move to those early scuttle crab fights that decide every game. But here's the big one Ahri players don't play around. By level 7, you need to have used 2 dematerializers on caster minions and 1 on a melee minion. This gives Ahri another stupid wave clear breakpoint that lets her one-shot the wave at level 7 with a single Q. Most mages can only do this at level 9. The reason Ahri is so OP is because she's always 2 levels ahead of everyone else's wave clear breakpoints, making her the most OP roamer in the game, which is why she's perma pick and ban in
So the other day, and by the other day I mean a month ago, I posted a video about Sukuna Esprit in Shibuya, his fight with Jogo and yada 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 yada. Yeah, that video did pretty well. Appreciate y'all for that. That was good. But what wasn't good was the Blu-ray version coming out the day after. If y'all don't know, Mappa animators working to release JJK were working insane hours, dropping episodes weekly. And because of that, they weren't able to finish Sukuna vs Mahoraga. And on the Blu-ray DVD version, they promised to have the full thing finished. And not even 24 hours after I dropped this video, they released the Blu-ray version, which made me mad. And I told y'all I'd spin back, so here we are. And yeah, Sukuna vs Mahoraga Blu-ray edition, Make Me Slender still included. Enjoy. So the other day when I was just chilling in my bed, I was thinking, did y'all ever realize how stupid it was that Megami jumped into the domain to save everyone from Dagon? Like, we literally get told on day 1 that domains are weaker from the outside. So all he really needed to do was Nue into the air, Max Elephant on top, and boom, everyone is good. But for some reason, his dumbass went in there thinking he's Superman, nearly killing him and everyone inside. If it wasn't for the plot, then he almost got cooked again by Toji. And people want to talk about how Toji chose him because he was the strongest sorcerer in the area. But nigga, being the strongest sorcerer in a crew consisting of Nanami, a pre-heavenly restriction Maki, and a fucking cripple is like being the best Kapong player on iMessage games. Cause 1, that game sucks, and 2, nobody cares. And there's probably some Chinese kid in a sweatshop that can play it better than you can. Nearly died against Toji too, if once again, it wasn't for the plot. And now he about to get cooked again. And damn, going up to this bum ass nigga over here gotta be a bottom 5 way to go out. Even worse than when Nightwing got cooked by a rock, cause at least the rock, you know, served some purpose in life. But you're gonna get cooked by a 5'3" dude who's 120 pounds soaking wet, wearing a ponytail, who was purposely going after low level players to get his KD ratio up. A bum way to go out for a bum character. So while he's getting cooked over here, he starts going on a little monologue talking about how the 10 shadows have to be beaten in a subjugation ritual so he can use them. And after he finishes his little monologue, he finally summons him. Mahoraga, all that hype, all that buildup, all that edging just to be brought out against a femboy. This is a disgrace. And just as he summons him, Sukuna senses a disturbance in the force and decides to go check it out. And I low-key almost felt bad for Arame over here, because imagine it's like the first time in over a millennium that you've seen your homeboy, and then when he leaves to go do some BS, he don't even dap you up on the way out. Like, that's just crazy, man. But then we go back to Mahoraga. He spawns in and wastes no time booming the hell out of Megumi, and damn, his ass was dead on impact. Look at his neck, bruh. Shit facing like an obtuse angle. Got him moving like an owl. He is gone. And just when Mahoraga's about to get rid of this kid too, the GOAT himself pulls up. And it's crazy because at first I thought this was one of Haruda's miracles. Because Sukuna saving a human being willingly? I thought I'd see the Pistons reach the playoffs before that happened. But nah, he proceeds to go 2 for 2, saving Megumi as well, saying that he needs him for something. I wonder what that could be. He realizes that to save Megumi, he's gonna have to beat Mahoraga so he can stop the subjugation ritual. So he pulls up on him and gets ready to box, and our second match of the night begins.
Round 2. Fight.
Mahoraga comes first, but Sukuna blocks it, hits him with a flip and a right that got him looking flabbergasted. Then he hits him up with a dismantle. He goes in for part 2 of this 2-course meal, and Mahoraga gets back up and parries him, sending them both into some buildings. Sukuna hops out, and we see that he got some coke and popcorn with him. How he snatched that so fast, I do not know. Then he casually comes up and dismantles Mahoraga too, like he just swiping through an Instagram story. The disrespect. But Maho does not let that slide. He pulls up and drags this man on straight glass and throws him again. But Sukuna manages to escape that unscathed. Them uniforms got max HP. Sukuna dodges moving up, and his weave game is on 100 because damn, that man can move. Doing all this on a Y-axis too, that is crazy. And check out Mahoraga. Bro is the first and the last person to swim on concrete, unless we talking about that one dude from One Piece. That form on point too. They get up top, and Mahoraga comes in with a fist of hell, and we see Sukuna dodge that. He comes in, says mink, and Mahoraga grabs him like he about to do something. But I knew that was cap when I saw Sukuna smiling like this. Turns his shit into pastrami and then goes 2 for 2 off the fadeaway, putting him on one knee. Maho strikes back with a wind gust, and with a smile on his face, Sukuna just takes it. And it don't matter how hard you throw this man, he always gonna land on his feet. Then Maho hops in mad as hell, foot in one hand, and he attempts to fully body Sukuna. But Sukuna tells that boy to hit the weight room by throwing his ass off and coming out on top. And y'all don't even know how crazy that is, because fully bodying someone who's coming down at that angle at full speed is damn near impossible. Then, as Maho regains his balance, he and Sukuna come in and hit this "we'll use the power of friendship" ass punch, destroying a few windows in the process. Then they proceed to go hit for hit, going so hard they got the debris levitating, with Sukuna winning the encounter with a slash. The building collapses, and we see Maho attempt to ascend to heaven, just for Sukuna to come in, wrap this man in a contrap. Where does he even find this shit? And send bro into an indoor parking lot, looking at the camera too, trying to see if we saw that shit too. Like, okay bro, that was tough, now get back to the fight. Now Mahoraga is mad. He starts straight heaving these cards at Sukuna, which end up doing no damage. Sukuna sends off a dismantle response like he's shooting a tap-in,